Chapter 351. Heh, you guys are surrounded. Translator, Lemaston editor, Tenish bang. Bang. The sound of an explosion stunned countless people. The members of the mysterious organization that had remained at their headquarters were all staring at the sky with unbelieving expressions. Somewhere up there, in the sky that had still appeared normal previously, a huge hole had been blasted. Shoo! Shoo! A huge amount of bizarre energy started bursting out of that hole and flooding the mysterious organization. At this instant, countless equipment was destroyed. The sound of alarms started reverberating everywhere as the red light of the alarms blazed. A part of the mysterious organization started burning as well. The entire mysterious organization, at this moment, sank into chaos. What happened? No idea. I suppose they caught up? Look, they are coming, someone shouted with a high-pitched voice after seeing the numerous figures blasted out of the hole in the air. Accompanied by the energy blasting out, these figures started raining down and landing all over the mysterious organization. Quick, start saving them. Yes. The members of the mysterious organization rushed over. At the same time, accompanied by a cold snort, Xuanhuan and Jindian both landed on the ground safely. They merely watched on at the chaos unfolding before them with cold and detached smiles on their faces. Seems like they are out here now as well. Isn't that just nice? Xuanhuan had a cold expression. If they had traveled along the space turbulence to escape, we wouldn't have been able to do anything. Now that they have instead dropped back into our headquarters, they won't be able to do as they wish anymore. He raised his head and stared at the sky enveloped by the green barrier he had erected. As long as his energy barrier stood, Chen Feng's group would have no hope of escaping. Now, they were akin to a turtle in a jar, and capturing them was only a matter of time. Xuanhuan commanded, "Capture them as soon as possible." Understood. Jindian smiled slightly. "Senior, don't worry. The tricks that Chen Feng had always been proud of had been continuously foiled. Now, I suppose he has exhausted all his tricks. Furthermore, after dragging this out for so long, the experts of our organization are going to be returning soon. The longer this drags out, the more this will disadvantage him." Good. Xuanhuan did not comment much. Distantly, a peak A-class expert of the mysterious organization could be seen returning. An inescapable net was already prepared, waiting for Chen Feng. Logically, with the current arrangement they had here, Chen Feng's group would certainly die here. However, when one recalled what had previously happened, hadn't every single one of their plans appeared flawless before Chen Feng had proceeded to foil them? Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes. Chen Feng, this person was too much of a freak. Even if one were to ignore that bizarre good luck he seemed to always possess, he had an astonishing rate of improvement as well. Such a person could not be left alive. Xuanhuan would never be able to sit still with this person alive. "Increase our manpower guarding the outer layer by 1-fold, Xuanhuan said suddenly. Jindian blanked. Ah? But senior, if we send more people there, all ongoing missions will need to be stopped. What should we do with the losses the organization will suffer as a result?" Xuanhuan had a gloomy expression. "I will take on all the repercussions. Presently, they are most certainly lurking somewhere near our outer layer. Send more A-class warriors there. We must not allow them to escape." "All right," Jindian answered. Xuanhuan nodded. "Go fast, then." He was clear that despite the strength of Wang Yao and Ming Yao, their team of 3 had a fatal weakness, Chen Feng. Regardless of the tricks he had once used to kill A-classes, he was essentially still a C-class. The strongest combat power he could erupt with was merely B-class. Chen Feng this time, I wonder, where can you escape? With all the members of the mysterious organization working together, order was soon restored to the chaotic headquarters. With the continuous return of their members, the combat power of the mysterious organization was now much higher than it had previously been. To add salt to the wound, another peak A-class expert had returned. Now, with the successive return of their experts, the mysterious organization had finally reverted back to its original form as an extremely scary organization. Shua, shua. Radiance swirled around without stop, scanning the area in search of Chen Feng's group. Almost all members of the mysterious organization were looking for Chen Feng. Some of their scouts were already searching the entire headquarters. Chen Feng simply had no hope of escaping. Was that area searched, I suppose? What do you mean by suppose? Go search it again. All right. The scout helplessly complained. Every nook and cranny of the headquarters must be searched. On top of that, the scanners must be brought along and our search process must be recorded. Is all this even necessary? What do you know? Do you know who Chen Feng is? He is our organization's most wanted person, someone said. The scout blinked. Wasn't that Wang Yao? Didn't Wang Yao end up captured by us? She might be strong, but as long as one is stronger than her, one will be able to defeat her. As for this Chen Feng, he is so weak you don't even know what you should do with him. However, it was this very weak him that killed peak A-class warriors. This time, by his lonesome self, he was even able to rescue Wang Yao from our captivity. This person is truly dangerous. Moreover, you know what? Up until now, we have yet to figure out how he entered the headquarters. Oh, you asked for the reason for recording the search process? Hehehe, it's quite simple. That is because the instant we encounter Chen Feng, we might die directly before we can even transmit any messages. In order to ensure accurate updates on our search results, each of us must be connected to the internet at all time. each of us must be recording our search process as well. The moment something seems off with one of our recordings, the others will be able to conclude that something must have happened. As that person finished his words, everyone around him sunk into silence. Several scouts gulped. As they looked around, their bodies chilled. This Chen Feng was actually this terrifying. When they once again resumed their searches, they were much more serious and careful at their jobs than before. However, no matter how they searched, Chen Feng's group was nowhere to be found. 3 living people had seemingly vanished just like that, Lu Hun sneered. They will be found soon. The members of the organization were not the only ones searching. Lu Hun was searching personally as well. His spiritual sensor was much more powerful than these members. Within a short period of time, 4/5 of the huge mysterious organization had already been searched by him. Only 1/5 of the mysterious organization was left. Lu Hun pointed at the map. Here. Send more people over. Yes, the members of the organization rushed over. However, they had barely arrived there before losing all contact with everyone else. When they were found, only corpses remained. They have finally appeared. Rather of being alarmed, everyone was overjoyed. Chen Feng's group is indeed here. Jin Dian was stirred. Very good. Let us catch this turtle trapped in the jar. Ha ha ha. Shua. Groups of mysterious organization's members started approaching that place. Lu Hun and the rest followed along noiselessly. However, just as the remaining unsearched area was shrinking, suddenly, a huge explosion reverberated. Bang! At the center of the mysterious organization, at the command center containing all sorts of information, a huge explosion had unexpectedly erupted. Everyone turned around abruptly. What's going on? There, a firm energy barrier had already been erected. That huge building that was the command center was totally enveloped by that barrier, and a familiar voice was broadcasting from that building. Hello, hello, hello. Can anyone hear me? My dear friends of the mysterious organization, I have a very unfortunate announcement for you all. This place has been conquered by me. What I mean is, this building— Hey, Ming Yue, what are you doing? Suddenly, Chen Feng's speech stopped. Next, a female's voice could be heard. Let me play around with this. Haha, dear brothers of the mysterious organization, you guys have been surrounded by us, yo. At this, the expressions of the mysterious organization's members darkened. Surrounded? How the fuck are the 3 of you surrounding over 10,000 of us? At the same time, they realized that they had been tricked by Chen Feng. Chen Feng had first created an impression that they were at the outer layer of the headquarters before silently heading toward the mysterious organization's center and snatching control of their command center. However, what could Chen Feng's group accomplish even with the command center? That was a mere building. Even if it had a strong defense system, so what? Regardless of the strength of the defense system there, it would still require an energy supply. There were thousands and thousands of the mysterious organization's members out here. As long as they attacked without stop, that building's energy supply wouldn't last. Chen Feng, what exactly are you planning? I-352, Chapter 352, No Escape. Chapter 352, No Escape. Translator, Lemaston Editor, Tennis Schwa. The command center's energy barrier activated. Looking at the faint barrier enveloping the command center, the members of the mysterious organization were all ashen-faced. None of them had expected that, while they were hunting for Chen Feng, he would turn around and occupy their command center instead. Jin Dian's eyes gleamed coldly. He's courting death. Senior, I will deal with the energy. Shua. Multiple cannons were taken out of storage and aimed straight at the command center. Surprisingly, though, when the cannons were about to be fired, Chen Feng merely smiled calmly. An electromagnetic wave flashed past. Instantly, all of the mysterious organization's equipment malfunctioned. Jin Dian's expression became unsightly. Damn it! Chen Feng actually figured out the controls of the command center in such a short time? As the name implied, the command center was the place that regulated the entire mysterious organization and thus the most important place in their headquarters. There, countless defense systems were installed. The strongest energy system was installed there as well. It was a place impossible to conquer within a short period of time. Something like the electromagnetic wave used earlier was merely common defense equipment. What made Jin Dian doubtful was the fact that even with the top-notch security system with a real-time verification system, Chen Feng had somehow infiltrated their command center. Nobody apart from their own people could even enter it. Disguise? That wouldn't even work. Then again, they hadn't even figured out how Chen Feng had infiltrated their headquarters. As they recalled all the seemingly unexplainable feats of Chen Feng all these while, they were sure that this Chen Feng definitely possessed some uncommon ability. If they were able to capture him to study him, Jin Dian looked at Lu Hun. Senior, Lu Hun stared at the energy barrier. Do it. As long as the barrier is destroyed, they won't be able to escape anywhere. Jin Dian nodded. Yes. Lu Hun watched on coldly. All their equipment and high-energy weapons were now out of order. As such, they could only use their excessive manpower to exhaust the defense barrier's energy supply. Bang! Bang! The people of the mysterious organization started surrounding the command center. Countless attacks started landing on it. Instantly, the whole area was flooded by a multicolored radiance that enveloped the entire command center. The sound of explosions reverberated without stop. If everything progressed according to their plan, Chen Feng wouldn't be able to last more than several minutes. However, right at this moment, a cold radiance flashed past. Whoosh, whoosh. Two people collapsed onto the ground, dead. Be careful. Jin Dian had an ominous feeling and instantly unleashed his peak A-class power to forcefully stop the attack coming toward him. It was actually an attack launched from the command center, an energy arrow. Jin Dian had an ominous feeling. Weapon? There's a weaponry system in the command center as well? I thought only defenses were allowed to be installed in the command center? Lu Hun asked. Jin Dian smiled bitterly. I have no idea either. In our records, only defense equipment has been allowed to be installed in the command center. If so, this energy arrow, whoosh, whoosh, 2 additional cold radiances shot out and another 2 warriors collapsed onto the ground. What was scary was the fact that when the energy arrows landed, they would explode, damaging their surroundings as well. Weapon. There actually existed a weaponry system in their command center. Are you sure this is a weaponry system? Yes. After receiving the confirmation from the weaponry department, Jin Dian was alarmed. No wonder Chen Feng had aimed to occupy and lock down their command center. If a weaponry system was installed there and Chen Feng chose to unleash the weapons toward the entire headquarters, at this thought, Jin Dian's expression changed. He looked at Lu Hun. Senior. Lu Hun's gaze darted around. All right. Initially, they believed that Chen Feng would be trapped here until his death. Unexpectedly, these idiots had actually broken the rules of their organization and installed a weaponry system in their command center. Lu Hun snorted coldly. Trash. However, Chen Feng, do you think that this is sufficient? How naive. Shua. Lu Hun's hand reached out. The green radiance enveloping the entire headquarters started shrinking. From a diameter of 10 kilometers, it shrunk until only several hundred meters were left. With this, the green radiance intensified. Lu Hun waved his hand calmly. Condense. Shua. Next, the green radiance enveloped the entire command center and the few buildings around it. The initially dim green radiance became brighter. The power of this green barrier of his was indeed astonishingly dreadful when all of it was concentrated to this small area. Jin Dian glanced at the green barrier and knew that with this Chen Feng was finished. Senior Soul was simply too powerful. This energy barrier was something he wouldn't be able to penetrate even after attacking with his full power. This was how powerful the legendary existence Soul was. Bang, bang, bang! Countless energy arrows shot out of the command center. This time, though, all the energy arrows were blocked by the green barrier. Instantly, all the arrows started exploding. Unfortunately, no damage was done. The power of the arrows and the barrier were simply in 2 different leagues. Weaponry system? Before Soul, it was reduced to nothing but a joke. Lu Hun's gaze concentrated on Chen Feng standing behind a certain window of the building. Now, how are you planning to escape? Both their gazes met, seemingly creating sparks mid-air, and Lu Hun sneered. You won't be able to escape. Chen Feng smiled. Are you certain? Presently, Lu Hun had recovered the former air of arrogance he had always had around him. Naturally, casually, he said, within the zone covered by my green radiance, you have no escape routes. Everything is under my control. For example, the underground tunnel you are trying to dig. Lu Hun waved his hand lightly. Bang! Instantly, a certain underground tunnel below the command center collapsed. At this, Chen Feng's expression changed. Lu Hun smiled toyingly. Do you believe that my green radiance will only work above ground? This green world is a spherical zone, with me as the center. Within this zone, I am unequaled. Bang! With a single point by Lu Hun, the entire command center trembled. Only when the radius of the green world shrunk from covering the entire headquarters to only covering this small area here would Lu Hun's control over his green world reach its peak. The initial barrier that had only been able to prevent Chen Feng's escape transformed into some sort of domain. This was the true strength of Lu Hun. Shua, Lu Hun waved his hand, and the air in front of him started twisting. The moment the green world was completed, Lu Hun could already conclude how this would end. Regardless of who it was, even a super expert at his level, that person would not be able to escape his green world. Surprising him, Chen Feng instead smiled at this instant. Lu Hun frowned. Chen Feng smiled. Who told you that I'm planning to escape? Not escaping? Before Lu Hun could even react to Chen Feng's words, distantly, an astonishing aura appeared. Bang, bang! 2 familiar powers could be felt erupting. The 2 powers had erupted at the remaining 1/5 of the area they hadn't searched earlier. That was the only place they hadn't searched after the collapse of the space tunnel. There, shoo, 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 the 2 streaked away and vanished instantly. It's them. The expressions of Lu Hun and the rest changed greatly. Those 2 were Wang Yao and Ming Yue. How was that possible? Jin Dian cried out in alarm. When had those 2 escaped? When Chen Feng had broadcast his voice earlier, he had clearly heard Ming Yue's voice. How could they, Shua? Everyone's gaze landed on the command center. There, on 2 chairs behind Chen Feng, 2 figures were seated. Due to the distance and the barrier around that building, they hadn't been able to get a clear look at the 2 figures. However, weren't those two Wang Yao and Ming Yao? Are you talking about them? The beaming Chen Feng turned the chairs around. Next, two corpses fell out of the chairs. Verse 353, Chapter 353, Death Without the Corpse Intact. Chapter 353, Death Without the Corpse Intact. Translator, Limostan Editor, Tennis Shua. The expressions of the people from the mysterious organization changed. Those two corpses were precisely the members previously assigned to the command center. So Chen Feng had killed them and pretended that Wang Yao and Ming Ye had still been in there? That was truly, finally, they understood what had happened. Lu Hun shut his eyes. This was my mistake. When his green world was used to envelop the entire mysterious organization, the scope was too large, hence only one function remained, the function to prevent escape. Despite this single function was definitely sufficient to stop Wang Yao and Ming Yao's escape. But then, he had chosen to shrink his own green world. Wang Yao and Ming Yao would not be able to escape the green world. However, when he started pulling his green world in, they were instead left outside of his green world. He had been neglectful. It was truly out of his expectations that all these things Chen Feng had done had only been to allow those two to escape. Lu Hun looked at Chen Feng. Is there a need for this? You can save them, but you won't be able to save yourself. The distant Chen Feng smiled as he stared at Lu Hun. I know that. I never intended to leave in the first place. Suddenly, Chen Feng's entire body started shining. From the moment I decided to come here, I never expected to return alive. Even so, I, Chen Feng, have never suffered any losses all this while. Even the mysterious organization must pay a price for my death. Chen Feng's killing intent surged as he stared coldly at the people of the mysterious organization. Perhaps it's time for me to let you all witness what true power looks like. Let the entire mysterious organization accompany me in my death. Shua. Chen Feng's whole body started shining dazzlingly with a red radiance that was emitting a peak A-class power. Once again, that alarming power appeared here. Not good. Everyone's expression changed greatly. All this while, Chen Feng had been giving them an incredibly freakish impression. An example would be this current incident where he, a mere C-class alone, was capable of turning the entire mysterious organization upside down. They were too clear on how dreadful an existence Chen Feng was. If a guy like this was performing a suicide attack, how terrifying was it going to be? It was a common knowledge that attacks such as self-destruction, blood explosion, and the like were able to unleash a might of tenfold or over 100-fold the user's original power. Now, leave. Everyone's expression changed greatly, Lu Hun included. He might have had absolute confidence in himself, but he would never choose to face this suicide attack of Chen Feng's rashly. He was sure he had to prevent his body from suffering any sort of injuries here. A cruel smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. It's too late. Shua, Shua! Everyone from the mysterious organization retreated in horror. The red radiance intensified. Where Chen Feng stood, nothing could be seen except boundless red. That bizarre red radiance appeared even more freakish as it mixed with Lu Hun's green radiance. The mash of red and green caused fear to rise from the depths of all their hearts. Flee, flee, flee! All of them retreated frantically. Right at this moment, a silhouette charged out noiselessly. In a low-profile manner, he moved noiselessly. Nobody noticed him. Even Lu Hun and Jin Dian were only able to see a vague silhouette and nothing else. Yay? An amazed expression appeared on Lu Hun's face. At this moment of utmost danger, beyond all expectations, he stopped retreating. Similarly, Jin Dian, who had also noticed this, stopped retreating as well before looking toward the command center. There, in front of that red radiance so bright one couldn't even stare straight at it, a dark shadow could be seen. Shua, Lu Hun, and Jin Dian instantly narrowed their eyes. That red radiance was too dazzling and bizarre, and it was full of a chaotic power. All this combined caused them to be unable to look straight at it. However, when they concentrated their gazes, they were still able to notice something. There seemed to be someone there? A person seemed to be approaching Chen Feng cautiously. Seemingly afraid of being noticed by Chen Feng, he was moving noiselessly, his steps light. 10 steps, 9 steps, 8 steps, 7 steps, every single step he took, the red around Chen Feng intensified. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. At this point, that red radiance was already akin to a sun as the peak A-class power it was emitting surged to the limits. Just as the red radiance was on the verge of exploding, an abrupt change occurred. Pop! A light sound could be heard. Shua! Instantly, all the red seemed to vanish. The brightness of the area reverted to how it had been. Due to the abrupt shift in brightness and that astonishing energy undulation, the eyes of almost everyone there pained and sunk into a short duration of darkness. After a short moment, they recovered their vision. By the time they looked at the command center once again, they were all dumbstruck. There, an ice-cold dagger had been stabbed into Chen Feng's chest, right where his heart was. Unbelieving, Chen Feng turned around and looked at the figure that had suddenly appeared. From his uniform, he seemed to be someone assigned to the command center as well. Chen Feng pointed at him in an unbelieving manner. Chen Feng was knocked onto the ground by that person. Next, he started stabbing Chen Feng's chest without stop as blood continued to spurt out. Outside, everyone was stupefied. Granted, they were unable to get a clear look at Chen Feng since he was currently sprawled on the ground. However, that stuffy sound of flesh getting stabbed could be clearly heard. Chen Feng was seemingly trying to drag this out. "Who are you, Pop?" Another stab. "I, Chen Feng, Pop." Another stab. That person did not reply to any of Chen Feng's words. Coldly, he stabbed Chen Feng without stop, blood splattering around him. After a long while, finally, Chen Feng's voice and the sound of flesh getting stabbed could no longer be heard. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have sunk into silence. Through the window of the command center, a bloodied figure could be seen standing up. That figure walked toward the window before staring at everyone out there, giving off an extremely cold feeling. Who is this person? They were all incomparably alarmed. Since when had such a person, a firm and decisive person who had not even given Chen Feng a chance to say anything, been a part of the mysterious organization? But then, that was understandable. When facing a person like Chen Feng, giving him a chance to talk was akin to courting death. All this while, they had wanted to capture Chen Feng. They had planned to find out more about Chen Feng's secrets before torturing him to death, but then again, they couldn't deny that killing Chen Feng in such a clean way was instead the most fitting method of dealing with him. Shua. That person walked toward the control desk and pressed a button. Next, all the defense systems of the command system were deactivated. The energy barrier vanished as well. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Countless figures started streaking forth. Almost instantly, everyone reached the floor that person was in. There, lying on the floor below him, was an ice-cold corpse. "Chen Feng, he's dead?" Everyone gulped. This person who had turned their organization upside down and had been planning to drag everyone here to death together with him had died just like that? Jin Dian walked over to take a look. Indeed, Chen Feng was no longer breathing. Is this death real or fake? Puh! He pierced his hand into the corpse's heart. There was no reaction whatsoever. Seems like he's dead for real. Lu Han walked over noiselessly and glanced at the corpse. Puh! Once again, Chen Feng's body was stabbed. That stiff corpse had no reaction whatsoever. Lu Han raised his brows. Dead for real? He had witnessed way too many fake deaths by this Chen Feng guy. As far as he was concerned, even the dead could be resurrected using certain unique methods. For example, that figurine Chen Feng had on him. Lu Han snorted coldly. Bang! A boundless radiance bloomed in his hand. Bang! A terrifying green energy ball landed on Chen Feng's corpse before exploding. The entirety of Chen Feng's corpse was blasted into countless minuscule pieces. "Only with this can I feel relieved," Lu Han muttered. Jin Dian and the rest exchanged glances and nodded slightly, expressing their agreement. Seems like Chen Feng is truly dead now. 3054, Chapter 354, A Man's Dignity, Chapter 354, A Man's Dignity Translator, Lemostan Editor, Tenish. At a certain location, Wang Yao and Ming Yue could be seen. Presently, they were already far away from the mysterious organization. Only when they were certain that nobody from the mysterious organization was chasing after them did they stop running. "Finally, we're out," Ming Yue grumbled. When had she, the illustrious leader of the Netherworld, been made to act in such a wretched manner? If she possessed her peak strength, she absolutely would not have feared that green guy. Now, the only person she was worried about was Chen Feng. If Chen Feng died, Xiao Ying would most certainly end up dead as well. If Xiao Ying was dead, then she would, Ming Yue inhaled deeply. Something like the marriage link was not omnipotent. Since she dared to use it, she naturally possessed the means of getting rid of the link. However, the price she would have to pay for that was something she was unwilling to pay. "Hopefully you can truly escape," Ming Yue muttered. She stopped her steps and looked at Wang Yao, only to notice that this young lady's expression was still as serene as in the past. Apart from the faint trace of worry in Wang Yao's eyes, she did not appear too anxious. Ming Yue was somewhat shocked. "Hey, are you not worried for him? He said that he will definitely come back," Wang Yao answered calmly. Ming Yue was speechless. "You trust his words?" God, in that circumstance, it was obvious that Chen Feng was sacrificing himself to save them. Those tricks of Chen Feng's might be able to stay undiscovered momentarily, since his myriad illusions was truly a stunning ability. However, all of that was, after all, still mere tricks. In the end, myriad illusions was still too weak when it came to pure strength. The most it could accomplish was covering their escape. If so, what was going to happen to Chen Feng? Perhaps he truly had a way of surviving. But then, how was he planning to stay alive? One had to know that being captured and tortured for information was a form of staying alive as well. Perhaps he could directly swear his allegiance to the mysterious organization and be one of them. Ming Yue shook her head. She was not optimistic about Chen Feng's future. Even if he survived this, somewhat mockingly, Wang Yao said, "What should I have done then? Should I have told him that I would never give up on him and started wasting my time weeping endlessly when he told me to trust him? Should I have covered my ears and refused to listen to him?" Next, we could start discussing who was the better candidate to sacrifice. Finally, the enemies reach and none of us are able to escape. Ming Yue, since he said he will survive, I shall place my trust in him. Wang Yao paused and shut her eyes. Her somewhat trembling eyelashes were the only evidence of her worry. Even if this is a suicidal plan, I will believe in him. That is a matter of his dignity, the dignity of a man. She understood Chen Feng well. He once said that there would be a day where he stood before her, blocking everything for her. This time, during their moment of danger, when they had managed to reach the outer layer of the mysterious organization's headquarters, when he had told her his plan, she'd had to listen to him. She hadn't been able to think of any other options anyway. As a result, Chen Feng had indeed accomplished what he'd said. He had attracted all the enemies, allowing Wang Yao and Ming Yao to escape. This was Chen Feng's dignity. Even if he had to die, he would die smiling. What if she refused to listen to him? She would most certainly have died there, dying in front of Chen Feng. If Chen Feng was able to survive after that, he would be carrying hatred and guilt in his heart for the rest of his life. As such, she'd had to leave. Wang Yao had been able to see all this clearly. As such, she had decided to leave without the slightest hesitation. Ming Yao glanced at Wang Yao. What if he really ends up dead? Wang Yao sunk into silence and stared in the mysterious organization's direction with a resolute gaze. If he ends up dead, I will slaughter the entire mysterious organization before dying myself as well. After that, she no longer said anything. Lunatic! Ming Yue stared straight into Wang Yao's eyes and noted that this young lady was truly serious. The hell? I'm supposed to be the villain, right? Ming Yue felt somewhat helpless. The way this plot was developing, where one wanted to eliminate the entire world due to the death of one's love, was supposed to be the plot for supervillains like her. Why the heck was this couple here snatching her plotlines? Now she was finally aware that these two were similarly lunatics. Chen Feng was a lunatic who always threaded the edge of death and immersed himself in situations where he could die with any slight carelessness. As for Wang Yao, she was similarly a lunatic accompanying Chen Feng. Is this how the people of this world behave? Suddenly, her head ached. Now, she somewhat missed Wang Chun. My Wang Chun is still more adorable after all, obedient and clever. On top of that, when I'm bored, we can have a quickie at any time. Sha, sha! The sound of footsteps could be heard. When Ming Yue raised her head, she noticed that Wang Yao was leaving. Ming Yue was surprised. You are not waiting for him. Wang Yao stared into the distance and, with her cold yet tender voice, said, He told me not to worry. Since I have already shattered the bottleneck of my A-class limit, it's time for me to break through, surpassing a class. Wait for my return. I shall personally welcome him. Sha, sha! She drifted away. Ming Yue was speechless. Trust. Was trust something that truly existed? At least, in the world she had come from, something like trust did not exist. Shwa! A cold breeze drifted past her. Ming Yue's figure vanished as well. Presently, in the mysterious organization's command center, at the same moment Chen Feng was performing a suicide attack on the entire mysterious organization. When that red radiance reached the peak of its intensity, a particular person awoke. It was a girl. Somewhat vacantly, she looked around. The sight of numerous corpses sprawled all over welcomed her. Shua! Her memories started recovering. Chen Feng. As she recalled what had happened, her body shuddered. Earlier, this guy who was scarily young had stepped in here wearing energy equipment. After his arrival, everyone here had instantly been killed. She had only been able to give him a single glance before losing consciousness. That guy, she tried standing up and noticed that her body was aching all over. As she lowered her head, she saw that the wound on her chest was still dripping with blood. She pointed at her chest softly. Condense. A pink radiance flickered into existence. Next, her wound started healing slowly. Luckily, the attack landed 3 millimeters away from the fatal point. The mere recollection of what had happened earlier scared her endlessly. If the attack had landed 3 millimeters away from where it had landed, she definitely would have died. Back then, Chen Feng had merely been attacking casually. If he had truly been focusing on her, she would most certainly have ended up dead then and there. She rejoiced. Lucky. Suddenly, she sensed the distant red radiance. Doubtfully, she walked over. What happened there? When she opened the door, a scene that caused her to choke welcomed her. A person was silently approaching Chen Feng. Next, he arrived, stabbed, and killed Chen Feng. Chen Feng seemed tenacious, as he wasn't immediately killed. However, that cold-looking figure did not utter a single word, focusing only on stabbing Chen Feng. A countless amount of wounds were left on Chen Feng's body by that sharp dagger. Puh! Puh! Blood splattered everywhere. Only when the entire body of that person was soaked in blood did he stop stabbing. Chen Feng was definitely dead. She was incomparably stunned. How powerful. Soon, that person removed the command center's energy barrier. The seniors of the mysterious organization came over and destroyed even Chen Feng's corpse. With that, the crisis of the mysterious organization ended. That person had rescued everyone in the mysterious organization. Doubtfully, Jin Diane stared at this cold-looking person. Who are you? This was someone Jin Diane had never seen before. Presently, that person was turning around slowly. Finally, the young lady got a clear look at his face. The young lady's emotions surged. It's you? Jin Diane was surprised. Little Tong, you know him? The young lady nodded. After Chen Feng attacked the command center, perhaps due to me being too weak, he only landed a casual attack on me and did not notice that I survived. I thought that everyone was already dead and I was the sole survivor here. Unexpectedly, someone else survived. She was crying tears of joy. Everyone she knew was already dead. Most of them had been killed trying to save her by blocking in front of her before being killed by Chen Feng. Surprisingly, she was still able to see an acquaintance here. Only at that did everyone understand how she had survived. It was reasonable, since a person as meticulous as Chen Feng would most certainly kill everyone here the moment he entered the command center. He definitely would not leave anyone alive and risk getting sneak attacked. Xi Zhongtong had merely survived by fluke. Very good. Jin Dian patted the cold-looking person's shoulder. You are truly not bad and have great potential. Hee, what's your name? In the future, you can follow me. That person raised his head and calmly stated, Wang Feng. 355, Chapter 355, Trending Again, Chapter 355, Trending Again. Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish Wang Feng, an 18-year-old newly recruited genius of the mysterious organization. In the recruitment tests, he had obtained multiple first places. Next, he had left with the leader of the research department and joined the research department. During the Wang Yao incident, he had been assigned to the command center for information gathering and been lucky enough to avoid the massacre that had happened at the research department. During Chen Feng's subsequent attack on the command center, he had survived by fluke as well. Witnesses, Xie Zhongtong. Eyewitnesses, numerous members of the mysterious organization. Background check, passed. Now, Wang Feng became incredibly popular in the mysterious organization. What kind of person was Chen Feng? He was the organization's most wanted person, the person even Lu Hun had failed to kill multiple times in the past. The several A-class experts that had encountered him had all lost their lives as well. He was a horrifying person. Now, he was dead. Dead by Wang Feng's hands. Moreover, Wang Feng had killed Chen Feng while Chen Feng was in the midst of a suicide attack on the entire mysterious organization. In a certain way, Wang Feng had saved a huge amount of mysterious organization members by killing Chen Feng. As such, after the end of that incident, his popularity had risen at an inconceivable speed. As for the adverse reactions toward the growth of his popularity, it was non-existent. Those who were against Wang Feng were all beaten badly by the people who had been saved by Wang Feng when he had killed Chen Feng. These people were treating Wang Feng as their beneficiary. In a single night, Wang Feng transformed into the most welcomed genius of the mysterious organization, with none capable of surpassing his popularity. Naturally, the mysterious organization performed multiple checks and verifications on Wang Feng. Through these checks, his identity was ascertained. After all, Wang Feng was someone who had gone through the recruitment together with Xie Zhongtong. As such, there were no issues found in his identity. Jin Dian stared at the results of the recruitment test. Wang Feng was already astonishingly talented just from his results in the early rounds. To top it off, in the final test, he had also obtained a stunning score of 100 points. One had to know that luck was something that one normally couldn't control. A person so lucky, Jin Dian sighed. No wonder Chen Feng had been killed by this guy. Chen Feng had been too freakish a person, and he'd had astonishing luck to top it off. Apart from his intelligence, the scariest advantage Chen Feng had held over others had been his luck. Now, he had finally encountered Wang Feng, a person with even better luck than him. Just look at Wang Feng's history. When Chen Feng had been slaughtering people at the research department, Wang Feng had been assigned somewhere else. If that hadn't happened, Wang Feng would have ended up dead right there at the research department. This was how luck could contribute to a person's success. At the command center, Chen Feng had launched the simplest of attacks to kill the people there in order to reduce his energy exhaustion. In the process, he had underestimated Wang Feng and Xie Zhongtong's strength and only left them injured instead of dead. Only with all this had it led to the ending they had all witnessed, where the injured Wang Feng crawled back up before killing Chen Feng. This had all been thanks to luck. This was also the real reason luck was one of the tests in the recruitment. The mysterious organization had been in operation for so many years. They had long been aware of the several rare types of powers that ranked above others in this world. Evidently, they had recruited an exceptional genius in this batch of recruitment. Naturally, unknown to Jin Dian, with the death of everyone in the research department, regardless of what Wang Feng said, nobody was able to prove otherwise. Moreover, thanks to Chen Feng, a part of the gathered information in the command center had been lost as well. As such, nobody could actually verify Chen Feng's stories, which proved a great help for him assuming the role of Wang Feng. Jin Dian's eyes shone. Perhaps, what height could this Wang Feng kid reach in the future? Thanks to Chen Feng and Wang Yao, the organization had suffered disastrous losses during the past 2 years. As a result, their strength had been greatly weakened. Now, the mysterious organization had to nurture a new batch of talents as soon as possible. As for the person who would receive the highest priority, it might very well be this Wang Feng. Jin Dian burst out in laughter. This kid, luck, truly something a commoner would have difficulty understanding. This kid's future achievement might not be any lower than mine. He is a person I can consider befriending. Jin Dian started drawing his plans. At the same time, Ji Feng, who was hidden somewhere not far away from the mysterious organization, was staring at the update he had received with a bewildered expression. It said that Chen Feng had been killed. Ji Feng was dumbfounded. Dead just like that? Come on, man, I only started following you recently and you're already dead? He was sure that with this death of Chen Feng's, it was now certain that he would have to roam the world aimlessly in the future. Regardless of the mysterious organization or the Gene Production Association, none would let him off. Chang Leguo's eyes shone. Chen Feng has been killed? What the hell are you being happy about? Now that he's dead, soon it will be our turn to die, Ji Feng snapped. Chang Luguo shook his head. No. Have you forgotten why we were hunted back then? Due to the allegations that we colluded with Chen Feng? That is not true. Since Chen Feng is too freakish a person, when he's alive, we won't be able to find any proof of that, since he could block any sort of investigative ability. Now that he's dead, Ji Feng's eyes shone. Wasn't that the case? Wouldn't everything be fine as long as they found out the truth of what had happened during the mysterious killing command back then? There had always been some sort of bizarre power lingering around Chen Feng that would block all their investigative abilities. Now that this guy was dead, wouldn't it be possible for them to find out the truth? Instantly, Ji Feng became spirited. Let's go. He contacted the informer he had left in the mysterious organization and prepared to return. However, right at this moment, the informer sent him a new update. As Ji Feng glanced at the new update, his body turned stiff. What happened? The curious Chang Leguo looked at the newly received update and was instantly dumbfounded as well. After a long while, the same word was spat out of both their mouths. Fuck. Chen Feng was dead, killed by Wang Feng? These two were simply the same fucking person. Moreover, the name Wang Feng was even a name Ji Feng himself had come up with. Ji Feng's mood had remained joyful for less than 2 minutes and was now dropping to the freezing point. He knew that this Chen Feng guy could not have died so easily. Just as Chang Leguo was standing there with a bitter expression, suddenly, Ji Feng thought of a possibility. Immediately, his expression changed greatly and he dragged Chang Leguo before he started running crazily. Chang Leguo was puzzled. Boss? Ji Feng did not bother answering him and focused on running alone. Shut up. Bang, bang. His A-class power was fully activated just to run. 1 second. 2 seconds. 2 figures streaked through the wilderness. 2 minutes after Ji Feng started running, suddenly, a beam of light started descending from the sky. This beam of light was locked onto the mysterious organization's headquarters. Bang. A huge beam of light descended from the sky. Bang. A terrifying heat wave engulfed the entire Xuanhuan mountain, and the several tens of mountain ranges nearby were instantly disintegrated. The speechless Chang Leguo watched on as all this happened. Even so far away, they could still feel that terrifying shockwave from the explosion. Ji Feng wiped the beads of sweat on his head as he trembled with fear. It's them. The genetic union is making their move. Shwa, shwa. Numerous beams of light started descending. With the landing of each of the beams was a huge explosion. The whole world was seemingly enveloped in white. Both Ji Feng and Chang Leguo could no longer see anything clearly. That terrifying radiance that seemed capable of penetrating everything pervaded the entire area. Out of the huge amount of clouds that had been surrounding Xuanhuan Mountain for an unknown number of years, the clouds that possessed a formidable defensive capability, only 3 clumps remained. Shwa. The 4th beam of light landed. Finally, the clouds were all erased. The beam of light landed on the headquarters of the mysterious organization. Bang. Where the headquarters stood, a huge mushroom cloud could be seen rising. The earth trembled. Fear was planted in the hearts of Ji Feng and Chang Leguo. Even so far away, they could feel the might of that explosion. The headquarters was most probably gone with that attack. The only thing they wondered was whether those members of the mysterious organization had survived this attack. 356. Chapter 356, Super Advanced Technology. Chapter 356, Super Advanced Technology Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish Xuanhuan Mountain. This mountain range that had stood tall for an unknown number of years had, in a split second, been reduced to ruin. All the buildings of the mysterious organization were falling apart. Bang! The sky itself was ripped apart. A huge space tunnel appeared and numerous powerful figures started descending from the sky. Each of them was emitting a terrifying aura, shocking all onlookers. All these were experts from the genetic union. They had finally arrived. Whoosh, whoosh, countless silhouettes appeared. Was the mysterious organization powerful? Yes, they were. However, they had still remained hidden in the dark all this while, not daring to allow any information about them to leak. The genetic union was the only reason they had not had the courage to announce their existence to the world. In the end, the genetic union was still the true tyrant of this planet. Genetic system, ability research, these were different facets of the genetic union that had long permeated the very marrows of the masses of this planet. How was the mysterious organization supposed to compete with this? What could they use to compete with this? The only reason they had remained hidden all this while was so they could continue working hard to surpass the genetic union. Only when they possessed sufficient strength to surpass the genetic union would they dare reveal themselves. Shua, shua. Countless A-class warriors descended. Compared to the mysterious organization, it was evident that the genetic union had a greater number of members. Just by recruiting from their subsidiary families, the mysterious organization was able to recruit a huge amount of geniuses. As for the genetic union, they were able to recruit from the human population of the entire planet. Nearly all genetic warriors in existence dreamed of joining the genetic union. As such, the number of talented warriors of the genetic union and the mysterious organization were simply in 2 different leagues. In the air, the person in charge of the current mission from the Genetic Union hovered. His cold gaze glanced past the mysterious organization's headquarters and noted that not a single living person remained. It seems like they have all retreated. We rushed over immediately after receiving the information. Unexpectedly, no worries. The amount of things still left here is already sufficient for us to study. Around them, amidst the ruins of the mysterious organization, the members of the Genetic Union were able to locate a huge amount of data storage items. Hard copies, soft copies, and all sorts of progress records for various projects and research materials were found. A huge amount of them had been destroyed earlier, but the remaining amount was still sufficient for the Genetic Union's research. The only reason the mysterious organization had been scary all this while was due to them being an unknown entity. The mysterious organization had had all sorts of research projects running and had appeared so scary to the rest of the world. Now, though, the moment having been forced to escape in a panic without even first destroying all these things, the mysterious organization was no longer an unknown entity as far as the Genetic Union was concerned. This organization was finished. Start studying the materials, locate all the members, subsidiary families, and personnel related to them before arresting all of them. I want to thoroughly turn them into an existence akin to a rat scurrying across the street. Understood. In a casual manner, the person in charge concluded the fate of the mysterious organization. If everything progressed smoothly and the mysterious organization's headquarters were truly destroyed, this organization might very well disappear from the face of this planet from now on. Where's the person who sent us the information? Left. It's her? It's that young lady, huh? The person in charge sighed. In a short amount of time, this place was locked down by the Genetic Union. Several experts had joined hands to create a teleportation formation to link this place with the Genetic Union. This place might very well become a new domain of the Genetic Unions. Countless members of the Genetic Union appeared and started searching this area. The time had arrived to unveil the mask covering the mysterious organization. Core members, structures, projects, all the data of the mysterious organization landed in the Genetic Union's hands. Any data that still remained would be analyzed by the Union before using all sorts of genetic abilities to reinstate the full set of the data. With this, the mysterious organization was not just unveiled. It would be more apt to say that the mysterious organization was stripped naked. However, unknown to all of them, several kilometers underground, Chen Feng and the rest were descending without stop. Moreover, their speed was increasing with every moment. Prior to this, Wang Yao and Ming Yue had successfully escaped the headquarters. With that, it had been a sure fact that the mysterious organization's location would be exposed. As long as these people possessed a brain, they would realize the folly of staying at the same place waiting for their death. As such, from the start, Chen Feng had already prepared to escape together with them. He was sure that as an organization capable of surviving for so many years despite the Genetic Union's grasp on this planet, the mysterious organization definitely had their secrets. Even a crafty rabbit would have 3 holes to hide in, let alone these people. Chen Feng wanted to see with his own eyes where the concealed base of the mysterious organization was, where their actual domain was located. But then, he had never expected that they would have to travel underground to reach there. All their members were currently traveling within something akin to a long subway that, instead of traveling horizontally, was traveling downward perpendicularly. The speed at which they traveled was still increasing. "Where are we going?" Chen Feng asked. A smile appeared on Jin Dian's face. "We are going to our actual headquarters." Headquarters, Chen Feng contemplated. Our headquarters are located underground? Jin Dian shook his head. No, if it's underground, it would definitely be found by the Genetic Union. Hehe, you will find out soon enough. Chen Feng raised his eyebrow and stopped questioning. What did he mean? We'll find out soon enough. Underground? Shoo, shoo. The subway streaked forth amidst the darkness. Around them, a faint energy barrier started appearing. The speed of the subway was still increasing. However, along with the increase in speed, Chen Feng could clearly see the energy barrier trembling. The energy consumption rate increased as the world outside the subway turned red from its previous darkness. A huge expanse of red. Outside of everyone's expectations, a sea of flame was here, hidden deep underground. Every single clump of flame was burning at an alarming temperature. Just like that, this unique subway charged head-on into the sea of flame. Bang. D. An ear-piercing alarm started resounding. The energy barrier became somewhat transparent, like it was going to fall apart at any moment. Right at this moment, in the deepest region of the Sea of Flame, several energy seals appeared. Every single one of the seals was shining. With several tens of them together, they joined to form a bizarre shape. Accompanied by the whistling sound of the energy, the subway knocked into the energy seals. Just like that, it seemed to fuse with the formation formed by the seals. Bang! With a faint undulation, the subway phased through the formation. Instantly, the world before everyone's eyes became bright. Once again, that familiar sunshine was shining on their bodies. Opening his eyes, Chen Feng found with shock that they were now above ground again. This place, he turned around and noted that they had just come out of a cave. Shua, Luck aura, activate. Using the little amount of luck value he had, he found with amazement that they were currently right below Cloudswarm Mountain. No, to be accurate, they were on the exact opposite side of the planet. Chen Feng was somewhat dumbfounded. Opposite side? So, in the short few minutes, they had traveled through the entire planet to reach the other side of the planet? Was this a joke? Yes, the technological level of this world was truly advanced, but what kind of technology was it that was capable of taking a shortcut through the core of this planet to travel to the other side of the planet? Was it a super advanced technology surpassing humanity's current technological level? Jin Dian patted Chen Feng's shoulders. Welcome to the mysterious organization. This is our real home. Ister 1057, Chapter 357, is the senior surnamed Ma. Chapter 357 is the senior surnamed Ma. Translator, Lemostan Editor Tenish. This is the mysterious organization's actual base. A hint of amazement could be seen in Chen Feng's gaze. Indeed, this location was much safer than Cloudswarm Mountain. Even if they knew where it was located, the Genetic Union might not be able to get here, since this base was located in one of those unknown regions, a completely different world than the main continent humanity was concentrated on. This was too perfect a location. However, how were their members here supposed to leave for missions? All sorts of assignments, missions, and material-related projects. Could it be that the only thing they could do after leaving the branches and coming to this actual headquarters was retire? Even they had only reached this place due to Jin Dian bringing them along. Jin Dian might have a certain level of authority, enabling him to travel around as he wished, but how about the other ordinary members? Would they need Jin Dian to bring them out every time they needed to go out on a mission? Furthermore, the action of traveling through the planet's core was most definitely costly, regardless of whether they were using super advanced technology or not. If it was too costly, traveling out and back just for missions might not even be worth it, like a person taking the train to a different city just to purchase a towel. Only an idiot would do this. As such, how did the mysterious organization plan to deal with this? Chen Feng was truly curious. After spending half a day gathering information, he was stupefied. This place, to be accurate, this region here was a region developed by a super expert. It was rumored the senior that had developed this region was a person with a diamond on his forehead, a person with a blue diamond on his forehead, capable of traveling through different regions easily, and who was charismatic and powerful. With utmost care, he had researched his power and improved his ability throughout the years. And now, after so many years, countless underground nodes had been established, nodes that could be used to travel between two different locations. Moreover, the users of these nodes would not need his escort when traveling. By possessing a certain level of authority, these people would be able to travel using the underground subway freely. The scope of authority was as follows. High-level members obtained the authority to travel through the planet's core. First-class core members obtained the authority to travel through the planet's core and were able to bring along one extra person. Second-class core members obtained the authority to travel through the planet's core and were able to bring along two extra people. First-class supervisors obtained the authority to travel through the planet's core and were able to bring along 10 extra people. Second-class supervisors obtained the authority to travel through the planet's core and were able to bring along 20 extra people. The long list detailing the different levels of authority shocked Chen Feng. As for the so-called level of authority, a person with the corresponding level of authority was able to easily travel through the planet's core by swiping their card after verifying their identity. Regardless of the nodes required or the location one needed to travel, one only needed to select the location and one would be able to travel anywhere one wished to. Chen Feng was inwardly alarmed. What a terrifying ability. In short, this senior had used all these years to silently develop a transportation system at the planet's core. A terrifying system that was outside of all known transportation systems? This was only the beginning. On this planet, there were a lot of locations that couldn't be fully explored due to unknown dangers. On the Genetic Union's list, all the locations labeled awaiting development were such locations. There were locations only A classes could enter. Anyone else would die when entering. There were locations where only peak A classes could enter. Anyone else would die when entering. There were also locations where anyone could enter. However, those people would all be stuck halfway, and only those possessing certain unique abilities would be allowed passage. All of these were categorized as unique geographical regions. These unique geographical regions were also the regions containing all sorts of mysterious and powerful energies. A person capable of training using these energies would be able to benefit greatly. This was also how some of those limited quotas for special training sessions came about. The mere act of sending a genius to those regions for training cost a great amount. As such, every single year when these new locations were opened, only a small amount of geniuses were allowed entry. The Genetic Union had always wanted to solve this issue of the limited number of individuals they could send to these unique regions, but unfortunately, they had yet to find a way to do so. As such, the only thing they could do was limit the number of entries and only allow entry for true geniuses who also possessed a sufficiently powerful background. Due to this, all sorts of elimination matches were held to determine the candidates for these limited spots. But here at the mysterious organization, Chen Feng checked the information he had obtained. This underground transportation system covering the entire planet did not only contain nodes connecting different regions. Part of this underground transportation was also nodes leading to some mysterious regions. Regardless of how dangerous the areas surrounding these regions were, it wouldn't affect them in any way. With the existence of their underground transportation system, they were able to easily send all their members to the best training locations, allowing their members to temper themselves there. This was also the main reason the mysterious organization had always believed that their organization was superior to the genetic unions. The regions the genetic union could reach were regions they could reach. As for the regions the genetic union couldn't reach, they might be able to reach those too. Besides that, among the huge amount of people wanting to go, the genetic union could only send a limited number of people to these regions. As for the mysterious organization, they were able to easily send anyone they wanted to these regions. As long as a certain region was judged to contain unique energy that was beneficial to training and improvement, several super experts would start opening up that region. Next, a connecting underground node would be constructed. With that, the mysterious organization would obtain yet another secret training camp that their members could go to anytime they wished. Naturally, the mysterious organization had their own limitation to each of their nodes. However, the limitation was not the quantity of people entering, rather it was a limitation on the strength of the people entering. This was put in place to prevent their members from dying after attempting to train at a region whose level was much higher than their own. Chen Feng turned on the map of the underground transportation system, Shua. A three-dimensional map appeared in front of him. Looking at the lifelike landmarks on the map, the nodes connecting to the region where humanity was concentrated, and the nodes connecting to the numerous training camps, he blinked. After a long time, he gasped, "Dungeon Fighter Online?" The person performing security check at the gate did not quite get what Chen Feng had said. "What are you talking about?" He shook his head. "Nothing. This was too astonishing. Perhaps that senior with a diamond on his forehead was from the same sect Soul had come from. Only a person concentrated on studying a single type of ability and growing in strength according to the chosen ability type would be able to reach such a level of mastery in his chosen ability. Due to the differing types of abilities they each focused on, the different colors of diamonds on their foreheads had come into existence, such as the green diamond, white diamond, and blue diamond that Chen Feng had heard of. Since even these people were already so formidable, how powerful was the person who had trained them? Lu Hun, Senior Mu, which of them wasn't a super expert? From what he had gathered presently, even the leader of the mysterious organization was merely an apprentice brother of souls. If so, how about their master? There was always the possibility that their master had passed away, though. However, even if that were the case, these related super experts of the mysterious organization were already sufficiently terrifying. There might be more of them out there as well. The mysterious organization was indeed not as simple as they appeared to be. Different colors of diamond, this underground system, with a respectful expression, Chen Feng looked at the guy beside him. "Oh yeah, may I ask if that senior who developed this region is surnamed Ma?" 1358, Chapter 358, target confirmed. Chapter 358, target confirmed. Translator, Lemoston editor, Tenish ultimately, Chen Feng failed to figure out if that senior was surnamed Ma. But then, that senior had truly been a formidable person to have created this underground system with his ability. With the mysterious organization as the center, the nodes around were connected to all sorts of locations. Apart from that, a complete training system could be seen as well. 1. Region of 10 Square Demons. This was a place where a species of mutated beast called Square Demon resided. This was a mutated beast formed through the concentration of a certain bizarre element. As such, these beasts possessed an undying body yet did not possess any knowledge. A warrior could increase their physique attribute a certain amount through killing these beasts. Recommended strength, E-class genetic warrior. Strength limitation, warriors above F-class were not allowed entry. Tips, this is a beast without wisdom. As such, it can be killed easily. 2. Region of roaming ghosts. Somewhere within the planet's core was a region where a dark energy wreaked havoc. The dark energy here concentrated and formed a species of formidable elemental life forms. Due to the intense death aura contained within these beasts, they were named Direg hosts. This was a life form capable of consuming the rotten corpses underground to obtain a portion of the corpse's memory before death. Due to the excessive corrosive aura this life form emitted, they were rather hard to approach. The act of approaching them carried a certain degree of danger. After killing one of them, a genetic warrior would be able to stabilize their spirit attribute to a certain extent. They could obtain a certain amount of spirit attribute as well. Recommended strength, D-class genetic warrior. Strength limitation, E-class and below genetic warriors were not allowed entry. Tips, this is a rather boorish life form with low intelligence. One could try killing them through tricks. 3. Starfall somewhere. Within the planet's core was a place with concentrations of bizarre starlight. Every single drop of the concentrated starlight here was extremely well loved due to the formidable power contained within each drop. After consuming these drops, one's spirit, physique, strength, and agility attributes would increase a certain amount. Due to the formidable power contained within these concentrated starlight drops, some mutated beasts good at traveling underground were attracted and normally lingered around here. As such, those trying to consume the concentrated starlight drops would be subjected to a certain degree of danger. Anyone attempting this had to exercise extreme caution. Recommended strength, C-class genetic warrior. Strength limitation, D-class and below genetic warriors were not allowed entry. Tips, try to sneak inside and avoid snatching the starlight drops through force. 4. Gigantic creatures of the planet's core. In front of Chen Feng was a long list detailing all available training regions, known as training camps. From E-class to A-class, all sorts of training camps existed. A huge amount of these camps were exclusive to the mysterious organization. This was a feat the Genetic Union was not capable of. The scariest fact of all was that there was no limitation to the number of the people the mysterious organization could send there. Anyone meeting the strength criteria would be allowed entry. Perhaps the mysterious organization was somewhat lacking compared to the Genetic Union and other resources. But when only training camps were taken into consideration, the mysterious organization far surpassed the Genetic Union. These camps, Chen Feng was quite shocked at all this. Why had he decided to stay with the mysterious organization? The first reason was to allow Wang Yao and Ming Yue to escape. The second reason was so he could locate the Spirit Sea Wood hidden within the mysterious organization. Unfortunately, even until now, he had yet to locate it. Now, though, the Spirit Sea Wood no longer seemed so important. No matter what, anything capable of assisting one in increasing one's strength could be considered a resource as well. Chen Feng's status in the outside world had reached plateau of sorts. Even at the Gene Production Association, he was already able to obtain any resource he wanted. Nobody could stop him. However, those resources were only helpful for gene production. If he wanted to increase his strength, those resources were insufficient. As for the Genetic Union, his contributions there weren't particularly high. He was sure that, with his relationship with the Genetic Union, he would be able to obtain those unimportant resources from them rather easily. But if he wanted to obtain a spot to enter one of their training camps, that was simply impossible. As far as the people from the Genetic Union was concerned, with their limited quota, the priority should be placed on their own children and all sorts of other geniuses they had. As for Chen Feng, even if they acknowledged that Chen Feng was a genius, for them, Chen Feng was simply a genius gene producer. His kind of genius was totally unrelated to combat power. Even the Gene Production Association wouldn't be helpful in this aspect. As far as they were concerned, Chen Feng was a treasure to be protected. They would never allow him to enter one of those training camps lest he accidentally suffer harm there. As such, Chen Feng was unable to obtain any resources training-wise in the outside world. In the past, Chen Feng had always been relying on himself. Apart from the gene production-related resources he had been able to obtain from the Gene Production Association, everything he had used for training had been something he himself had obtained. That was truly too sad. Here at the mysterious organization, he would be able to easily enter any of those training camps. The list he was staring at was a flawless training system. Those training camps that the Genetic Union held so sacred were simply common benefits here at the mysterious organization. Moreover, the training system here was of a higher quality compared to what the Genetic Union had. Mysterious organization, Chen Feng muttered inwardly. This was indeed a scary organization. Perhaps this organization's only flaw presently was its recruitment of talent. If they were able to solve this issue, with their talent and their high-quality training system, the Genetic Union would be in trouble. Naturally, none of this was something the present Chen Feng needed concern himself with. He studied the underground map attentively. He was planning to design a perfect training itinerary for himself to reach B-class. Now, I'm still mid-tier C-class. Despite the amount of combat and training I have done these few days, due to lack of training resources, I am still stuck in C-class. If so, my next goal is rather clear. First, charge to peak C-class, focusing purely on strength increase. These few training camps seem rather suitable for me. After reaching peak C-class, I can focus on breaking through. Soon, he completed the analysis of his current circumstances. What was the biggest benefit of training in these training camps? What one stood to gain was transparent. Even before going, one would know what they could obtain from that particular training camp. Whatever one wished to obtain from their training, one only needed to select the corresponding training camp and start going there without stop until one obtained what one sought. Naturally, for certain rare items, the probability of their appearance would be rather low. An example was the crystallized flame. This was the main material a flame ability user required to break through into B class. All sorts of fire elemental beasts might drop this item after death, but there was also the possibility of them dropping nothing instead. As such, warriors searching for this item would have to keep killing fire elemental beasts. In layman's terms, this was an act of grinding. Naturally, in those training camps, the probability of appearance for these items was much higher than in the outside world. Chen Feng shrugged. So I still have to grind after all. In his memories, the last time he had done any grinding was in one of those games he used to play. What game was it again? Was it Diablo 3 or Gumballs and Dungeons? Forget it. Chen Feng shook his head. Those were affairs of his previous life. He shouldn't keep looking backward. Now, he should focus on increasing his strength. In games, when one was grinding, only time and tenacity were required. Here in this world, when one grinded, one's life would be put on the line. Proper preparations were required before he set forth. Unknown to him, while he was busy preparing to increase his strength, the mysterious organization was conducting an investigation on him as well. What is Wang Feng doing? Recently, he has been focusing on increasing his strength. Did he not roam around and gather information about us? No. The only information he gathered was related to improving one's strength. How about his identity? Are there any problems? Jin Dian asked. Nope. We already investigated several times. His background is rather normal. The Wang family is our subsidiary family and has never done anything suspicious before. That Zhang family is not our subsidiary family, but they have always been one of our candidate subsidiary families. Their family members have been secretly joining our recruitments all this while. The only abnormality is the circumstances of Wang Feng's birth. As the person making the report reached this point, he paused. Jin Dian, what abnormality? Rather, that Zhang family leader had already been cuckolded to the heavens. Surprisingly, he had actually chosen to endure this humiliation and joined hands with the Wang family. Indeed, it was wise to choose to endure and to look at the bigger picture. But then this, A359, Chapter 359, Arcane Studies, Chapter 359, Arcane Studies Translator, Limostan Editor, Tenish. I guess he's doing that in order to become a formal subsidiary family of our organization, the person stated in a lowered voice. The Zhang family applied to join us numerous times in the past. In fact, we haven't had an issue with accepting them. However, during the past few years, there hasn't been a new recruitment drive. As such, their acceptance was delayed. As for the recent recruitment, they were not included as we were in a rush at the time. However, they will be able to join us by the end of this year at the latest. I guess the Zhang family thought that they had failed their application and decided to try their luck using this roundabout method. Jin Dian nodded. This might be the case. Perhaps he could recommend this Zhang family to Senior Lu Hun later. A family so resolute and patient might be acceptable to Senior Lu Hun. Continue observing Wang Feng, Jin Dian commanded. No matter what, do not grant any high-level authority to this batch of recruits for now. We will observe them for a while before deciding. Without first confirming the identities of the new recruits, he definitely would not allow them to leave the headquarters. If any of them were found to be problematic, even those they were only suspicious of and had no substantial proof of any wrongdoing would have to stay here at the headquarters their whole lives. But he is, after all, the one who killed Chen Feng and rescued everyone, that person said. Ms. Ye Zhongtong has been begging for leniency on his behalf all this while as well. Jin Dian smiled bitterly. Little tongue? This Xie Zhongtong was a source of headaches for him. This young lady had an unordinary identity. Even before she had participated in the recruitment process, she had already had a unique identity as the daughter of a big shot in their organization. To be precise, she was the adopted daughter of that big shot. As for which type of adopted daughter she was, it remained a mystery. 1. This young lady originated from a subsidiary family of the organization. Due to a certain incident, her family had been destroyed by a certain family. Subsequently, this young lady had joined the family that had destroyed her family. Next, that family had fallen into disorder. It was rumored that, after she had joined, the family head had killed all the females in their family. Next, the family members of those females had rushed over and a huge battle had erupted there. Ultimately, none of them had survived. This was not the only family to have suffered that fate. All families that had had a hand in the destruction of Xie Zhongtong's family had been implicated and destroyed as a result. Their fates were akin to the elimination of their bloodlines. All families with even an ounce of blood ties with them had been eliminated. Back when that happened, the mysterious organization had indeed made some preparations to deal with this war between their subsidiary families. Due to their unique identity and the need to hide their actions from the genetic union, it had been inevitable that the organization would need to do something about this war between their subsidiary families. Unexpectedly, though, just as their preparations had completed, before they had even been able to do anything, all the families were already dead. Thereupon, Xie Zhongtong's fame had risen within the mysterious organization. In 7 short days, she had eliminated the entirety of a powerful family and all other families related to this family. Subsequently, a certain big shot of the mysterious organization had decided to adopt Xie Zhongtong as his daughter. Just like that, Xie Zhongtong's identity in the mysterious organization had changed. The only reason she had even joined this recruitment was to expand her connections. Naturally, due to the disastrous casualties of the new recruits during the Chen Feng incident, among the new connections she had made, Wang Feng was the sole survivor. She and Wang Feng, Jin Dian tried asking. The person shook his head. Not yet. She tried courting Wang Feng several times and was repeatedly rejected. Jin Dian breathed out in relief. Good. Although he insisted on investigating Wang Feng, Jin Dian still trusted him. If Wang Feng were to get entangled with Xie Zhongtong, his future in this organization might be somewhat jeopardized as a result. Try to reduce the amount of contact between the two of them. Jin Dian frowned as he continued. If Wang Feng passes the checks we are conducting on him, he might very well be a person the organization will focus on nurturing. As such, it is a good thing that he is such an indifferent person and only focuses on strength. If he were a person encumbered by his emotions, things would be quite troublesome. Understood, that person answered. You may leave now. Suddenly his wristband buzzed. Turning his wristband on, Jin Dian noted that it was Tong Lan calling him. Your injuries have healed already? Jin Dian asked with a faint smile. Tong Lan was that very person who had fought with Square over Wang Feng. Ultimately, he had been beaten up badly by Senior Mu and had only been released after a ransom of 5 million had been paid. As Tong Lan heard Jin Dian's words, his lips twitched. Are you aware that your new nickname is Million Tongue? Jin Dian couldn't help but laugh whenever he thought of this. But then, that Senior Mu was rather childish as well. As a senior, not only had he cheated against these juniors, had there been a need for a super expert like him to be angry toward these people? Truly, Tong Lan sneered. I will have my revenge sooner or later. Jin Dian narrowed his eyes. Even if Tong Lan had the courage to talk as he wished, the same did not apply to him. All those seniors were extremely formidable, each of them focusing exclusively on different abilities. They were all excessively powerful. That Senior Mu was also one such freakish existence. Jin Dian had no intentions of seeking death. What a coward, Tong Lan snapped. Jin Dian did not reply. Inwardly, he thought, yes, you are indeed brave. However, what's the result of your bravery? Naturally, Tong Lan was aware of his thoughts. Jin Dian's expression changed slightly. So, why are you looking for me? I agree with your proposal, Tong Lan said indifferently. Jin Dian's eyes shone. Are you sure? He was aware that this was an area Tong Lan specialized in. Yes, Tong Lan grumbled. Although he rejected me once, he is, after all, still an extremely rare, super lucky person that would probably only appear once in 10,000 years. I will not give up on him. Moreover, since Old Square is now dead, this Wang Feng is now a free person. It wouldn't hurt for me to try and get him for myself. Even if I can't obtain him, I can still do him a favor. Different from all of you who look highly on his strength and potential, I only care about one thing, his luck. A person with such luck is most certainly not someone ordinary. From the moment he had met Wang Feng, he had already been thoroughly astonished. Wang Feng was terrifyingly lucky. This fact had especially been pronounced during the test. If luck could be transformed into light during that test, Chen Feng had been akin to someone shining as bright as the sun and moon. This was a person that Tong Lan had to be friendly with. Jin Dian glared at him. You must not allow your personal opinion to get in the way. Tong Lan smiled calmly. Don't worry. However, the control of luck in itself is considered some sort of arcane studies. Despite his potential, he will still have to rely on himself when learning the methods of luck control. That is only natural. With this, their conversation ended. The next day, Chen Feng found out that Jin Dian had hired a teacher for him. As for the content of the subject he was supposed to learn, it was rather astonishing. Arcane studies, this was what he was going to learn. As for his teacher, it was Tong Lan, the guy who had been beaten up badly when Chen Feng last saw him. Tong Lan felt somewhat awkward when meeting Chen Feng. Cough, cough, we've met before. Evidently, he had been beaten up quite badly previously. Chen Feng nodded. Hello, I believe you have an idea what arcane studies entail even without me describing it to you. In short, this is the study of fate. However, it's also not as simple as that. The ultimate goal of arcane studies is to obtain the methods of increasing the probability of different occurrences. For example, learning how to increase the probability of something happening from 1% to 10%. Even if this is part of arcane studies, even if this is affected by probability and fate, after learning about arcane studies, you will be able to maximize the strength and power you can unleash. Tong Lan continued seriously. Apart from this, after learning about arcane studies, you will be able to heighten your senses, allowing you to sense some vague details concerning the future. For example, you will be able to sense if today will be your lucky day, and so on. Suddenly, Chen Feng raised his hand. Teacher, Tong Lan was quite satisfied with Chen Feng's eagerness to study. Yes, Chen Feng stood up and meekly asked, I have a question. That day, did you sense that you were going to get beaten up? Shua. Instantly, Tong Lan's expression darkened. Suri 60, Chapter 360, New Ability. Chapter 360, New Ability. Translator, Lemostan editor, Tenish Tanglan was sure that if it wasn't for Wang Feng's talent, which he looked so highly upon, he would have beaten this kid to death for this question. Did I not sense that? Don't you know the answer? If I had truly sensed that, why would I have ended up beaten so badly that day? Aren't you asking a question you knew the answer for? No, Tong Lan snapped. Chen Feng's face was filled with doubt. If so, then what's the point of learning this thing? Tong Lan, he studied Wang Feng attentively. Jin Dian glanced at Wang Feng as well. Only at this did they realize that even though Wang Feng had been listening, in fact, he hadn't really been convinced of the so-called arcane studies. Rather than doubting Tong Lan, he doubted arcane studies. Was learning this thing truly useful? If this was someone else, Tong Lan wouldn't have been bothered. They could choose to believe or not to believe as they wished. However, this guy here was Wang Feng, one of those he looked most highly upon. As such, he had to continue his lecture. Tong Lan laughed bitterly. Senior Mu was too strong. As such, it is natural for me to not be able to sense what he's about to do. However, if it was someone else, for example, Jin Dian, that wanted to kill me, I would definitely be able to sense it in advance. Jin Dian glared at him. Do you believe that I won't cut you down right here and now? Hence, Chen Feng pondered and continued, I will be able to sense the actions of those weaker or who possess strength similar to mine. As for those stronger than me, I won't be able to sense them. If so, what's the point of learning this thing? Fate is an extremely important thing, I'm aware. Luck is very important as well, I'm aware. Arcane studies are capable of improving your fate and luck. I don't believe that. At this, the conversation halted. Jin Dian and Tonglan looked at each other. What could they do when encountering a person like this? In truth, though, it was quite simple to solve this. Tonglan was aware of Wang Feng's hidden meaning. Since he claimed that arcane studies were powerful, he only needed to prove it. But then, something like this couldn't really be proven. Tossing a coin to prove his luck? But then, almost everyone knew a coin trick nowadays. In this genetic era, experts with all sorts of abilities existed. As such, at a glance, arcane studies might not appear particularly useful. There existed abilities out there not only capable of influencing the result of a coin toss, but that could potentially even transform the coin into a gold coin. Tonglan inhaled deeply. Fine, let us discuss properly. As a youth with exceptionally good luck, how could this Wang Feng think this way? Even if the advantages of arcane studies couldn't be demonstrated in a clear-cut manner, Tonglan had to convince Wang Feng. What is your opinion of my combat power? Tonglan asked. Chen Feng answered honestly. Quite ordinary. Among A-class warriors, Tonglan was truly quite lacking in combat power. Correct. Tonglan wasn't the least bothered by this and lectured earnestly. Therefore, it would be extremely easy for Jin Dian to kill me. However, what if I have extremely powerful sensory capabilities? If my luck is reinforced, giving me the ability to sense what he's about to do to me, I would definitely be able to prepare myself accordingly before it comes. With that, Jin Dian killing me becomes a nearly impossible feat. In fact, up until now, I have survived an extremely huge number of dangers thanks to arcane studies. Granted, I was indeed beaten up that day, but then that was because Senior Mu is too powerful. Moreover, back then, we were in the internal area of the mysterious organization. At a place like that, even if he were to beat me up, he would not truly kill me. Therefore, do you understand what I'm trying to say? Chen Feng glanced at Jin Dian, who nodded slightly. Only useful for sensing danger? Chen Feng asked. Naturally, it's not only limited to that. As Chen Feng seemed somewhat convinced, Tanglan breathed out in relief. Next, he started telling Chen Feng various benefits of luck improvement. To summarize what he was telling Chen Feng, he was educating Chen Feng about how the probability of occurrences with a low chance of happening would increase greatly after learning about arcane studies. As for occurrences with a high chance of happening, the probability of them happening could be enhanced to 100%. This was the true function of arcane studies. Chen Feng merely listened quietly to all of this. Arcane studies, this thing was truly not particularly useful to him. When he needed to alter the probability of something occurring, he could do that with his luck aura. Hence, while listening, he maintained a facade of someone lacking interest. This facade fit the character of Wang Feng he was playing as well. However, toward the end of Tonglan's speech, Chen Feng was abruptly startled. Tonglan ended his speech passionately. I believe that when one's prowess reaches a certain level, one can control even luck itself. When one improves their luck to the limit, one might even turn omniscient, knowing everything. Chen Feng frowned. That shouldn't be possible, right? He was too experienced in the control of luck. Even now, he already had a rough grasp on the basic usage of his luck aura and was able to use his luck aura to obtain certain information he required. For example, using his alarm system, he was able to find out if there were any enemies within a certain range of him. His luck aura would give him a yes or a no as an answer. Another example was his ability of locating the enemy's coordinates using his luck aura. These were all things the present Chen Feng was capable of doing. He believed that, with sufficient luck value, he could even form letters in the world of his luck aura to find out what his target was talking about. He had indeed attempted that, but the consumption of luck value had been extremely huge. As such, it was impossible for the present him. Theoretically, to form a single word, a countless combination of letters would be required. Every possible combination would have a different probability of appearing. When all these probabilities were added up, the resulting amount was unimaginably high. To form a single word, the final probability would probably be 1 in several 100,000. To form a full sentence, indeed, luck value was theoretically capable of achieving anything related to probability. However, there was a limit to it. When using luck aura to do something exceeding the limit, the actual consumption of luck value increased. This was something Chen Feng wasn't too experienced with. Even when using his luck aura to affect reality, Chen Feng was only able to roughly estimate the amount of luck value required through the world of his luck aura. When it came to pure information gathering through the power of luck, he lacked experience. Was this truly possible? Why not? Tonglan proudly stated. Granted, the maximum information I can gather is limited to 2 words, and it only works in certain circumstances, but based on my calculations, it is definitely possible. By guessing the letters before forming words with the guessed letters? Why is there a need to even guess the letters? We can directly guess the words themselves. Chen Feng was speechless. But then, based on the dictionary, there are nearly 100,000 words in existence at this time, right? To get a single one of those words right, the probability was 1 in 100,000. That seemed like a bottomless abyss. Tonglan shrugged. So what? Among the 100,000 words, almost 90,000 of them are words we don't require. The number of commonly used words on a daily basis is in fact lower than 3,000. With this, the amount of information we need to actually gather is much lower. Shua, Chen Feng's eyes shone. 3,000. This reduced the probability by more than tenfold. If so, Chen Feng felt doubtful though. Within a single set of information, too many words are contained. If so, how are we supposed to determine which of these words are the truly important words? Tonglan was excited. It hadn't been easy to get Wang Feng engaged in this discussion. Haha. To know this, you will have to learn my arcane studies. Soon, he started tossing his various theories regarding arcane studies at Chen Feng, and with this, Chen Feng's course in arcane studies officially began. Learning about arcane studies had indeed dispelled a lot of the doubt Chen Feng had had all this while. Although Tonglan did not possess the terrifying luck aura Chen Feng possessed, and he wasn't as talented as Chen Feng when it came to controlling luck, he had dedicated his whole life to this. Therefore, he was absolutely the most experienced person at this. Chen Feng also learned a lot through their conversations. What was it exactly that the arcane studies could accomplish? They could increase probability. Yes, the increase wasn't too high. It might be a mere 10% or 20%, but if this increase was applied to every single word, how much would the total increase be for one whole sentence? With the probability of 1 in 3,000, every single enhancement of arcane studies on their probability would have an outstanding effect. This method of information gathering that Chen Feng had never dared to attempt previously due to the huge luck value consumption had now seemingly been unlocked for him. These days, Chen Feng was extremely serious in his studies. Apart from that, he was also learning how to better estimate his luck value consumption. Due to Tonglan's limited strength, using the power of luck, he had to first guess what the full sentence was before using the power of luck to reveal the correct words. Finally, Chen Feng understood the reason those fortune tellers only ever said either 1 or 2 words at a time. Now, Chen Feng had transformed this into an ability to estimate his luck value consumption. He did not need to estimate the number of words his ability could gather, nor did he need to estimate the total length of the sentence. The only thing he needed to focus on was completing his own guesswork. Shua, light started swirling before his eyes. Chen Feng entered the world of his luck aura. What will Wang Lan say next? Shua, estimated luck value consumption, 5 points to display or not. Display, Shua. These words appeared on the screen in the world of his luck aura. Wang Feng, have you mastered this? In the real world, after confirming the contents of Chen Feng's studies, Tonglan asked, Wang Feng, have you mastered this? Bang! Chen Feng's heart jolted. It had worked. He had finally succeeded. This was the very first time he had been able to use his luck aura to display information of any substance. I-361, Chapter 361, Truth Divination, Chapter 361, Truth Divination Translator, Limostan Editor, Tenish Success. This was the very first time Chen Feng had managed to obtain a full set of information instead of a basic yes or no answer using his luck aura. Even if he had only managed to deduce Tonglan's words 1 second in advance, even if this was a simple sentence while Tonglan was defenseless, the significance of this feat was still large. The function of this new ability wasn't as simple as predicting words. What if Chen Feng wanted to know about something else? For example, what were the secrets of Tonglan? How many secrets did Tonglan have? Who was the leader of the mysterious organization? How many members were there in the Diamond Club? No, wait, the correct question to ask was how many people out there with a diamond on their forehead existed. He would be able to figure out all of these using his luck aura. As long as he had sufficient luck value, Chen Feng would be able to find out everything. This method of information gathering would be the foundation for everything. With this, Chen Feng could find out nearly anything he wanted to know. Naturally, the premise of all this was sufficient luck value. Chen Feng preferred to use a simpler term to refer to this new ability of his, Truth Divination. Ability, Truth Divination function, able to obtain any information the user wishes to. Consumption, only luck value can be used to power this ability. Try it out? Chen Feng was extremely tempted. Now that Chen Feng had created this ability, he needed to figure out how powerful this ability was exactly. Would the luck value consumption be related to the number of words? This was something worth researching. Presently, the perfect target was here for him to test this new ability out. At this thought, Chen Feng laughed. Tonglan frowned. What are you laughing about? Every time this Wang Feng laughed, his hair stood on end. Chen Feng scratched his head. Nothing. Shua. Light started swirling before his eyes, and once again, Truth Divination was activated. First test, how many girlfriends has Tonglan had in the past? Chen Feng asked inwardly. With that, Truth Divination started working as his luck aura was activated, before finally it transmitted the result back to Chen Feng. Luck value consumption, 5 points result, 0 Chen Feng, 0. The 0 here did not signify the failure of his luck aura. Rather, it signified that Tonglan had had 0 girlfriends before. At this reveal, when Chen Feng's gaze once again landed on this Tonglan who was already rather old, his gaze softened. What a pitiful forever alone fellow. Chen Feng started asking some crucial questions. Second test, has Tonglan ever betrayed the mysterious organization? Shua. Soon, he received the feedback. Luck value consumption, 10 points result, number Chen Feng, 10 points of luck value. The number of words used in the feedback was the same as the previous question. Why had the consumption increased by 5 points? Moreover, his first question had been shorter than his first test, so why had the consumption for the two been the same? 3 different questions with 3 different consumptions. What was the reason for this? Chen Feng frowned. It seemed like he would have to perform more tests. When encountering theories he was uncertain about, only a huge amount of tests would be able to answer his doubts. Hence, countless questions appeared in Chen Feng's brain. How old is Tonglan? What's the name of Tonglan's father? What's the color of Tonglan's underwear? And so on. Any question he could think of, he asked. Finally, he found out that, when used against the same person, the more private the question and the more hidden the truth was, the higher the consumption. Why? Chen Feng sunk into contemplation. Was it due to Tonglan hiding certain secrets at the depths of his heart, to the point where, even when using this mysterious power known as luck, a certain amount of consumption was required? If so, with a sharp gaze, Chen Feng asked his final question, what is Tonglan's deepest secret? Shua. Light swirled before his eyes. With astonishment, Chen Feng noted that 50 points of his luck value were consumed. His remaining luck value was nearly emptied out. The fuck? Chen Feng was startled. During his previous tests, the highest consumption for a single question had been 15 points. Now, suddenly, 50 points had been lost. Could it be that this Tonglan guy, Chen Feng's brain started racing? During this period where he was in the mysterious organization, he had heard some rumors as well. These rumors had only been circulating among the grassroots, but eyewitnesses existed. For example, a rumor stating that Tonglan's true name was Tangshan. Once, someone close to him had been humiliated by the White Church. This was why he was opposed to the White Church and the organization. The reason Senior Mu had beat him up so badly he had almost been crippled was quite complicated as well. All this while, Chen Feng had believed that these had merely been rumors. After all, he'd had a hand in what had happened that day as well. But this consumption of luck value, Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. He was truly curious about the actual secret of Tonglan. Shua. A row of words appeared. With a glance, Chen Feng's heart jolted. This, even after preparing himself mentally, he had never expected that this would be Tonglan's secret. It was no wonder that this secret was hidden within the depths of his heart. Tonglan had a son with the wife of one of his elder brothers. A simple description. With a single glance at this simple row of words, a melodramatic romance story with over 300 chapters formed in Chen Feng's brain. No wonder this guy has had 0 girlfriends. Tonglan noticed the change in Chen Feng's gaze and asked, "What's up?" Chen Feng coughed and said, "Thank you." Tonglan was extremely gratified. "Don't worry about it." This transformation of Wang Feng's, from the initial doubt to the present admiration and gratitude, gave him an extreme sense of accomplishment. "This is something I ought to do anyway. The mysterious organization will be depending on you in the future. Use the arcane studies you have learned properly and push them to a new height." "Yes, teacher," Chen Feng answered respectfully. Tonglan burst out in laughter. "You don't have to call me teacher. With your talent, in a few years you will probably reach a class. It's improper for someone like you to call me teacher. If you don't mind, you can just call me Big Brother Tong." Chen Feng nodded slightly. "All right, Big Brother Tong." Tonglan was extremely satisfied. This kid wasn't as cold and arrogant as Jin Dian had said. In fact, he was rather nice. "Practice more after you go back," Tonglan advised. "This is not all arcane studies can accomplish. I am limited by my talent. I hope that a day will come when you surpass me." Chen Feng nodded solemnly. Big Brother Tong, I will work hard to be someone like you." Tonglan, why did this sentence feel somewhat off to him? If Wang Feng was truly going to be like him, it would be better for Wang Feng to not refer to him as Big Brother. These days, Chen Feng spent his time learning from Tonglan. He mastered nearly everything about the art of arcane studies. This amazed Tonglan to no end. Evidently, Chen Feng's grasp on and comprehension of luck was much higher than he had imagined. Toward all this, Chen Feng merely smiled. This was the kind of person he was. There was no need for him to explain his grasp on luck. Tonglan would come out with his own conclusions anyway. The rest of his time was spent enjoying himself. Occasionally, when his luck value had regenerated, he would try using his new ability. Ultimately, he found out that the luck value consumption was dependent on the target's strength, how hidden the information was, the environment his target was in, and even the number of words required for the reveal. After several days of rest, Chen Feng finally accumulated a certain amount of luck value. Now, he wanted to test if his truth divination was capable of more. For example, figuring out something that was truly a secret. He tried using truth divination. Who is the strongest genetic warrior currently alive in this world? Shua, midair, words were about to appear. Suddenly, the illusory world of his luck aura started collapsing. A terrifying power started surging out somewhere. Chilliness surged from the depths of his own heart, and instantly his luck value was fully exhausted. Not good. Acutely, Chen Feng could feel that something wasn't right. He knew that an extra half-second was all that he required for the words to be fully formed. However, it was even more probable that he would die immediately the moment he saw the answer. Leave. Without any hesitation, Chen Feng left the world of his luck aura and returned to the real world. The entire illusory world collapsed. As for Chen Feng, his whole body was dripping with sweat, akin to someone who had just gone through a huge battle. What exactly was that power I felt earlier? 36.2. Chapter 36.2, Unable to Satisfy. Chapter 36.2, Unable to Satisfy. Translator, Lemostan editor, Tennis Chen Feng, was unaware of what that power was. However, at the instant he was about to obtain that information, the chill and fear rising from the depths of his heart were evidence that he would probably die right here if he continued on and obtained that information. He had believed there wouldn't have been any problems asking that question due to the amount of A-class experts he had seen nowadays. Even a peak, a class like Jin Dian, did not notice truth divination being used on him. Unexpectedly, this single question he had asked had almost ended his life. I asked a question I shouldn't have asked, Chen Feng thought knowingly. Despite this, he wasn't disappointed. The fact that this had even happened was sufficient to showcase the prowess of his truth divination. It was so powerful that even those terrifying existences couldn't escape its detection. The only limitation was the present him being too weak. The mere act of obtaining the knowledge itself would bring with it a consequence he couldn't face. If he was stronger, he would definitely be able to obtain the answer to his questions. As for now, he would have to first focus on increasing his strength. Naturally, in the future, he had to be careful when using his truth divination. There existed some questions he definitely could not ask casually. Otherwise, if something similar were to happen in the future, he could very well end up dead. The experts of this world were much stronger than he had imagined. Chen Feng clenched his fists. I need to be stronger. Now that he was done with his arcane studies and his research of truth divination, he could finally focus on his own plan, using the mysterious organization's resources to increase his strength. For now, there was no need for him to think of the Spirit Sea Wood. With his current status, he was not qualified to access anything related to the Spirit Sea Wood. However, as long as he did well in this organization, he might be able to obtain access after increasing his strength. This was also his actual purpose here. Now that I'm at mid-tier C class, my next target is to reach high-tier C class, Chen Feng analyzed. The mysterious organization had an ample amount of resources. The amount of training camps for C class alone was already more than 10. Naturally, the determining factor for the amount of benefits one could obtain from most of these camps was not one's combat power. Rather, they relied on one's luck and accumulation. For example, within a certain training camp, there were all sorts of mysterious herbs capable of increasing one's strength. However, this was a desolate area filled with poison. As such, anyone attempting to enter would have to purchase all sorts of reagents to protect themselves against poison. The poisons there weren't particularly powerful, but the variety of poisons was astonishingly high. Fire poisons, wind poisons, gold poisons, all sorts of unimaginable poisons could appear there. Apart from this, unknown poisons and never-before-seen poisons would probably appear there as well. This was an extremely dangerous place. Due to the unique environment there, even mutated beasts couldn't survive this place. Despite the lack of mutated beasts, this was still one of the most dangerous C-class training camps. Regardless of the benefits one stood to obtain there, most people were still unwilling to enter. Based on the recorded data, to enter the depths of the poisonous region, increase one's strength, and return smoothly, a huge bag of antidotes would be required just to survive. Even this survival was with the premise that one was lucky enough. An absolute majority of the non-combat training camps were similar to this camp. Due to environmental issues and various other reasons, mutated beasts were not able to survive in these places. However, these places where even mutated beasts couldn't survive were usually extremely dangerous. Hence, most people preferred the combat training camps. Simple, direct, and safe. An example of such would be training camps requiring XXX amount of combat power. One only needed to have a combat power higher than the specified XXX, and one would be able to return smoothly from the camp, with no apparent reason who would willingly risk their life going to those non-combat training camps. As far as Chen Feng was concerned, though, this was the perfect opportunity. The huge benefits he stood to gain and the easier method of strength improvement at these non-combat training camps were extremely attractive to him. As for the dangers posed by the environment, they were non-existent to him. Thereupon, using 3 days, Chen Feng cleaned up all the non-combat training camps. The great variety of poisons? It was truly unfortunate that with Chen Feng's myriad illusions his ability had much more variety. Luck? This was something Chen Feng specialized in. To top it off, since Chen Feng himself was a gene producer, these training camps posed no problem to him. Easily, he obtained all the rewards he could obtain from these non-combat training camps. With this, his strength once again greatly increased. Even those training camps with an extremely high difficulty were easily cleared by Chen Feng. Using 3 days, Chen Feng reached the peak of C-Class. Presently, at a certain location, Chen Feng was standing up calmly. Peak C-Class, he sensed the power contained within him. Since this was the first time he had entered those training camps, the rate of his improvement had been rather huge. Moreover, he had obtained all sorts of precious materials thanks to the 10+ training camps he had cleared. All of these contributed to his great improvement. Unfortunately, this was where his rapid improvement stopped. These few days, he had been sticking to a monotonous schedule, traveling from the mysterious organization to the subway before going to the various training camps. The most time he had spent doing this was 5 hours. Chen Feng sighed. The amount of resources at the mysterious organization's disposal is indeed terrifying. Now it was time for him to enter those combat training camps. Since he was already a person capable of combating those of a higher level than him, now that his strength had increased, he was definitely not weaker than a peak B-class. These C-class training camps were simply incapable of stopping him. He had a very simple goal: clear all the combat training camps and reach B-class. However, he seemed to have overestimated these training camps. Despite the obvious improvement in his strength, due to him being too strong, these C-class training camps were incapable of exerting any pressure on him. Since he wasn't able to properly temper himself, it was natural that he failed to break through. After clearing 4 or 5 training camps in a row with no signs of a breakthrough, he was forced to stop. He was stuck. Those combat training camps that were proclaimed as camps that would enable one to advance through experiences of life and death had all been attempted by Chen Feng. Unfortunately, he wasn't the least pressured by those camps. Indeed, he had obtained some other benefits. His strength was much more stable now, and his accumulation was also thicker, but then, what was the fucking point? What he wanted was to break through. Only after he increased his strength in the truest sense by entering B-class could he once again fuse with a new genetic ability, and only with that could he once again greatly increase his combat power. As for his attributes, along with the increase in his combat power, the effects of his attributes were now minimal. What should he do now? Chen Feng's head ached. To be safe, he had left all the combat training camps for the end and gone after those non-combat training camps first. Unexpectedly, he had actually failed to break through due to him being too strong. Nowadays, he was too used to having experts as his enemy. As such, he had forgotten what an ordinary C-class looked like. If these C-class training camps could make even Chen Feng experience the pressure of life and death, the other C-class warriors would likely have had no hope of clearing these camps. Things are getting somewhat troublesome, Chen Feng muttered. The C-class training camps were insufficient for him, yet he wasn't qualified to enter the B-class training camps. Was he going to be stuck here? Yes, during the past 2 days, his improvement could be described with the word skyrocketing. However, he was still dissatisfied. He had initially expected the mysterious organization's resources to be sufficient to push him up to B-class. Did he have to break through slowly from now on? Perhaps he could try facing a life and death crisis to exert some pressure on himself. Chen Feng sunk into contemplation. This won't do. Suddenly, he thought of something. Perhaps I could try applying for B-class training camp access? Even if there were rules regulating entry to these training camps, Chen Feng was, after all, the savior of a lot of the mysterious organization's members. That, coupled with his luck aura, meant his application might be successful after all. This was worth trying. A-363, Chapter 363, Opening the Desolate Land. Chapter 363, Opening the Desolate Land. Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish. At the Gene Production Association, the ashen-faced Ho Liang was staring at the update he had just received. According to the update, Chen Feng had snuck into the mysterious organization in order to rescue Wang Yao. Ultimately, he had gotten himself killed. After the Genetic Union had ambushed the mysterious organization, they had recovered some recordings from the scene and found out about all of this. The trembling Ho Liang played the recording. Shua, a 3-dimensional video appeared mid-air. In the video, Chen Feng was standing in the command center and was about to perform a suicide attack on the mysterious organization. Ultimately, he was killed by someone else. This was clear for all to see. On top of that, even the scene where Lu Hun destroyed Chen Feng's entire corpse could be seen. Chen Feng was truly dead. The Genetic Union had benefited greatly this time, as in this operation, the identity of a huge amount of the mysterious organization's people had been exposed. For example, people like Lu Hun and Jin Dian. All the members of the mysterious organization who were at the Cloud's Warm Mountain when Chen Feng was battling them were exposed. With the ability of a super expert, the Genetic Union was able to restore the information at the scene and figure out the identity of all these people. Subsequently, all these people were listed as wanted criminals. It could be said that the moment these people showed themselves or were discovered, they would have no way out. The information about these wanted criminals had been sent to all the wristbands in existence on this planet. The moment anyone encountered these wanted criminals, the Genetic Union would be immediately notified. These people no longer had any way out. As for the research projects of the mysterious organization, all of them had been halted. One could say that in this operation, the Genetic Union had seized total victory. The only loss was Chen Feng. Old Zhu patted Ho Liang's shoulder. My condolences. Chen Feng was dead, and the Genetic Union had merely commemorated his contributions and expressed their gratitude to him. That was all. Since Chen Feng was a lone ranger, who would truly care about him? Ho Liang clenched his fists. Chen Feng, he had once believed that this child would be able to walk further down this path. Unexpectedly, Ho Liang sighed. In the end, you still ended up dead like those geniuses as well? At that moment, he seemed to have aged considerably. Who is the one that killed Chen Feng? Ho Liang asked. We're not sure. We don't have any information regarding him in our database, the person from the Genetic Union said. However, from our currently available information, we have deduced that this person might be called Wang Feng. Instantly, Ho Liang blanked. What? Wang Feng? Wait. Once again, Ho Liang replayed the recording sent by the Genetic Union. Instantly, his expression became somewhat odd. Could it be, oh yeah, had the candidate to enter that place been decided yet? No? Tell the Union that I'm recommending someone. Who? Qin Hai. Currently, at the mysterious organization, Chen Feng was submitting a formal application to enter the B-class training camp. Jin Dian frowned. You are applying to enter the B-class training camps? It was unprecedented for a C-class warrior to apply to enter the B-class training camps. The strength of the dangers in those camps were already comparatively higher than a regular person of the same class. Back then, when they had opened up the C-class training camps, the progress structure for all the combat training camps had been set up in a reasonable manner. From initial C-class warriors till peak C-class warriors requiring breakthrough, C-class training camps with corresponding difficulty had been set. One only needed to meet the requirement, and one would be able to advance by merely entering the camps. Even the genetic warriors that were normally capable of challenging those of a higher class would need to exercise extra caution in these camps to survive. Moreover, even if one cleared all the combat training camps, there were still those non-combat training camps that were much more dangerous. The moment anyone was stuck in any sort of bottleneck and failed to break through, or perhaps one just was tired of all the battles in the combat training camps, one could try their luck at the non-combat training camps. However, they had never expected that a freak like this Wang Feng might exist. Non-combat training camps? He had cleared them all long ago. Combat training camps? These camps were incapable of exerting any sort of pressure on him. As far as Chen Feng was concerned, he was simply visiting these camps to collect the resources available there while obtaining a boost to his ego in the process. After that, these camps were no longer of any use to him. If he wanted to truly advance, he required a camp of a higher difficulty. On this thought, he had decided to act immediately. After clearing all the C-class training camps, Wang Feng had gone directly to Jin Dian. So, Jin Dian stared at Chen Feng with an inconceivable expression. You have cleared all these camps? Chen Feng nodded. It was quite easy. Jin Dian rubbed his head. And even after clearing all of them, you failed to break through? Chen Feng nodded. Yes. A peak C-class training camp is no longer capable of exerting any pressure on me. I need to go somewhere with a higher level of difficulty in order to even feel anything. Jin Dian, only now did he recall Wang Feng's test results during the recruitment. It was indeed true that this child's combat power reached peak B-class. They had neglected this because there were a lot of non-B-class warriors with peak B-class combat power out there. All these people still had to exercise utmost caution in the C-class training camps. Unexpectedly, Jin Dian smiled bitterly. Peak B-class was already an unsurpassable mount for a new recruit. As such, when they had been setting up their training structure, it had been based on this assumption. Now that he looked at it, it was apparent that even those who similarly had peak B-class combat power would differ greatly from each other. After all, the gap between peak B-class and A-class was quite huge. And this Wang Feng, Jin Dian, sunk into a solemn mood. This kid was already this powerful? Finally, he realized that the mysterious organization had probably gained a true genius this time. After understanding Wang Feng's circumstances, Jin Dian stood up and left. I will deal with this. The limitations for the training camps had been put in place to ensure the safety of their members. With Chen Feng's special application, the mysterious organization decided to approve his request. Somewhat surprising him, though, was the fact that the mysterious organization had not granted him entry into a higher-level training camp. Rather, they had issued a new order to him. Wang Feng was allowed to follow the exploration squad to open up the newly found training camp 089. Chen Feng's heart jolted furiously. New training camp? Jin Dian nodded slightly. That's right. To be honest, regardless of how ample the resources those training camps contain are, all those are still something left behind. Only the first batch of explorers who were involved in the opening up of the training camps truly benefited. According to our deductions, the average strength of the existing dangers in this new training camp should not surpass B-class. Therefore, this is a perfect opportunity for you. Shua, Chen Feng's eyes shone. What a good opportunity. Jin Dian smiled calmly. This is what you deserved. After all, you rescued so many of our members. A lot of people spoke on your behalf to grant you entry into this squad. Chen Feng expressed his gratitude. Many thanks. He was aware that Jin Dian must have put a lot of effort into this. The opening of a new training camp, huh? Just imagining a place nobody had visited all this years. With the average strength of the dangers there being B-class, that was simply heaven. If he was able to obtain the resources within, Chen Feng would definitely break through. Naturally, such a good opportunity would not be granted to Chen Feng alone. When Jin Dian brought him over, there were already 3 people waiting there. When they saw Chen Feng, their expressions were scarily dark. Prior to this, they had already agreed on their resource allocation. Now that Chen Feng had appeared suddenly, their share would have to be reduced. The leader stared at Chen Feng with a gloomy gaze. You are Wang Feng? I heard that you are that guy whose popularity surged after killing someone by fluke at Cloudswarm Mountain. Hee. Regardless of who you are, remember this. During this exploration, the 3 of us will share 90% of the obtained resources. To give Senior Jin face, you will be given 10% of the share. The remaining 2 had obviously unhappy expressions on their faces as well. As the amount of resources available in a new training camp was extremely huge, a mere 10% reduction in their share was already an extremely huge amount. Now that they were being forced to share 10% of the resources, it was normal for them to feel unhappy about it. The more they looked at Chen Feng, the more annoying they found him. Do you hear me? That person asked coldly. The smiling Chen Feng nodded. Yes. Good, that person sneered. You better be obedient, or else. However, before he even finished his sentence, Chen Feng was already looking at Jin Dian. With a somewhat embarrassed expression, he asked, I wanted to ask a question. Is it normal for explorers to die when opening up a new training camp? Jin Dian was curious. What's up? So, Chen Feng glanced at the squad of 3 that were busy showing off their might in front of him and said, if they all died in there, that would be reasonable, right? Schwa. Instantly, the atmosphere around them sunk to the freezing point. 364, Chapter 364, Opening Up a New Training Camp. Chapter 364, Opening Up a New Training Camp. Translator, Lemaston Editor Tennis Yu. At Chen Feng's words, they were angered. Just as they were about to start raging, their gazes met Chen Feng's ice-cold gaze. Only now were they truly certain that this Wang Feng was really planning to kill them. Was this guy sick? They were somewhat dumbfounded. Granted, they'd had a minor conflict with this Wang Feng guy, but it wasn't so serious that killing was required, right? Moreover, even if they were planning to kill each other off, shouldn't they hide their intentions and carry it out secretly? Was this guy stupid for saying out loud that he wanted to kill them? Jin Dian opened his mouth, yet he had no idea what to say. The fuck? This kid is truly vicious, huh? They looked at Jin Dian and angrily stated, Senior Jin, you heard it, this kid is planning to kill us. Jin Dian scratched his head. Oh? Chen Feng looked at them with an inquiring expression. So what if I kill you guys? I remember that, apart from specifying how we are not allowed to kill each other at our bases, the organization had never mentioned that we can't kill each other off outside. Jin Dian wiped his sweat and pulled Chen Feng back. About that, you still need to hold back. Hold back. What's the point of holding back? Chen Feng inquired. Since I don't like them and feel like killing them, I might as well do it. What reason is there to hesitate? I am someone who always does what I feel like doing. You guys are really weird. Aren't you guys the ones who provoked me? That person opened his mouth, unsure of how to further communicate with this Wang Feng guy. Even so, you shouldn't kill. Why not? Chen Feng asked doubtfully. If I can't even kill someone who has provoked me, what was the point of joining the mysterious organization? Wouldn't it have been better to join the Genetic Union? Jin Dian, suddenly, they found what this Wang Feng had said to be perfectly reasonable, to the point they were unable to retort. True. If even after joining the mysterious organization, they were still not free to act as they wished and were restricted from kill those that provoked them, wasn't it better to just join the Genetic Union instead? At this moment, the atmosphere there became somewhat odd. That person snorted. Specious arguments. I am not going to waste my time debating you. If you want to kill, you are welcome to try. I want to see for myself how are you planning to deal with the 3 of us alone. Go. With a snort, he turned around and left. Only at this did the other 2 come to themselves. True, there were 3 of them. Moreover, being someone selected by the organization to enter the new training camp, which of them wasn't a genius as well? Wang Feng might be a genius, but they were geniuses as well. Each of them was capable of transcending classes to challenge a person of higher class. Chen Feng was all smiles as he stared at the departing 3. He would allow those 3 to be unbridled for now. For a mission like exploring the desolate lands, it would be extremely normal for even an entire squad to die there. The Jin Dian by the side felt powerless. He truly felt helpless. Is there a need for you to offend all of them the moment you meet? Although he was a peak A-class warrior with a respected identity, the 3 that had been able to grab a spot to explore the new training camp were all people with similarly powerful backers. From the moment I was granted entry, I had already offended them. Chen Feng did not seem to mind. Rather than feigning civility with these people and smiling at them all the way, pretending to be their friend while waiting for a chance to kill them, he would rather be straightforward and face them head on. With his present strength, was there a need for him to be mindful of their opinions of him? That was simply ridiculous. Jin Dian could only nod. Anyway, you need to be careful. The route heading toward the new training camp had already been set. There would only be a single connecting node, and only Chen Feng and the three selected to explore the new training camp were allowed passage. Nobody else would be able to enter. Chen Feng nodded solemnly. I will. I am not talking about them, Jin Dian said. Chen Feng raised his eyebrow. Jin Dian paused. Old Tang is the one who wanted me to tell you to be careful. Tang Lan, Chen Feng sunk into a solemn mood. Despite the luck aura he possessed, when it came to experience in and the usage of certain aspects of arcane studies, he was lacking compared to Tang Lan. Since Tang Lan had asked Jin Dian to pass on this message, something major would absolutely happen. Please say, Chen Feng said solemnly. Jin Dian appeared extremely serious. Initially, I believed that this would be an ordinary new training camp exploration project as well, but when old Tang came looking for me, this newly discovered training camp might be a public training camp as well. Public training camp? Instantly, Chen Feng's expression changed. A so-called public training camp referred to training camps that both the mysterious organization and genetic union could access. Any other parties capable of doing so were able to enter as well. Among the outsiders that would also enter, the genetic union had the highest appearance frequency at these public training camps. Among the training camps available to the mysterious organization, at least 1/3 of them were public training camps. However, since their private training camps were good enough, their members would normally not enter the public training camps, since it would be too dangerous. There, all sorts of enemies might appear. As the investigation of Wang Feng's identity had yet to conclude, he was not allowed to leave the mysterious organization. As such, he had not been granted access to those public training camps. Beyond his expectations, the first new training camp exploration he had joined was a training camp that might be a public one. Even Tang Lan was warning him about it. Immediately, Chen Feng understood what they were trying to say. The upper levels had not yet discovered that this might be a public training camp. Jin Dian shook his head. No, that new training camp is located in one of the unknown regions. As such, nobody has gone there before. The people of the mysterious organization are no exception to this. The only reason old Tang could even find out about this is due to those arcane studies of his. To be honest, he himself wasn't too certain about this either. If he were to rashly mention it to the upper levels, they wouldn't believe him anyway. He has already been denounced once for submitting wrong information once in the past. Jin Dian was feeling extremely helpless as he said all this. Back then, Tang Lan had had a rather high authority in the organization. After all, arcane studies were something akin to feng shui. Even if one did not believe in it, one would still try to act in manners deemed auspicious. However, ever since Tang Lan's failure that one time, Jin Dian shook his head as he recalled the past. Is that so? Chen Feng said knowingly. So, the new training camp had been discovered at the same time by both the genetic union and the mysterious organization? This was in fact quite a normal occurrence. Not all training camps were located on the other side of the planet. This time, the newly found training camp was located in a region between the mysterious organization and the genetic union. Furthermore, a short while ago, an intense undulation had been sensed there. This was the very reason the mysterious organization had found this place, and it was also how this mission had come into existence. It was likely that the genetic union had similarly discovered this place as well. If so, Chen Feng urged inwardly, Shua, luck aura, activate. Tang Lan had arrived to this conclusion through guessing. As for Chen Feng, he could directly verify it using his luck aura. Ultimately, luck aura confirmed the conclusion. The genetic union had truly found this place as well. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Seems like this will be quite the interesting trip. Chen Feng looked at Jin Dian. Senior Jin, please tell Big Brother Tang that the genetic union has definitely discovered that place. Jin Dian's eyes shone. You completed your deduction as well? Chen Feng smiled. Although I am not as experienced as Big Brother Tang, I am still rather talented after all. When both me and him join hands to read something, the amount of information we can obtain is rather huge. Jin Dian sighed endlessly. That's true. Ultimately, though, he still shook his head. What's the point of telling the upper levels about this? They won't trust him, they won't send any reinforcements over to you guys either. That is why there is a need to tell them, Chen Feng said. Only by telling them this time will there be a chance of them believing him in the future. Instantly, Jin Dian came to himself. That was true. Tang Lan only needed to inform them about it. The upper levels could choose to trust him or not to trust him. Tang Lan only needed to prove what he said was correct, and he would be able to gain what he wished for. For certain things, an outsider's perspective was indeed clearer. Jin Dian could already imagine the expressions of those people when they found out that Tang Lan was telling the truth. I-365, Chapter 365, Cooperation Chapter 365, Cooperation Translator, Lemaston Editor, Tenesh Jin Dian looked at Chen Feng. How about you? Since that place is now unsafe, there is no need for you to take this risk and go there. Chen Feng shook his head. Don't worry. If there are no problems with our initial investigations, an expert will never appear at a place like that. Jin Dian nodded. True, the undulation that had appeared there a while ago was the only reason that place's popularity had suddenly increased. Based on their guesses, those undulations might have been caused by some unique B-class mutated beasts. As these mutated beasts likely possessed an extremely pure energy within them, almost anyone could directly devour them to increase their strength. An energy this pure was coincidentally the most fitting for the breakthrough of Pika C-class warrior as well. When they had first discovered this, the mysterious organization had sent someone there to capture some of these beasts. Unfortunately, they hadn't even gotten a clear look at the beasts before they had fled without leaving a trace behind. Ultimately, their investigation had concluded that due to these beasts being too pure, they were extremely sensitive to foreign auras. As long as they sensed anyone stronger, these beasts would hide themselves and never appear. Hence, it was quite possible that they would not encounter even a single B-class genetic warrior there. Those deployed by the Genetic Union would most probably be comprised of C-class genetic warriors. Hence, this was quite a profitable mission to join. Could those discovered lifeforms truly help C-class genetic warriors in their breakthroughs? How many of these lifeforms were there? Were these beasts, or a whole different race? All this had to be ascertained. With Wang Feng's present strength, even if he encountered those from the Genetic Union, there was nothing for him to fear. Jin Dian pondered and said, "Be vigilant. If possible, try to spare those three." Chen Feng raised his eyebrow. Jin Dian continued, "Indeed, the organization will not do anything if you kill them. However, for these three to have been the ones chosen from the factions supporting them, it is apparent that their backers are not ordinary people. You must take this into consideration before taking any action." What Jin Dian said was quite easy to understand. He was essentially telling Chen Feng that if these three were killed, it was likely that the experts backing them would be provoked. Chen Feng would have to consider if he was willing to take on the consequences of killing them. "I thought all signals are blocked in those unknown regions," Chen Feng asked. Jin Dian nodded. "Yes. However, there still exist certain abilities capable of finding out the true killer of those three if they end up dead." Chen Feng nodded. Understood." He was aware that this was a reminder from Jin Dian. "Many thanks." Next, Chen Feng stepped into the connecting tunnel. Based on the set route, he selected the connecting node to the newly discovered training camp. After arriving, he walked out of the cave connected to the node. The sight of a region enveloped by a primal and chaotic aura welcomed him. "This is what an untamed region looks like?" Chen Feng was amazed. This was the very first time he had entered an untamed region on this planet. He had yet to even start doing anything when he noticed that there were three people waiting for him with unsightly expressions. He glanced at them and noted that these were the same three idiots that were on this mission with him. "Something to say?" Chen Feng asked coldly. "Cooperate," the leader stated calmly. "After arriving, I sensed an unordinary aura. There might be some dangers lurking around. This place is probably even more dangerous than we imagined. Hence, after discussing, we decided that we can give you a 30% share of the resources we find here." Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. "Giving me 30%. There were four of them. As such, a share of 25% per person would be the most logical option. If he were given 30% of the share, how were the three of them supposed to split the remaining amount?" The leader pointed at the other two. "The two of them are comparatively weaker. I am the strongest. Hence, I will be getting 30% of the share. I have heard of your strength as well. Since your combat power is not any lower than mine, both of us can each receive 30% of the share, and they will each receive 20% of the share. The share is decided based on what we bring to the table. Are you satisfied with this arrangement?" He stared into the distance and added, "My ability is capable of giving me an early warning of any potential dangers. Earlier, with my ability, I sensed that something seems off here." "Oh?" Chen Feng started pondering. He was somewhat surprised that these three had changed their attitudes so fast. He had initially believed that, with their tempers, they would rather die than acknowledge their deficiencies. It seems like they are not as simple as they appeared to be after all. At this thought, Chen Feng's sense of vigilance heightened. However, after pondering, he found that he could only agree with their proposal. The amount of resources available here were not unlimited. If he insisted on working alone, he would truly be their competitors. As such, he would need to battle them for real to obtain the resources he wanted. To get rid of the competition, he would have to kill all of them. Naturally, Chen Feng wouldn't have been bothered if these three had been the only ones he needed to worry about. However, if there were outsiders exploring this place as well, slowly, a plan formed in Chen Feng's mind. "Let me introduce us. I am Ri Guang, and they are Yuehua and Jinghui. Although the three of us are only C-class warriors, we are all capable of transcending classes to battle those of a higher class. Although we are not as powerful as you, we are still capable of dealing with ordinary B-class warriors." The leader finished the introduction. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes as he recognized this name. He had once heard from Xie Zhongtong that this was a person with an extremely powerful backer. It was said that his backer was a top-notch expert that was at level similar to Jin Dian. Instantly, Chen Feng understood the reason for Jin Dian's warning. No wonder Jin Dian warned me beforehand. If he killed this person, the backer would look for Chen Feng for revenge. That would be troublesome to deal with. It was quite likely that he would not be able to directly kill them now that this fact had been revealed to him. On the other hand, it would be a good choice to temporarily work with them. Chen Feng accepted their terms. I agree. However, I hope that none of you are playing any tricks. Otherwise, the three of them exchanged glances and reached an agreement. No problem. Since they had decided to cooperate, Riguang forthrightly stated, "Sorry about earlier. Suddenly having so many resources taken away from us to be shared with someone else, we failed to control our anger. That resulted in us threatening you when you first arrived." Chen Feng waved his hand magnanimously. "Forget about that. As for the sincerity of this apology, none of them truly cared. I will get straight into the main topic then." Riguang lowered his voice and continued. "Earlier, just as we prepared to enter, we felt something off. After Xinghui did some investigating, he found that, within this untamed region, a trace of the aura of outsiders could be felt." "Oh?" Chen Feng sunk into a solemn mood. "The genetic union has arrived so fast as well?" Riguang split apart the chaotic aura pervading the air. "Look at this. There, among a certain bush, the faint trace of an attempt at concealment could be seen. When light was shown on it, a concealed footprint could be seen. Evidently, someone else had been here." Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. The people of the genetic union indeed arrived first. Was this the reason Riguang's group had taken the initiative to reduce their share, to gain Chen Feng's cooperation? There are ample resources available here. Even if we ignore the energy pervading the air, even here, a trace of that so-called lively and pure energy can already be sensed. However, before we start harvesting the resources, we must first get rid of those outsiders. Riguang's expression was cold as he said this. Regardless of who it was, the genetic union or some other third party, anyone wishing to compete against them for these resources was seeking death. "Good," Chen Feng agreed. Cautiously, they trailed the footprints. Xinghui seemed to be rather good at this. Noiselessly, he led them as they approached the outsiders. After advancing for a while, the faint sound of activity could be heard. There are indeed outsiders here. They sunk into a solemn mood. Distantly, among the bushes, several faintly discernible silhouettes could be seen. 36.6. Chapter 36, Exploration. Amid the Bushes. Chapter 36.6, Exploration Amid the Bushes. Translator, Lemaston Editor, Tenish. At an unknown location, at that place that was still unrecorded on the satellite map, a group of 6 was cautiously walking forward. They were all dressed in neat and clean uniforms. Every single one of them had a solemn expression. Only the one walking behind everyone else was carrying a heavy-looking bundle and following the rest, walking one step at a time. "Xinhai, why are you so slow?" the rest complained unhappily. Yeah, they were wondering if the reason they had been made to bring Xinhai along was purely due to him being strong enough to carry their luggage. They couldn't think of any other reason for the genetic union to make them bring along this guy who was such a drag on this trip. I am truly wondering the reason the Gene Production Association sent this guy here. Yeah, it's even more surprising that the higher-ups actually agreed to this. Well, they have no choice but to agree with the Gene Production Association's request. Our yearly supply of gene reagents are all sent to us from the association. If we don't even give them this much face, they will probably stop sending us gene reagents. Sigh, even so, they should have at least sent someone with some combat power, right? Even Chen Feng would do. They complained endlessly. They had long found this Xinhai guy to be an eyesore. It was understandable that the Gene Production Association wanted to send someone over to get their share as well, but then they should send an expert instead, right? Even if they couldn't, they should send a proper gene producer, right? At least a gene producer would be able to produce gene reagents for them even if he couldn't battle. What had they gotten? A drag like Xinhai. Xinhai had previously been a super genius. However, due to the fall of the Qin family, he had turned into trash. It was said that ultimately, Xinhai no longer possessed any energy in his body, which, as far as they were concerned, meant he was as good as a cripple. He couldn't battle, and he couldn't use any energy either. The Gene Production Association was purely giving them trouble by sending this guy here, Sai. They sighed endlessly, yet they were helpless against this development. Fortunately, even though Xinhai was now a cripple, he had still maintained the quality of his physical body. As such, he was quite strong and was able to take on the role of a porter. Forget it. Just consider him some slave labor sent to us. "Xinhai, move faster," they complained. Toward all this, Xinhai merely raised his head and gave them a single glance before walking forward silently. Ho Liang had once suggested he just leave. However, he refused to give up. Since he had decided to walk this path, he would walk to the end. 1 step, 2 steps, steadily, Xinhai walked forward. One of them glared at Xinhai and roared, "Make less noise. Are you afraid that no one can hear your movement?" Xinhai, 1. This roar is even louder than the sound of my movement, right? The leader glared at the both of them. Lower your voice. Suddenly, he squatted down and a serious expression appeared on his face. He studied the ground Xinhai had stepped on and said, "Something seems off." Everyone else stopped moving. "What's up?" "Shh." The leader signaled them to keep quiet and started scanning the ground where Xinhai had walked. A violet radiance started flickering. Next, an astonishing sight appeared. A faint glow could be seen on every single one of Xinhai's footprints. What was odd about the glow was that some additional glow seemed to be overlapping it. Everyone widened their eyes. The leader gestured. Qinhai, step down one more time from this angle. Qinhai stepped down and moved his leg. Shua. The footprint was scanned. There, the glow of a complete footprint appeared. That was a footprint that was completely different from Qinhai's footprint. Someone else was here? Instantly, their vigilance heightened. It's them again. They had heard from the seniors that, in the previous exploration of newly discovered potential training camps, there were times where those from the mysterious organization had appeared. Some neutral parties might appear as well. Those people weren't particularly powerful, but they were still rather annoying to deal with. Be more careful, the leader said with a solemn expression. These people weren't too strong. However, they could still be trouble if they decided to mess around. It was said that once, an exploration mission to a newly discovered potential training camp had failed due to these people. By the time the Genetic Union had deployed someone else there, that newly discovered place had already been plundered empty. That was truly a hateful development. Follow the trail. This time, we must not allow them to stay here. Yes. Their killing intent surged. They had long wished to kill those clowns messing around with their missions. As for Qinhai, he merely followed along silently with the bundle on his back. They started following the trail. Since they had been selected for such an exploration project, it was natural they possessed some scouting abilities. They were able to easily follow the trails. Soon, some voices could be heard. A human silhouette had seemingly appeared. There is indeed someone else here. They exchanged glances and prepared to mount a sneak attack on these people. Qinhai glanced at their surroundings. A faint, ominous feeling surfaced in his heart. This place, something seems off. If it was truly the mysterious organization, would they have left behind such an obvious trail? Nowadays, almost all genetic warriors also possessed good wilderness survival skills. How could they have been discovered so easily? This was the first reason for Qinhai's doubt. The second reason was his intuition. Suddenly, Qinhai said, "Be careful. Something doesn't seem right here." They glanced at him with surprised expressions. Oh? They did not believe that Qinhai could truly discover anything. However, seeing Qinhai's solemn expression, they exchanged glances and once again increased their vigilance. The leader whispered, "Don't go out. Confirm the target first." The rest nodded. Could there truly be something off here? Shua. Noiselessly, they stared ahead. Distantly, that silhouette became clearer and clearer. When the silhouette neared them, the pupils of the leader shrunk as he said, "It's indeed them." The rest raised their heads and noted that what their leader had said was true. It was truly the people from the mysterious organization. The leader sneered. Since their target had been confirmed, there was no need for any hesitation. He glanced at Qinhai in contempt before ordering them to kill. Go. As for Qinhai, he merely stared at the newly discovered people silently. It was actually them. So was the feeling he had gotten earlier a misconception. Was he so weak nowadays? Qinhai sighed. At the same time, several hundred meters behind them, someone was staring at Qinhai's group with a smile. The fish has taken the bait. Boss, your plan is too perfect. Let the Genetic Union and the mysterious organization kill each other while we profit from their battle. That's right. The members of the mysterious organization this time don't seem too weak. We can let them rip each other apart, the people behind him said excitedly. As for the person called Boss, he merely smiled silently. Back then, the undulation that had appeared here had truly been too eye-catching. Apart from the mysterious organization and the Genetic Union, neutral parties that had happened to be nearby had noticed it as well. This led to what was happening today. Remember, he whispered, although our squad is rather powerful, we are nothing compared to the mysterious organization and the Genetic Union. As such, we must not be discovered by them. We either do nothing or ensure their destruction once we make our move. His gloomy voice lingered in the air. The rest nodded their heads. Understood. Since they wanted to profit from the fight of others, they had naturally prepared sufficiently. Right at this moment, suddenly, a bush near them started trembling violently. Who is it? Shua. The leader waved his hand casually, and a burst of energy shot out of his hand and ripped the bush apart. Everyone else glanced at it, and instantly, an odd expression appeared on their faces. Within the bush, two sturdy-looking figures could be seen entwined together. ch351, Chapter 367, third-party Chapter 367, third-party translator, Limostan editor, Tanesh. In a certain unknown region, a dense, primal, chaotic energy permeated the air. The quality of the air there wasn't particularly good due to the dense energy. As such, it gave a stifling feeling when one tried to breathe. A weaker genetic warrior might even fail to breathe here. Chen Feng's group had just located their enemy after following the trail, the Genetic Union. It was them indeed. Opposite them, on the other side of the bush, the members of the Genetic Union could be seen. They noted that the Genetic Union had the numerical advantage here. Despite that, Chen Feng's group did not feel any fear. Shua. The bush was split apart. The leader of the Genetic Union's group sneered. "It's you guys indeed. Let me kill you clowns today." Riguang sneered. That's not for sure." Both groups stared at the opposing sides, and the air seemed to spark as their gazes connected. They were both studying the opposing side, and they were in the process of analyzing their enemy's strength. After all, this was an untamed region. Even if they wanted to fight, they had to exercise caution. Together with his group members, Chen Feng was studying the Genetic Union members as well. Qinhai? His gaze landed on that one guy whose existence was almost unnoticeable among the other genetic union members. What is this guy doing here? With a single glance, Chen Feng saw through Qinhai's current circumstance. Working as slave labor, huh? Chen Feng smiled toyingly. How interesting. He was clear on the amount of combat power Qinhai possessed. Even without any energy left in his body, his present combat power was still extremely frightening. After his body transformation back then, his physical flesh was now extremely terrifying. Even without using any energy, he still possessed B-class combat power. Those people were using him as slave labor? Were they idiots? But then, what piqued Chen Feng's curiosity more was the reaction of the genetic union members when encountering the mysterious organization. Chen Feng's group had been following their trail to ambush them, but their reaction toward this ambush seemed somewhat off. Perhaps a third party was here as well? Chen Feng's heart jolted. He had merely thought of this possibility. Next, confirmed. His luck aura confirmed his guess. At that, Chen Feng sunk into a solemn mood. This trip is truly getting interesting. A setup by a third party? Right at this moment, both sides finished studying their opponent's strength and started making their moves. Bang! Instantly, several terrifying radiances surged out. Not a single one of these radiances possessed power below B class. As they had all been qualified enough to be chosen by their respective organizations to come here, it was natural that they all possessed the ability to transcend classes and fight those of a higher class. The genetic union had the numerical advantage here, but the mysterious organization had the advantage strength-wise due to the pure number of times they had trained in training camps. They clashed, and both sides seemed to be evenly matched as a single member of the mysterious organization could take on two of the members from the genetic union. The genetic union members sneered. Only this much? The mysterious organization members might be strong individually. Unfortunately, they were lacking in numbers. As such, they would not be able to last as long. The genetic union members concluded that they only needed to survive this initial eruption of power, and those mysterious organization members would definitely die as the battle dragged on. Riguang merely smiled. Hee, I have encountered quite a number of enemies with exactly the same thought. However, all of them are already dead. True, due to them having fewer people on their side, they had no choice but to erupt with their full strength right off the bat. After the eruption, their energy would be exhausted, resulting in a huge drop in their combat power. However, could these genetic union members survive long enough for that to happen? Riguang smiled cruelly. Hee. Bang! A terrifying radiance started converging in his hands. Riguang, Yuehua, and Xinghui started radiating with the same radiance. Careful! The expressions of the genetic union members changed. They could see that this was most certainly a super powerful joint ability by the three of them. With a solemn mood, they braced themselves for the attack by erecting the strongest defensive barrier they could around them. Surprisingly, though, the bushes around them started trembling violently. Some of them glanced at the bushes but weren't bothered, as they thought that this was perhaps the result of the energy undulation from their battle. However, the trembling of the bushes was increasing in intensity. Shua, one of them waved his hands casually to split apart the bush. Unexpectedly, someone was in the bush. The genetic union members were greatly alarmed. Who is it? Even Riguang's group was so shocked at this development they almost peed their pants. All of them stopped their actions and looked toward the two newcomers. If this was truly a third party, they would not stupidly continue wasting their energy fighting each other here. Beyond their expectations, though, what appeared was two sturdy-looking figures entwined together. That posture? The hairs on the bodies of the two newcomers stood. Evidently, they were also shocked by this sudden development. Shortly after, when they realized what had happened, they became furious. Riguang's gaze was bitingly cold. Who are you? Doing the deed at a place like this? Who were they trying to fool with this trick? Right at this moment, Shua, one of the two, stood up. As he stood up, they noted that his height actually reached 3 meters, and there were a huge amount of hairs all over his body. He greatly resembled a barbarian. Both his eyes were filled with fury as he glared at them. He opened his mouth. Howl. One of the genetic union members sneered. Who are you trying to scare? They had been tempering themselves out in the wilderness for so many years. What had they not seen before? This body shape, this guy was most probably the user of some magnification-related ability. It was rumored that there were some who had fused with magnification-related abilities just to enlarge that specific part of their body. Such a person was usually quite lacking in combat power. In an arrogant manner, he launched an attack toward that person. Scram! However, that barbarian merely stood there and, with his two fists, easily ripped apart the energy beam launched toward him. Next, his fist landed on the body of that genetic union member. Puh! Blood splattered. That person was actually pierced through with a single punch. Damn it. At this, the expressions of the people from the genetic union changed greatly. Even the mysterious organization members were shocked at this sight. They were all aware that the genetic union member had only attacked this barbarian to test his strength. Unexpectedly, this guy, you are courting death. Bang, 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 bang. The indignant warriors of the genetic union started attacking the barbarian. One attack after another with B-class power landed on the barbarian's body. However, the only thing those attacks accomplished was to messing up the hair on that barbarian's crotch. He was still perfectly fine. Suddenly, one of them started shouting, "Aboriginal! This is an Aboriginal!" At this, everyone sunk into a solemn mood. So this is an Aboriginal. The exploration missions to open up new training camps were normally conducted in those untamed regions. As for the types of inhabitants, powers, or other items that these untamed regions contained, they were all unknown. At times, Aboriginals would be found at some of these places. Since these Aboriginals had never gotten in contact with the outside world, they were rather different than normal humans of the outside world. One could call these Aboriginals the people of a different race or tribe. Most of the time, the Aboriginals of a single region were comprised of a single race. The size of all the untamed regions on this planet was simply too large for humanity to discover the existence of all races. Despite that, the amount of Aboriginals actually discovered all these years was rather low in amount. As such, some of the stories about them were treated as folklore. Now, though, a brand new Aboriginal had appeared in front of them, a race that had never been seen before. Energy attacks seemed ineffective against him. Xinghui's hands trembled slightly at this revelation. All of them were users of energy-based attacks. This barbarian, they were all alarmed. "Go," Riguang shouted. "Shua!" The mysterious organization members started retreating rapidly. Chen Feng glanced around and followed them without hesitation. Similarly, Genetic Union members did not hesitate in their retreat. Go! What joke was this? There was simply no hope of victory against such a person. The only thing they could do was flee. However, could they truly escape? Howl. Everyone turned around and noted that the barbarian was actually chasing after them. Moreover, both the barbarians were trying to outmaneuver them in order to prevent their escape. This is going to get troublesome. At this sight, their very souls shuddered and their backs dripped wet with sweat. 368, Chapter 368, Harmony, Chapter 368, Harmony Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish Flee. All of them were frantically fleeing. None of the people capable of reaching this level were idiots. As such, when both the mysterious organization and the Genetic Union had been facing off earlier, each of them had still held back some of their strength in case a third party were to appear. However, it had truly been beyond all their expectations that such a third party would be the one to appear. Barbarians doing the deed out here? Feck this shit. They nearly collapsed emotionally as they were chased after by the two barbarians. All their attacks on the barbarians were ineffective. The energy-based attacks were incapable of doing any damage upon landing on the barbarian's body. It was apparent that the barbarian was immune to all sorts of energy-based attacks. Even more alarming was the fact that this barbarian possessed such astonishing speed as well. Any single one of them who was a step slower when fleeing would absolutely die. None of them dared to stop. Even when they were running without stop, the barbarians were still closing the distance. While running, some of the members of the mysterious organization and Genetic Union stumbled upon each other. Earlier, they had still been fighting each other in a heated battle. Now, though, only despair could be seen in their respective opponents' eyes. At times like this, they were no longer bothered with allegiance or rivalry. They despaired. "What should we do?" Riguang bellowed. "Let's separate. There are only two of them. If we run separately, some will definitely be able to escape. The ones who manage to escape successfully must return and ask for reinforcements as soon as possible. As for the two that the barbarians decide to continue chasing, you can only pray for your life." Shua. After finishing his words, Riguang was the first to separate from the group and run in a different direction. Shua. The rest hastily changed their directions as well. Unfortunately for Riguang, the barbarians followed after him with no hesitation. Instantly, Riguang's expression greened. Just as he was running, suddenly he felt himself step on something hard. He did not pay much attention to it, but immediately after that, an indignant howl resounded. He turned around to take a look. Immediately, his expression changed greatly. From the bush he had just stepped on, another pair of buff and sturdy-looking barbarians appeared. Riguang was dumbfounded. The heck? What's going on? In other words, all the bushes here contain. He looked around and noted that there were countless trembling bushes amid this region enveloped by a chaotic aura. Could it be? Howl. The barbarians were nearing Riguang. Seeing how he couldn't escape the four barbarians chasing after him as everyone else took this opportunity to escape, he became furious. They had actually acted on his words and left him to die here? Riguang clenched his teeth and said, "If so, none of you need to leave." Bang. His foot trembled and, instantly, a terrifying shockwave started spreading under his foot. The shockwave did not deal much damage to the surroundings, but it was sufficient to cut down all the bushes. Instantly, the area filled with bushes was cleared and transformed into a grassland instead. And on the newly formed grassland, numerous naked buttocks appeared. Howl. Numerous indignant roars thundered. As for the rest of them that had been preparing to escape, they were all stupefied. "Screw you, Riguang." Xinghui and Yuehua cursed before they started running crazily. Previously, they had merely been fleeing. Now, though, they were truly running for their lives. What on earth are those things? No idea. I have never heard of the existence of such a race. I don't want to be captured by them. They ran frantically. They recalled what the barbarians had been doing earlier. Looking at how huge and sturdy the bodies of these barbarians were, they were unwilling to even imagine what their fate would be if captured. That was a scene they did not even dare to imagine. Suddenly, a chaotic noise could be heard distantly. Someone else is here. They cried tears of joy after realizing that someone else was here. Normally, what explorers feared the most when exploring an untamed region was the appearance of a third party. Now, though, they no longer cared about the so-called exploration mission or the training camp. In their current circumstances, the prospect of seeing someone else made them so happy it felt like they were meeting their family. Ha 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 ha, someone else is here. They did not even care if the newcomers were on their side or not. As long as these newcomers could delay the barbarians, however, when they finally saw those newcomers clearly, their faces greened from shock. The identities of these newcomers were no longer of any importance. What was important was the fact that behind these newcomers were another group of barbarians. Fuck, another group. Run? Separately? What's the freaking point? There are more barbarians than us. Just run straight to the exit. True. They started running frantically in the direction they had come from. The Genetic Union, mysterious organization, and the passers-by were all working together now. This guy, suddenly, Chen Feng recalled the deductions the luck aura had given him previously. Are you the one who caused the conflict between the Genetic Union and mysterious organization here? Chen Feng asked. Shua? The rest turned their head uniformly and looked his way. I think so, Thieu newcomer answered meekly. Feck. Instantly, the rest felt like kicking him out of the group. That person was tearing up in an extremely pitiful manner. Dear Big Brothers, is there a point in saying this at a time like this? The only thing lacking to complete this pitiful appearance would be him slapping himself. He said, yes, I'm an ass for setting you guys up. However, who would have guessed that there were so many barbarians here? Everyone else, they turned around to look at the howling barbarians behind them. At times like this, none of them could be bothered with actually giving this guy a kick. It was far more important to focus on running. At the same time, a group of big shots in the Genetic Union were discussing the jurisdiction of the newly discovered training camp after it would be tamed. With them there won't be any problems. The mysterious organization might, they just lost their headquarters. I doubt they can put any effort into exploring a new training camp at a time like this. True. If so, we shall let those youngsters compete properly then. True. They should be finished with the training camp by now, right? At a different part of the world, similarly, those from the mysterious organization were also rather confident in the strength of Wang Feng's group. Despite the low amount of people they had sent, each of them was one of the absolute elites among the mysterious organization's C-class warriors. Furthermore, with fewer participants, it would be easier for them to move around. As such, this might even be superior to bringing more people there. For instance, assassinating an enemy in confusion was much more accomplishable by a smaller number of people. This time, they absolutely had to be successful. This time, we must grab control of this training camp. Training camps are places where only the initial batch will reap the greatest rewards. Even the subsequent batches will be able to obtain quite a number of good rewards. However, the more batches we send, the more the resources there will deplete. As this continues, the training camp will no longer be as valuable. Do you understand? Yes. Hence, even the next batch we send there must obtain victory as well. How about the Genetic Union mentioned by Senior Tang? Don't worry. This is a place the Genetic Union can't discover. Moreover, even if the Union has truly appeared there, they might not be the match of the people we sent anyway. We have Wang Feng there, and there's also Ri Guang's group. All of them are competent combatants. Perhaps they are already done with it by now. Somewhere else, a peaceful-looking old man emitting a sagely aura was standing loftily, facing the blue dome. The mysterious organization and Genetic Union are busy competing with each other. Unknown to either of them, they are all idiots. This time, with Little Fang making his move, he will most definitely be the one profiting from their competition. Truly excellent. This old man appeared rather gratified. With a flick of his wrist, he raised his hand and started calculating with his fingers. Looking at the time, they should be done by now, right? If everything has progressed according to plan, the mysterious organization and Genetic Union should have killed each other off. He should be reaping the rewards and concluding the mission by now. If they are able to obtain all the resources there this time, Little Lu's future will be completely transformed. The future belongs to you youngsters after all, the old man lamented. Unfortunately, unknown to any of the three parties, far away from all of them, in the unknown region, the three initially opposing factions were now working together amicably, running together in the direction of hope. I-369 Chapter 369, Breakthrough, Surpassing a Class. Chapter 369, Breakthrough, Surpassing a Class. Translator, Limostan Editor, Tenish. At a certain location, Wang Yao was seated cross-legged. A terrifying power was swirling around her body. Akin to two dragons, the power of flame and space coiled around her, condensing without stop to form an awe-inspiring power. Soon, when both powers reached a certain level of might and were more and more interwoven together, they started fusing. Bang! Instantly, a terrifying power surged, causing even the sky itself to tremble. A loud sound reverberated through the vicinity, causing anyone who heard it to tremble in fear. Ah, howl. One howl after another could be heard. All the mutated beasts in the area became agitated, seemingly sensing something that had caused them all to be incomparably agitated and horrified. All of them started charging in Wang Yao's direction. Before these beasts could even approach her, with a flash of red, the whole world seemingly sunk into silence. The serene Wang Yao stood up. Her initially peak A-class power vanished as she seemingly transformed back into an ordinary girl. Finally, I broke through. A smile appeared on her face. She had now surpassed a class and reached a level far surpassing the current level of humanity. It's time I go look for Chen Feng. After the incident back then, she'd had someone investigate the events of the mysterious organization. After she had found out that Wang Feng was the one who had killed Chen Feng, she had stopped worrying. However, it was still rather dangerous for Chen Feng to stay in the mysterious organization with his strength. Since I have already broken through, I will not allow you to suffer any harm, Wang Yao muttered. Shua! The space around her started collapsing. Easily, Wang Yao ripped space apart and stepped into that region enveloped by a primal and chaotic aura. The very moment she arrived, all the mutated beasts in the vicinity became agitated. They were able to sense an extremely horrifying power descending upon this place. Wang Yao shut both her eyes. Chen Feng, Shua, Shua. She started scanning the area with her energy, and soon after, she was able to locate Chen Feng. She smiled. So you are here. This feeling of strength, how wonderful. However, right as she was about to go to Chen Feng, a translucent undulation appeared noiselessly around her and stopped her advance. From the void, an old-looking figure walked out slowly. The old man appeared gratified. You have finally broken through, Wang Yao. Who are you? Wang Yao asked coldly. The existence surpassing a class of the mysterious organization? The old man burst out in laughter. Mysterious organization? Young lady, you are indeed adorable. Humph! Wang Yao's eyes gleamed coldly. When facing such people who enjoyed playing tricks, she would never stay her hand. Moreover, she was incredibly powerful now and was filled with the confidence of a person who had recently broken through. Shua! Casually, she slashed down. Mid-air, the power of space and flame fused perfectly. Shoo! The perfectly fused power of space and flame bloomed. However, when the attack neared the old man, just like that, it halted and hovered there, unmoving. What? Wang Yao frowned. Space lock? No, this is definitely not the power of space. A power capable of freezing her combined power of space and flame, which now surpassed a class, was definitely not something as simple as a brutish power. The law of the energy used to freeze her attack? Wang Yao's heart jolted. Mid-air, her launched attack hovered there, neither exploding nor falling. Time? Wang Yao grimly asked. Who are you? The old man smiled. I'm but a simple old man. From the moment you returned, I have been waiting for your breakthrough. I have been waiting for 11 whole years. Finally, you have broken through smoothly. Shua. Wang Yao's expression changed. Return, 11 years, this old man, bang, bang, bang. Wang Yao started erupting in power. She was not planning to give the old man even the chance to talk. All the power available to her was instantly unleashed. However, everything she launched stopped upon reaching the old man, incapable of dealing any sort of damage. Condense. With a simple wave of his hand, he rendered all of Wang Yao's attacks ineffective. Wang Yao's face tensed. Who on earth are you? Even if she had just broken through, she was still in existence, surpassing a class. Only after fusing the power of flame and space, fusing her previous and present life, perfectly fusing of her soul and body, perfect fusion of two different powers. Only with all this had she become the present her. She possessed a unique and unmatched power. This was her confidence. However, that confidence she had obtained after her breakthrough was completely shattered by this old man. He was actually able to easily stop all her attacks. Who on earth was this old man? Child, you still don't know how to properly utilize your power. The old man appeared disappointed. Well, that's understandable. How could it be possible for you to know how to utilize such a precious power? Only using the souls of your past and present life as the foundation, and using the formidable power of space as the medium of separation, will allow this pure power of flame to transform into true power, the old man lamented. Shua, he pointed midair. Next, the two attacks released by Wang Yao that had been frozen in midair started fusing. The power of flame and space started fusing, transforming into a translucent flame. The old man smiled calmly. This is what the true paramount of power looks like. Shua. With a casual wave of his hand, that clump of translucent flame started drifting around the air. Ka. All the power Wang Yao was emitting started collapsing. All the power of space she was emitting was shattered. The power contained in that clump of flame was actually so powerful even Wang Yao couldn't resist it. The old man appeared pleased. I named this flame Rebirth Flame. This was his masterpiece, a masterpiece that had taken 11 years to cultivate. Now it was time for him to harvest the results. Rebirth Flame? At his words, a vague understanding surfaced in Wang Yao's brain. She had initially believed the so-called rebirth experiment to merely have been one of the many experiments of the mysterious organization. It was beyond her expectations that there had been someone else pulling the strings. So all the rebirth and transmigration experiments of the mysterious organization had been organized by this person? She looked at the old man's forehead. No diamond was found there. Even with an existence surpassing A-class assisting, out of 3,000 candidates who underwent rebirth, only 10 succeeded. Among them, you are the only one who managed to surpass A-class. The old man appeared gratified. He seemed to be in an extremely good mood, as he had chosen to answer all Wang Yao's questions. How about transmigration? Wang Yao asked suddenly. Out of 3,000 candidates who undergo rebirth, only 10 will succeed. If so, among 3,000 candidates who undergo transmigration, how many of them will succeed? Transmigration? The old man nodded slightly. Up until now, only a single person had succeeded. Who? Wang Yao asked, but she already had her answer. She recalled that guy who was similarly as unique a person as she was. A person who had been thrown out to feed sharks after his high school examination, yet had been able to make a comeback for no apparent reason before transforming into a genius, a super expert. Was that a superiority he had gained from transmigration? Kong Bai. The old man paused and continued. That child is called Kong Bai. Wang Yao blinked. Ah? Compared to rebirth, I have much higher expectations of transmigration. As such, the investment in it is also much higher. A total of 300,000 candidates were chosen for this. Over a period of 50 years, 300,000 geniuses were transmigrated. However, only 100 of them returned alive. Ultimately, that child is the only one who not only survived, but transformed into a super expert as well. The old man appeared to be immersed in his recollection. That child is the only one. Out of the 7 chess pieces, only Wang Yao and that child remained. The moment he surpassed a class, the 7 chess pieces could once again be gathered. With this, his years of planning would reach completion. It won't be too far in the future, the old man muttered. Suddenly, Wang Yao asked, have you never imagined that there might be some oversights in your plan? After all, this is a world heavily damaged by your rebirth and transmigration projects. The old man's gaze was burning. Oversight? Such a thing was non-existent for a person of his strength. All the chess pieces are constantly under my monitoring. None of them are able to escape their destiny as set by me. That includes you. Wang Yao merely laughed as a response. Ah, suddenly she recalled the only difference, the only variable in the 2 lives she had experienced. This old man had always expected that the differences had actually been caused by her. As such, it was natural for him to not expect any sort of oversight. However, she was clear that even the events she had never interfered with were still different from her past timeline. For example, Shua. Suddenly, Wang Yao retreated rapidly and ripped space apart before escaping. The old man was momentarily astonished. Shortly after, he shook his head and chuckled. Wang Yao, you are still holding on to hope? Child, do you know that since the moment you underwent rebirth, everything has been progressing according to my plan? Shua. The old man swaggered after her. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yao was escaping in Chen Feng's direction. First 370, Chapter 370, Me, Nua, Give Me Money, Chapter 370, Me, Nua, Give Me Money Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish, in an unknown region. This seemingly peaceful region was in fact filled with danger. Presently, Chen Feng was hiding carefully within a certain rather well-concealed bush. He did not dare to make any unnecessary movement. When being chased by countless barbarians, the only thing he was able to do was activate his luck aura before coincidentally separating from Riguang and the rest and hiding himself. As for the rest, they would have to take care of themselves. As for Qinhai, Chen Feng thought about it and noted that Qinhai did not need any saving. Those barbarians were mostly at the level of C-class or early tier B-class. As such, they weren't particularly strong. The only reason they seemed so scary was due to their immunity to energy-based attacks. They relied purely on their physical strength when fighting. As such, these genetic warriors who specialized in energy-based attacks were unable to do anything to them. As for Qinhai, he was similarly a person whose strength was derived from his physical body alone. If anyone here could deal with those barbarians, it was Qinhai. One had to not be misled by the huge size of the barbarians' bodies. If they encountered Qinhai, the role of oppressor might very well change. I don't think there is a need to worry about him, Chen Feng muttered. But then, their new training camp exploration mission had effectively failed. At this point, the Riguang trio, the genetic union members, and the third party here were all inconsequential. Only the barbarians proved troublesome. If he wanted to complete this exploration smoothly, he had to deal with those barbarians. Chen Feng's head ached. This is troublesome. He had to draw up a perfect plan to have any hope of dealing with them. Just as he was racking his brain, his wristband buzzed. Instantly, Chen Feng's pupils widened. Wristband? Was that a joke? This was an untamed region. As such, his wristband should not be able to receive any signals. Could this be the work of some super expert? He was aware that some super experts with space-related abilities would be able to ignore the limitations of such primal and chaotic regions and transmit information in and out of such places. Shua! As the screen popped out, Chen Feng blanked. Due to the limitations imposed by this primal and chaotic aura, the information transmitted to him was rather incomplete. The name of the sender couldn't be seen, and the message he had received was comprised of a bunch of messy code and some weird things. Only 5 words could be clearly seen. As for the 5 words, me, Wang Yao, in danger. Chen Feng, the hell, this looks so similar to those me Nua, give me money. 1 scam messages, is this a scammer? Chen Feng's first reaction was to think this was a scam. Had someone hacked his communication tool and was now trying to scam him? But then, who was it that would pay such a price just to scam him? And the content of this message, Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Regardless of the truth, he would know by using his luck aura. Shua. Luck aura was activated, and soon, Chen Feng received the feedback. Wang Yao was truly in danger. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Something really happened? Since she was able to transmit a message to this location, Wang Yao must have surpassed a class and reached a level comparable to Lu Hun and the other super experts. But even at that level, she had still encountered danger. As Chen Feng figured out what had to have happened, his heart trembled in shock. However, even if he was aware that Wang Yao was in danger, he wouldn't be of much help. Wang Yao was too strong. Her current opponent had to be even stronger. How was he supposed to help? Please believe in me. I can help you now, right? I told you. I will definitely save you. I told you, one day, I will stand by your side. Suddenly, the words he had once told her surfaced in his mind. He had been working hard to increase his strength without stop. Finally, he had been able to rescue Wang Yao from the mysterious organization. Finally, he had been able to act like a true man in front of Wang Yao for once. This was the reason for Wang Yao's confidence in him. Even this time, having encountered an opponent she had no confidence in defeating, she had sought help from Chen Feng. If it was in the past, Wang Yao would have instead avoided Chen Feng with all her might upon encountering such an opponent. Chen Feng smiled. Is this the so-called trust? It had been truly hard for him to get the young lady who had been an introvert for 2 lives to open up to him and truly trust him. I can't go back on my words, Chen Feng mumbled. Chen Feng shut his eyes. Super expert, huh? An enemy stronger than Wang Yao? Let me think about it. It was certain that he would not be able to directly participate in a battle at such a level. However, that didn't mean that he couldn't affect the result of the battle using unique methods. Shua. Both his eyes were sharp as he checked his remaining luck value. Without any hesitation, he activated his luck aura. Activate. Help Wang Yao get free of her current predicament. He was not sure what, exactly, Wang Yao was facing. However, the power of luck was a power ranked far above other powers. Luck aura. Time to do what you are best at, Chen Feng muttered inwardly. Shua. A dim radiance started spreading. Luck aura usage. Successful. If Chen Feng tried to use luck aura to help him personally kill an enemy at such level, it would be nearly impossible. An astronomical luck value would be required. However, if he was merely affecting reality to allow Wang Yao's escape, using Wang Yao's strength as the base in which luck aura worked on, everything would be much simpler. At an unknown location, deep underground, a huge stone statue awoke from its slumber. When its heavy eyelids trembled, the earth itself seemed to tremble as well. The stone statue asked with an oppressive voice, "Power of space, have those humans reached this place after all?" It was able to sense the existence of a super-powerful existence. Based on its ancient memories, this was a power surpassing A-class, a top-notch existence of humanity. Such an existence should not have appeared here. The descendants of this stone statue might be powerful and immune to energy-based attacks, but they were still helpless against the power of an existence surpassing a class. This helplessness was even more pronounced when facing the power of space. The moment those banish-related abilities were used, their entire race might go extinct. Seems like it's time for me to end my slumber. Accompanied by a thundering bang, its eyelid closed heavily. At the same time, a stone statue worshipped by the barbarian at the center of their tribe started shining, and instantly it came alive. At this sight, countless barbarians knelt down to kowtow at it. It had returned. Presently, the old man had just arrived here while chasing after Wang Yao. Before him, Wang Yao flickered before vanishing, and the old man prepared to follow her. However, right at this instant, with a flash, a radiance appeared and blocked his path. His ice-cold gaze glanced in a certain direction. There, a stone statue was staring at him. What is this? The newly awakened statue spoke in a somewhat clumsy manner. Is it you? What the hell are you talking about? Scram. The old man stated impatiently. Nowadays, even a stone statue dared to block his path? Shoo! An energy attack streaked forth. That power that was supposed to surpass everything landed on the stone statue. However, it was ineffective. Yi? The old man was astonished. This stone statue was capable of blocking his attack? Such level indeed, it's you. The stone statue's eyes glowed red as it said, "Invader of my race's lands, death." Bang. The huge stone statue erupted in power and charged toward the old man. The old man snorted coldly. Humph. Next, a terrifying power converged at his fingertips and shot toward the stone statue. However, the moment the attack landed, his expression changed greatly. He was so shocked he almost cried out in alarm. How is this possible? C371, Chapter 371, Awakening, Chapter 371, Awakening. Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish Energy Immunity. This stone statue was actually immune to energy attacks. Previously, the old man had indeed encountered some of those barbarians. Even for them, the so-called energy immunity they possessed was in fact a damage reduction ability rather than pure immunity. For example, reducing the damage by 90%, 95%, 98%, or even more. As such, the damage dealt by any attack that landed on them would be minuscule. This rendered them nearly unequaled. However, they were only nearly unequaled rather than being truly unequaled. Facing someone at the level of this old man, 1% or even 801% of his damage was sufficient to destroy those barbarians. As such, he hadn't been bothered with their immunity. Unexpectedly, though, this stone statue here was truly immune to energy attacks. All energy attacks were ineffective against the statue. Bang, bang. The stone statue smashed all the energy attacks apart before charging toward the old man. The old man's face greened. Even with energy immunity, there were still other methods of dealing with this opponent. Methods such as space banishment, environmental transformation, and so on. Any sort of energy that would not directly affect the body of that stone statue would be able to deal with this energy immunity. Unfortunately, he had yet to obtain any of those. He had yet to even obtain the rebirth flame. Regardless of how powerful he was still a user of energy-based attacks. Shoo, a fireball started blooming. This fireball was launched with the strongest power the old man could muster. Hua, the fireball exploded. The stone statue merely stared coldly at the black mark left on its chest by that explosion. Old man, finally, the old man was angered. Time. Since he couldn't kill this statue, he would lock it down, even if he did not wish to utilize this ability. Everything around him was frozen in time. Even the air seemed to be somewhat stifling when one tried to breathe it in. However, alarmingly, the stone statue merely paused slightly before it started moving again, totally unaffected by the ability. This time, the old man was truly alarmed. Even time couldn't trap this damnable stone statue? The stone statue stared at him with a mocking gaze. The power of time is also an energy-based ability. Damn it. With a regretful expression, he glanced in the direction Wang Yao escaped. Why had he coincidentally stumbled upon this thing here at the exact same time it had woken up from its slumber? Moreover, the timing was just nice. If this stone statue had appeared 1 second earlier, Wang Yao would have been held back here together with him as well. At that time, he would only have needed to kill Wang Yao to obtain the rebirth flame before killing this damnable stone statue. If it had been 1 second later, he would have already left this place to chase after Wang Yao. At that time, even if the stone statue chased after him, what's the point? He would be able to kill the stone statue after obtaining the rebirth flame. Why had the timing been so coincidental? Even luck itself was not on his side. The old man's gaze became cold. You will ultimately fail to escape me. Soon I shall... Puh! A silhouette appeared in front of him with a flicker. Next, the gigantic fist of the statue launched toward the old man's face. That wizened face of the old man was beaten up to the point it started swelling, resembling a bun. At this, the old man's eyes widened. He grabbed at his swollen face. Only now did he recall that he was currently facing a never-before-seen monster. In the past, he had been seemingly omnipotent. Everywhere he had gone, nothing had escaped his sensory abilities, including even worms deep underground. As such, he had always maintained a relaxed manner, akin to a god that had descended upon this plane of existence. Now, though, this newly appeared stone statue was a variable that had changed everything. It was immune to every attack he could launch. Its speed was so fast it was able to escape his sensory abilities. But then, that was understandable. Since it was immune to all energy-based abilities, it was natural for it to also be immune to his sensory abilities. Bang! As the old man was pondering, the stone statue launched another punch at him. Puh! The old man was thoroughly dumbfounded. Damn it. How long had it been since he had last been beaten up? He was Bang! Another punch landed, interrupting his thoughts. The old man started escaping fearfully. A super expert like him was actually being beaten in such a wretched manner by a barbarian. The only thing he could do was run, to leave this place. How lamentable. The old man's eyes shone and his expression turned unsightly. Stone statue. He did not fear this stone statue. Indeed, he had been beaten up by the statue during their short encounter. However, he was ultimately much stronger than the statue. The only thing the statue relied on was its energy immunity. As such, even if the old man couldn't kill the statue wasn't able to actually kill him either. What truly alarmed the old man was the variable that was the stone statue. The incidents today were not supposed to have unfolded in such a manner. The one soul he had fused with was an existence surpassing a class and the possessor of the reincarnated flame. This power possessed the ability to read and analyze the future. Everything that had happened today shouldn't have happened. Before coming, he had deduced the future, and, based on his readings, what should have happened was him capturing Wang Yao smoothly before returning. Why has this happened? Is it due to that stone statue, or Wang Yao, or someone else? He had no idea. Shua! The old man started deducing without stop as every event flitted past his brain. Unfortunately, it was unfruitful. No matter how he deduced, the result still indicated that the occurrences today shouldn't have happened. Even after rearranging the plan and his test, the final result was still unfruitful. The old man had an ominous feeling. What's going on? What on earth happened? This was also the first time he had realized that there actually existed something out of his control out here. What was alarming was the fact that he had no idea what on earth had happened. The present old man was akin to a programmer who had discovered a problem yet failed to discover the bug. Even after numerous tests and rewriting of the code, nothing changed. Variable. What is the variable exactly? The old man's eyes shimmered, and once again he looked at everything that had happened today. Ultimately, he could only place the blame on the stone statue. Perhaps, due to the immunity of the stone statue, it was something unpredictable? That was quite likely. Energy immunity. Why does such a power even exist? Could it be? Shock appeared on the old man's face as he recalled a certain legend. However, no matter what, he could never imagine that the one altering everything today was actually Chen Feng, who appeared to be completely unrelated to everything that had happened. Currently, at a certain location far away from the old man, Chen Feng was still immersed in operating his luck aura. After a long time, when his luck value was nearly exhausted, suddenly, the luck aura stopped automatically. At this, the luck value consumption stopped as well. Wang Yao's crisis had been solved. Chen Feng was overjoyed. Done? This was the first time he had fully activated his luck aura to alter reality. The arcane studies learnt from Tang Lan are still quite helpful after all. Chen Feng was gratified. Even things like the usage of luck value and his thought process when using luck aura had been improved by the study. As such, he was able to use every single point of luck value in a more effective way. This was the charm of arcane studies. Shua, a pleasantly scented wind flitted past him. Before he could even see the approaching figure clearly, the figure was already gone. An unknown expert seems to have emerged from the tribe of aboriginals here. That seems to be related to the space undulation that resulted from the entry of us, existences surpassing A-class, into this place. I have no idea if I have been discovered, but I will leave first. Don't worry about me. Chen Feng stared ahead. Wang Yao's figure was already nowhere to be seen. Unknown expert, a different party from the one chasing after Wang Yao. Chen Feng contemplated and was able to guess some of what had happened. So, earlier, two different super experts had battled it out, giving Wang Yao the chance to escape. As for Wang Yao, she was aware that she might be discovered at any time and was worried that he would be dragged in as well. As such, she had decided to leave speedily. His guess was proven shortly after as a streak of light could be seen chasing after her. Discovered? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Unknown tribe, mysterious expert. This mysterious expert had to have discovered Wang Yao's aura and was chasing after her. If so, presently, there was no super expert guarding this tribe of barbarians? If so, Chen Feng's eyes shone. First in 72, Chapter 372, Night Spring Festival, Chapter 372, Night Spring Festival Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish. In the unknown region, Chen Feng was silently reading the information he had gathered. All this gathered data was in the form of simplified keywords summarized by his luck aura. Despite the fact that only keywords were given, he was still able to arrange a complete set of information from these keywords. Barbarian, a tribe located in the unknown region. Scope of strengthening provided by their mutation, body quality. Usage of energy-based abilities nearly non-existent, however, due to the unique structural makeup of their bodies. They had a high degree of immunity to energy-based attacks. A normal adult barbarian possessed an energy immunity of 90%. Through training and battle, the energy immunity was able to reach 95% or higher. As for the comparatively stronger barbarians, their energy immunity was able to reach 98% or higher. Today was the Night Spring Festival, celebrated by the tribe once per year. Since these barbarians were considered to be a life form that was borderline human and beast at the same time, a layman's term to describe this festival was mating season. As such, every year at this time, a bunch of male and female barbarians started mating and went to the bushes to complete that deed. Unfortunately, during this year's Night Spring Festival, due to the entry of Chen Feng and the rest, this activity had been interrupted. As such, the tribe had started chasing after them. So this is what happened. Chen Feng was speechless. No wonder every single bush contained barbarians. So it was because of this Night Spring Festival, Chen Feng contemplated. His initial goal was to clear this newly discovered training camp. Now, though, it did not seem like that would be possible. The reason for this was quite simple. There was a super expert whose strength couldn't be estimated here. How strong was that guy? That guy was strong enough to stop even the mysterious expert chasing after Wang Yao. With an expert at this level here, both the mysterious organization and the genetic union would probably fail to transform this place into a training camp. If so, all that was left for him to do was maximize the benefits he could gain here. He would have to locate some of the so-called pure energy before using it to break through into B-class. If that super expert was still around, Chen Feng would not have had the courage to even think about this. Now, though, said expert had just left. As such, he might still stand a chance. Based on the information he had gathered, the life form possessing the pure energy had been killed by the barbarians long ago. Now, the pure energy was located within the tribe of these barbarians. Barbarians, Night Spring Festival, Chen Feng muttered. There were still some methods available to him if he truly wanted to take the pure energy from the barbarians. After all, their Night Spring Festival had been interrupted due to the appearance of outsiders here. However, would they stop the festival just because of this? That was quite unlikely. Chen Feng might not have been aware of how barbarians would act when they were horny, but he had once seen what his neighbor's cat looked like when it was horny. Back then, the pure bliss demonstrated by the cat, light started surging out of Chen Feng's hands. Myriad illusions, flame of spring. This was an ability that was somewhat similar to the ability of Lady Xie Zhongtong. The only difference was that the potency of this ability was much weaker than that of her ability. It couldn't be helped, as this was a rather low-level ability. It might fail even when used against an ordinary C-class or D-class warrior. However, against these barbarians with no energy in their bodies, a plan formed in Chen Feng's mind. You guys are indeed immune to energy damage, but what about this kind of energy? Are you immune to such energy of pure nourishment that is good for your body? Even if you guys are immune to it, looking at how horny and sexually deprived you guys appear presently, only 1% of the energy needs to leak through your immunity. That will be sufficient. Soon he followed the trail and found the tribe. True indeed, due to the awakening of the mysterious expert, all the members of this tribe had gathered here. However, all of their expressions were rather unsightly. Evidently, they weren't feeling particularly comfortable at this moment. Then, let's begin. A transparent aura started drifting out of Chen Feng's hands. It drifted along the breeze, along the air, and dispersed toward every single nook and cranny of the tribe. After a long time, suddenly, the crowd started stirring restlessly. Confusion erupted. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Almost there, now that the barbarians were dealt with, the next task at hand was to locate the pure energy. For others, this might be a hard task to complete. For Chen Feng, though, with 1 point of luck value, the coordinates were confirmed. And now, his remaining luck value had been completely exhausted as well. Chen Feng's eyes shone. Found it. He snuck into the tribe, and within a comparatively polished building, in the small compartment built using stones, a crude-looking stone chest was found. The chest was opened. A faint radiance started leaking out of the chest. Along with the leakage of this radiance, an extremely harmonious and comfortable feeling started rising within Chen Feng. His entire being felt refreshed by this. At the same time, the stifling aura he was being subjected to by this region seemed to vanish around him as well. This is the pure energy? Chen Feng grabbed at it with his hand. It felt rather gentle and snug in his hand. A sliver of that faint energy entered his body, and instantly, all the spiritual energy in Chen Feng's body was seemingly affected, as it felt more lively than before. A feeling arose within him, a feeling telling him that if he were to absorb this thing here, he would definitely be able to break through. The mysterious organization had indeed not been lying about this. Very good. He started looking for a suitable location for his breakthrough. Suddenly, a cold voice drifted into his ears. If I were you, I would not leave with that thing just like that. Oh? Calmly, Chen Feng turned around. Next, several people appeared noiselessly and blocked all possible escape routes. The newcomers were the Riguang trio. Weren't you guys been caught up with the barbarians? Chen Feng asked with a faint smile. Riguang was ashen-faced. You have your ways of escaping them. The same applies for us. Chen Feng glanced at Riguang's lower body and noticed several bruises there. Is that so? Damage that would remain on the body of a peak C-class until now. Riguang's method of escaping the barbarians probably entailed. Riguang was furious. What are you looking at? Wang Feng, do you think that you can still return alive? You might be powerful, but against the three of us, you have no way out. Chen Feng shrugged. I'm aware of that. However, don't forget that we are not the only ones here, Riguang sneered. You are talking about the others? I'm afraid they probably escaped this place long ago. That's not for sure. Chen Feng glanced at a certain corner and said, See, they're still here, Shua. Instinctively, Riguang and the rest turned around to look at the corner. Indeed, at that rather sheltered corner, a faint silhouette could be seen. Riguang's trio was alarmed. Who is it? However, when they get a clear look at who the newcomers were, they breathed out in relief. So it's the little attendant tagging along with the genetic union members. Were you sent here to spy on us by the Union? Haha, for them to send an attendant like you for such a task. Tisk. They shook their heads and started laughing. Xinghui walked toward that person as they laughed. However, right at this instant, with a single wave of that person's hand, Xinghui's body stiffened and collapsed onto the ground. As the Riguang duo saw this, they each inhaled a mouthful of cold breath. Xinghui's body had actually been punctured in a split second. Riguang's expression became solemn. Who are you? It was not possible for a person with such strength to be a mere attendant. Me? He raised his head calmly and answered, Gene Production Association, Qinhai. Qinhai. Riguang's heart jolted furiously. He had heard of this name before. In prior years, Qinhai had been a legendary genius. Even the internal members of the mysterious organization had considered Qinhai a future member of the organization. This had remained until that incident where Xuanhuan had been crippled. How was it possible for this guy to still be this strong? The answer to that was unknown. Xuanhuan charged forth. I refuse to believe that. Pooh. With a crisp sound, his body collapsed onto the ground. With that, Xuanhuan was dead as well. Next, Xuanhuan raised his head and stared at Riguang. Riguang stared at Xuanhuan, glanced at the corpses of Xuanhuan and Xinghui, and, next, turned around and started fleeing without any hesitation, not daring to stop. Xuanhuan merely watched on mockingly. Then, he shifted his gaze to Chen Feng. It's your turn, Shua. With a cold flash, Xuanhuan's attack neared Chen Feng. Is this how you treat an old friend? The helpless Chen Feng could only use his original voice to talk. At that, the Xuanhuan's attack halted and a bewildered expression appeared on his face. Chen Feng? The fuck? 3073, Chapter 373, Forcing the Enemy to Retreat. Chapter 373, Forcing the Enemy to Retreat. Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenesh, the fuck? This was Xuanhuan's first reaction when seeing Chen Feng. Chen Feng, was this how this guy treated an old friend? He had most probably relented to Lady Xiaoru's attacks and had since indulged in a shameless lifestyle. Look, even the way he talked was different nowadays. Why are you everywhere? Xuanhuan asked with a darkened face. There was no trace of joy at having encountered Chen Feng. What a stupid question had Chen Feng asked. He had been tagging along silently, acting like an idiot around the Genetic Union members. What had been the reason for all his effort, for the pure energy here? But the moment this Chen Feng guy had appeared here, would Xuanhuan still be able to obtain the pure energy? Even if he ignored the question of whether he was Chen Feng's match, he would be somewhat embarrassed to fight over it with Chen Feng, the one who had saved his life. Therefore, this time, he had worked hard for nothing? He sighed helplessly. Why are you here? I am now known as Wang Feng, Chen Feng replied calmly. Wang Feng, instantly, Xuanhuan guessed the truth of what had happened. His eyes shone as he asked, Do you want to return to the Genetic Union's side? If you choose to return, we can work together. What an excellent opportunity. With this, Chen Feng would be able to follow them back to the Genetic Union and escape the clutch of the mysterious organization. Surprising him, Chen Feng rejected his proposal without the slightest hesitation. No, Xuanhuan was curious. Why? Chen Feng smiled happily. Because, if we work together, I will have to share the pure energy with you. Xuanhuan's face darkened. This guy, Chen Feng, stopped kidding around and stated seriously, I still have something else I need to do. He whispered, All this started in a rather accidental way, but now that I possess the perfect identity as a member of the mysterious organization, I will not give up on it. There are certain things easier done with this identity. Xuanhuan sighed. You take care then. If any mishaps happen to you, I will be sure to burn some incense one for you. Chen Feng, keep watch for me. He wasn't bothered with feigning courtesy toward Xuanhuan. Without hesitation, he started using the pure energy he had found. He sat down cross-legged and started absorbing the pure energy to charge straight into B-class. By the side, Xuanhuan's mouth twitched. Before coming, Xiaoru had asked Lady Xiaoyue on his behalf to read his future. Based on the original plan, Xuanhuan would only encounter a slight danger toward the end of this trip. Moreover, that opponent wouldn't be too powerful. As such, his plan would not be affected. There wouldn't be any problems. Despite the slight danger that would arise, Xuanhuan would be able to deal with it smoothly. But then, Chen Feng was evidently a variable that was beyond their calculations. Chen Feng could be labeled with the term slight danger? If Xuanhuan truly believed that, he would be an idiot. As such, even that lady's readings on Chen Feng were incorrect, or, to be precise, whoever it was that read the future, they would reach the same conclusion as Lady Xiaoyue. It was simply too hard for someone to read any future concerning Chen Feng. Forget it, he would treat this as an act of repaying Chen Feng's favor. With a bitter smile, Xuanhuan concealed himself. Since he had agreed to keep watch for Chen Feng, he would do what he had promised. Distantly, where the group of barbarians was, the atmosphere seemed to be sizzling hot with passion. There, some outsiders seemed to be approaching. Yi, Xuanhuan, a familiar voice called out. Xuanhuan looked over and noted that the newcomers were those from the Genetic Union. Cautiously, they took a detour around the barbarians and neared Xuanhuan. As they saw the one behind Xuanhuan, they were instantly overjoyed. The guy from the mysterious organization? Wait, that thing in his hand, the pure energy? The hell? Xuanhuan, you sure are lucky. They were overjoyed. Haha, now I feel like their decision of sending you along with us was totally the perfect choice. That's true. Luck is part of a person's strength, after all. In a gratified manner, they patted Xuanhuan's shoulder before starting to walk toward Chen Feng. Hee, take care of this guy. We can share this energy equally. They were extremely excited. Which of the people sent here wasn't an intelligent person? Since Chen Feng could determine what was going on with the tribe, the same applied to them. The only difference was them not having the exact coordinates of the pure energy. As such, they had arrived later than Chen Feng. After finding out the rough location of the pure energy earlier, despite being chased after by the barbarians, they had still decided to take a huge detour before returning here. Is this the pure energy? Hee. Coincidentally, this guy is in the midst of breaking through. I suppose he won't be able to sense what's happening around him. Haha, that's true. Don't continue wasting time. Even now, 1/10 of this energy has been reduced. Every second we drag this out, the lower the amount of energy that remains. Understood. They walked over in excitement. However, right as they were walking toward Chen Feng, Chen Hai raised his hand and obstructed them. Their expressions darkened. Why? Hee hee. Chen Hai, are you thinking of hogging this all for yourself? They sneered. We are already giving you face by giving you an equal share. If you don't know what's good for you, you won't even get that equal share. Hence, you can choose to either scram or... Their eyes gleamed with killing intent. Chen Hai shook his head in a disappointed manner. You all, bang. One of them decided to show no quarter and directly attacked Chen Hai. Trash like Chen Hai, who was only here as a drag, had only discovered this mysterious organization member, who couldn't move due to being in the midst of breaking through due to his luck. Just because of this, Chen Hai was thinking of hogging everything for himself? How ridiculous. However, when that person's punch landed, he found with astonishment that a hand had been raised in front of him, blocking his punch. In a seemingly casual manner, the hand stopped midair. However, this very hand that had stopped casually midair felt like an unmoving mountain when his punch landed on it. He exerted so much pressure on his punch that even his expression was flushed red, yet his fist failed to advance. With a shout by Chen Hai, scram, bang, that person was smashed away and lost consciousness immediately. B-class, the expressions of the other genetic union members changed. With that single move of Chen Hai's, his strength had been revealed. Never had they imagined that this guy here only to carry their luggage had actually reached B-class. The one leading the genetic union's group merely stared at Chen Hai calmly. No wonder you're acting in such an egotistical manner. The leader sneered and continued, Unfortunately, you are not the only one capable of combating those of a higher class here. I hereby declare that Chen Hai has betrayed the genetic union. Since you are not interested in your share, you don't have to have any share at all. Go, Shua. They surrounded Chen Hai. Battle. As they looked at the clump of pure energy that was reducing without stop, they did not hold back, as they wanted to end this battle as soon as possible. However, beyond their expectations, even without holding back, they were unable to defeat Chen Hai. This guy's strength. Bang, bang. Chen Hai took on 2 attacks head-on. Puh. Even after spurting out a mouthful of blood, Chen Hai maintained his calm expression while blocking all the genetic union members. Without any spiritual energy, without any genetic abilities, with his physical strength alone, he blocked the 10 of them. So powerful, everyone was alarmed. We can't continue on this way, the leader said after noticing that another 10% had been reduced from that clump of energy. If this continued, even if they were able to defeat Chen Hai, they wouldn't be able to obtain anything. We can't hold back anymore. Activate the group's secret art, the leader shouted. Yes, everyone else replied. A clump of radiance surged out of one of them. Next, the radiance spread and enveloped the rest of them. Multiple power sources interwove together, and at this instant all their power seemingly merged. Bang. Suddenly, that clump of radiance formed through the power of the 10 of them exploded, summoning a huge 3-meter-tall energy-based giant with a strength at peak B-class. Bang, bang. As the giant landed, it started walking toward Chen Hai. The earth trembled with every step it took. Peak B-class? Chen Hai glanced at Chen Feng before looking at the rest of them. Let me have a taste at what you are all capable of, then. Bang. A dazzling radiance erupted. Next, blood splattered around. First T74, Chapter 374, World of Midgets, Chapter 374, World of Midgets Translator, Lemostin Editor, Tenish Bang. Light dispersed everywhere. Not good. The expressions of the genetic union members changed. That imposing giant was blasted apart just like that, transforming into countless energy clumps. Damn it, they were all endlessly alarmed. That was a giant unleashed through the combined power of the 10 of them, something that truly had peak B-class power. Chen Hai was actually capable of blasting that giant apart. What kind of freak was he? Wasn't he crippled? Wasn't he incapable of using any energy-based abilities? With his flesh alone, we can only use that thing now. But Elder told us to only use that during a moment of crisis? Is this not a crisis? Fine. The leader took out a blue crystal. He crushed the crystal and a blue radiance instantly bloomed in his hand. Shwa. A faint radiance started spreading and engulfed their surroundings, akin to a blue wave. Along with the spread of the blue wave, the energy clumps of the blasted giant that had fallen to the ground started radiating dazzlingly. Chi. Limbs started growing out of these crystals, and ultimately, all the energy crystals transformed into a group of vigorous-looking midgets. Splat. Bloodstains were dripping down Chen Hai's chest. He rubbed at his chest, and his hand was painted red with blood. Indeed, it is still too difficult for the current me to deal with a peak B class. He felt somewhat regretful. He had initially believed that he would be able to defeat that giant. Unexpectedly, the giant was capable of transforming into midgets after its destruction. Shoo. Numerous midgets charged at Chen Hai. Each of the midgets was at the level of C-class. Individually, they weren't powerful. However, their terrifyingly high quantity was sufficient to plant fear in their opponent's heart, an opponent at peak B-class included. Moreover, the present Chen Hai did not have much combat power remaining. Goodbye, the genetic union members said malevolently. Suddenly, light laughter resounded. The genetic union members were alarmed. Who? After looking around, they found that the laughter had come from that Wang Feng guy who was still in the midst of breaking through. He was capable of talking even though he was still not done breaking through 60% of the remaining pure energy. The leader was amazed. Attention splitting? It was rumored that there were some people capable of splitting their attention. These people were able to focus on the control of their energy circulation while doing a different task simultaneously. Such a person would normally be a person of great talent. The leader sneered. Ah, there's actually such a genius in the mysterious organization. Even if you can split your attention, so what? You are still in the midst of breaking through. How much of your power can you spare to deal with us? Regardless of whether that Wang Feng was splitting his attention, with his current condition of being mid-breakthrough, he would not be able to use more than 10% of his power. The moment he used too much of his power, his breakthrough would fail. On top of that, after that happened, he would no longer be able to break through in his whole life. What was to fear about such a person? He wouldn't even feel any fear if a peak condition Wang Feng was standing here, let alone the present Wang Feng who was as good as a cripple. Chen Feng merely smiled as a response. Heh. Naturally, he was incapable of the so-called attention splitting. In fact, he was relying only on Xiaoying to maintain the energy circulation in his body. Even if Xiaoying only possessed the intelligence the level of a child, it was still capable of this. What the genetic union member had said was indeed correct. Presently, he could only utilize 10% of his power. Moreover, even this 10% was on the premise of the constant supply from that clump of pure energy he was absorbing. Otherwise, Chen Feng would not have been able to even move. But then, 10% was sufficient for him to deal with these people. Are you truly so confident? The leader did not plan to continue blabbering on with this guy. He believed that even if both Wang Feng and Qin Hai worked together in their peak condition, he would still be able to kill them easily. Now that even the blue crystal had been used, was there still anything to fear? Shh, Chen Feng whispered. 10, 9, 8. 8. Chen Feng had started counting down. At this, the expressions of the genetic union members changed. What was this guy planning? Countdown? A countdown for what? His breakthrough? They glanced at Wang Feng and noted that he was still far from breaking through. Why was he counting down then? Despite not knowing the reason, the leader could acutely feel that something was off. 5, 4, Chen Feng's faint voice reverberated. Charge, the leader ordered without the slightest hesitation. Shua. The numerous midgets started charging toward Chen Feng. At the same moment, Chen Feng finished his countdown. 1, Shua. The world sunk into silence. All the genetic union members started looking around cautiously. As for the charging midgets, they all became cautious as they braced for the eruption of a battle. However, nothing happened. The leader started laughing from his anger. Hee hee. Are you trying to drag this out? He barked out. Charge. All the midgets charged forth crazily. This time, Chen Feng was the one smiling. Previously, the countdown had not been for his breakthrough. Rather, it had been for the recovery of his luck value. Right after the finish of his countdown, 1 point of luck value had been regenerated. It wasn't a high amount, but it was sufficient. Chen Feng smiled as he said, Group battle? I'm much more proficient at this than you guys. Shua. His hands started radiating. Myriad illusions, activate, shoo, shoo, shoo. Along with the eruption of an odd radiance from Chen Feng's hand, clumps of red radiance appeared mid-air before they all started transforming into midgets. The genetic union members blanked. What? Energy midgets? How had he learned this ability? Even when using such midgets, did he not need to first make some other preparations? Even the genetic union members had only summoned the midgets after the energy giant earlier had been blasted apart. Only with this had there been sufficient energy to summon these midgets. But this guy here, shoo, 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 numerous vicious-looking midgets appeared. The genetic union members were all rendered speechless when they saw that some of the midgets were wearing energy armor. Some were carrying forks, whips, or other weapons. All of the newly summoned midgets were armed. The genetic union members were all dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Energy midgets could be utilized in such a manner. Shoo, shoo, shoo. After 36 energy midgets appeared, Chen Feng's 10% power was fully exhausted. Even if he was now much stronger compared to the past, with only 10% of his power and 1 point of luck value, this was as much as he could do. The genetic union members breathed out in relief. Luckily, their midgets were somewhat lacking when it came to equipment, but they had the numerical advantage. Over 300 of them against 36 of Wang Feng's midgets. A disparity of tenfold. There shouldn't be any problems then. Kill. The numerous blue midgets of the genetic union clashed with the red midgets of Chen Feng. The difference of might between the armed and non-armed midgets was apparent from the first crash. Almost instantly, the blue midgets suffered heavy losses, countless amounts of them dead. Even with this, the genetic union members did not have any change in expression. It was nothing if some of their blue midgets died from this. The only thing they cared about was the final victory. However, as the battle progressed, their expressions started changing, and they kept changing until the end. When they saw a red midget piercing through their blue midgets like a lamb kebab, when they saw a red midget riding on a blue midget with a whip around it like a mount, when they saw this, their expressions greened. Why? They were completely stupefied. These midgets were essentially something formed purely of energy with no wisdom of their own. Only a faint trace of consciousness existed in these midgets. However, those red midgets seemed capable of learning while in the midst of battle. This was too excessive. E375, Chapter 375, The Profitable Third Party, Chapter 375, The Profitable Third Party Translator, Lemostan Editor, Tenish. In the tribe, the heated Night Spring Festival was still progressing. 3-meter-tall sturdy males and 3-meter-tall dreamy females were doing it in the public square of their tribe. In a certain bush at the entrance of their tribe, several pitch-black figures popped out. After a glance at the tribe, they noiselessly hid back in the bush. These figures were precisely the neutral party that had been planning to profit from the fight of Genetic Union and Mysterious Organization earlier. They had actually survived the pursuit of the barbarians as well. One of them whispered, "Boss, the Mysterious Organization members are nowhere to be seen." "The Genetic Union members don't seem to be here either," another person replied. "Only barbarians," another person muttered. He had only observed this tribe for 10 short seconds. However, what he had seen in these 10 short seconds had almost blinded his eyes. After being a scout for so many years, this was the first time he had felt that scouting was such an uncomfortable task. Even if he ignored the male barbarians, the sight of the female barbarians, such as their powerful arms, their millstone-looking faces, or their moans that were sonorous and imposing and sounded like a tiger's roar, D.M. The leader glared at them. "Stay calm. The rest might not be aware, but it couldn't escape him. Those people were definitely somewhere here as well. Be more careful. Take a detour around these barbarians and sneak over there. Within this huge village, that is the only area free of any barbarians. The members of the Mysterious Organization and the Genetic Union are definitely in there," the leader ordered in a whisper. The rest nodded. Understood. They were all still rather confident in this leader of theirs. The basis of their confidence in him was that extremely unique ability he possessed, that stunningly outstanding talent he had, and that unique bloodline ability he possessed. Talent name, the Profitable Third-Party Function. When two different energies clash with each other in the user's vicinity, the user will always be able to detect this clash. Through this, the user will be able to determine the overall combat power of the two clashing parties. Revision, capable of altering the combat power of both camps, roughly 10% change. Range, 100 kilometers consumption, 1 point of spiritual energy. Indeed, this was an ability with 0 combat power. However, it was precisely this ability with 0 combat power that was a heaven-defying ability and allowed him to enable anyone to reap the rewards from the battle of two different parties by hiding in the dark. Within a distance of 100 kilometers, none were able to avoid his detection. That was the scariest aspect of his ability. At nearly the same instant the Genetic Union members and Mysterious Organization members clashed, he obtained their information and was able to easily follow the trail all the way until here. What was even scarier was that add-on of his ability, Revision. Even if the disparity between the clashing parties was huge, it wouldn't matter to him. With this function, he would be able to increase the power of the weaker side by 10% and reduce the power of the stronger side by 10%. An altercation at this level was sufficient to change the result of a battle. At the very least, it would ensure that his enemies would suffer more damage from their clash. After all, there were times where the battle would end as long as the opponent was dealt sufficient damage. Revision was truly an extremely terrifying and heaven-defying ability. This was also an ability no one had seen before. Because of this, presently, the amount of different genetic abilities required to fuse to come up with this final ability was unknown. It might require 5 or 6. However, what was certain was the fact that this was an ability with a single use. It was also due to this that the rest of them had deduced that those possessing this ability would definitely possess a weak combat power. Since the user of this ability would use up all his slots to fuse with genetic abilities whose fusion would be required to ultimately create this single ability, even if the user of this ability was A-class, he would not possess much combat power. Surprisingly though, this leader of theirs was instead the one with the highest combat power in their group. Was it due to him obtaining a huge amount of resources using this ability, resources he had subsequently used to train himself? Or perhaps he was innately talented when it came to combat. It remained a mystery. The only thing they knew was that this leader of theirs possessed an extremely terrifying combat power and had an astonishing ability on top of that. Since the assembly of this squad of theirs, they had been profiting off the fight of others for quite some time, never failing. This time, if it hadn't been for the appearance of the barbarians, they would have succeeded long ago. In their eyes, this leader was simply a legendary figure. The leader was emitting a faint glow from his eyes. His gaze swept past the depths of the tribe and was able to clearly see two different parties that belonged to the Mysterious Organization and Genetic Union respectively. As for the difference in their combat power, it was nearly 0. Evenly matched, huh? He was overjoyed. This was the favorite setting of his. With this, both sides would normally suffer equal damage before he appeared with his squad and defeated everyone present, taking away all available resources. Even the Mysterious Organization and Genetic Union would not be an exception to this. They were hidden far away and were observing the clash of the two parties. However, he noticed an odd thing. The number representing the genetic union's combat power was reducing without stop. As for the mysterious organization, it never changed. To be precise, it was slowly increasing. Initially, he had been waiting for the Night Spring Festival to end so that the barbarians could participate in the chaotic battle as well. Unexpectedly, these barbarians had such powerful vitality and were able to last so long when doing that deed. He narrowed his eyes. Something seems off. Both parties were obviously clashing. Why was the combat power of one particular side increasing without stop? This did not seem right. As such, he did not dare to interrupt their battle yet. Shua, shua. His ability, the profitable third party, was activated once again. Shua. The data was refreshed. At this, an astonishing scene appeared. In a split second, the data representing the genetic union had vanished, as if all of them were dead. As for the mysterious organization, the data representing them had increased sharply. He had an ominous feeling. For something like this to have happened, was this a trap set for him by the genetic union and mysterious organization? Without hesitating, he ordered their retreat. Retreat, boss? Everyone else was confused. Retreat? But they were already on the verge of success. They only needed to wait for the battle to end. Without the slightest hesitation, he ordered, "Retreat, now, Shua." He took the initiative and started retreating. The rest exchanged glances and clenched their teeth. Ultimately, they decided to trust him and retreated together with him. Before leaving, he glanced one last time at that place. Shua. Once again, the data was refreshed. The data representing the mysterious organization's combat power increased greatly one more time. As for the data representing the genetic union, it disappeared completely. At this point, even if his revision was able to change their combat power by 100%, it would still be useless. Instantly, his very soul shivered. Something was indeed wrong here. Retreat, retreat. They retreated rapidly, not leaving any traces behind. He had been relying on his wit and his tricks to stay alive all this while. Only a person alive would be able to increase one's strength. Only by hiding in the dark would he be able to scheme against others. Boss, are we retreating just like this? The genetic union was suddenly destroyed. The reason is unknown. The captain shook his head and continued, "With the disappearance of an opposing party, I am no longer able to detect their exact position. However, at the very least, their combat power was exposed to me during their clash earlier. A power at that level, hee. Use an anonymous identity to issue a mission with 10 million as the reward. Set this place as the venue." His underlings nodded. Yes. He stared ahead into the distance. "Regardless of who it was that was victorious, I will allow you to stay happy for now." Since they were not evenly matched, he would create a situation where his enemies were all evenly matched against each other. This mission with a 10 million reward would be sufficient to lure a bunch of people over here. Even if they were all similarly C-class warriors with the ability to challenge those of a higher class, there were still a lot of people out there that were confident in their own strength. When those people arrived, as long as they started clashing, the effect of his ability would be maximized. At that time, he would remain hidden in the dark and use his revision ability. That would be sufficient for him to control the result of their battles. Controlling the tides of war was in fact the feat he was most apt at. 3076, Chapter 376, If you are not satisfied, fight. Chapter 376, If you are not satisfied, fight. Translator, Lemostan Editor, Tenish Wright. At this moment, in the tribe, a formidable aura surged. The converging aura was akin to a white dragon, radiating an alarming might. Slowly, Chen Feng opened his eyes. Have I broken through? He started feeling up the brand new power within his body. Under the nourishment of this enormous pure energy he had obtained from the tribe, he had finally broken through. From C-class, he had entered B-class. His spiritual energy had gone through a transformation, and his combat power had grown once again. On top of that, he was once more able to fuse with a new gene reagent. I can fuse with my 5th gene now? The corner of Chen Feng's mouth curled up, forming a smile. I am truly looking forward to it. Shua. He stood up. He had been in charge of killing all the genetic union members, while Qin Hai had been in charge of killing off the mysterious organization members. This time, they had cleaned up all the members of each other's squad. Even if their respective organizations suspected the death of their members, the doubt would not fall on them, since the members of each side had respectively been killed by a member of an opposing organization. This was the perfect way to deal with them. Qin Hai, Chen Feng pushed open the door and instantly blanked. Out there at the entrance stood Qin Hai. His tall and straight figure currently appeared short and small because, as of an unknown point in time, the entrance was now filled to the brim with barbarians. Several hundred of them could be seen. What evil thing have you done to them? Chen Feng muttered. This amount of them? Have you been interrupting the activities of their Night Spring Festival again? Qin Hai, he stared at Chen Feng snappishly and gnashed these words out of his teeth. Have you forgotten how an aura above C-class can't appear in this place? Yeah. Chen Feng nodded. There's no B-class here. Mid-sentence, he blanked. Qin Hai sighed. Do you understand what happened now? Chen Feng, in other words, these barbarians had come due to them sensing the unordinary power his body emitted the instant he had broken through into B-class? He rubbed his head. He was aware that only those C-class and below were allowed to exist here. Regardless of the mysterious organization or genetic union, when they had sent their people here, they had similarly advised that it would be fine to have someone capable of challenging a higher class come. However, a B-class genetic warrior absolutely could not enter. That was the requirement they needed to abide by. All the while, Chen Feng had believed that this advice was due to that mysterious expert he had seen earlier. Now, though, he understood that this advice was due to the alarm mechanism these barbarians seemed to possess. Due to their unique bodies, they possessed combat power that rivaled B-class. They were able to easily beat up all C-classes in existence. However, a power of B-class or above was truly a threat to them. As such, these barbarians possessed an innate sensory mechanism toward these powers. In their eyes, the present Chen Feng had transformed into a threat. Instantly, Chen Feng came to an understanding. So, this is the case. Therefore, Qin Hai pondered and continued, if I were to flee by myself now, they would most probably ignore me and stay here just to capture you. Chen Feng, why did he feel like Qin Hai's mind had been polluted by Lady Xiaoru? Back then, Qin Hai had been a person filled with a sense of justice. Howl, howl. The barbarians eyed them viciously. Slowly, they approached. Chen Feng and Qin Hai could only retreat one step at a time. Soon, they no longer had anywhere to retreat to. This was in fact the ancestral hall of the barbarians. Since the pure energy was considered a treasure by the barbarians, it was natural they had placed it here. After all, this was the core region of the barbarians' tribe, Hua. Groups of barbarians blocked all their escape routes. This is getting troublesome, Chen Feng muttered. Despite his recent breakthrough into B-class, despite the increase in his strength, he did not believe that he would be able to survive the attacks of several hundred barbarians. Shua, he pointed midair. His myriad illusions activated and a gush of energy shot out. Pop! The fiery red energy blasted the body of one of the barbarians. The clump of hair on that barbarian's chest was burnt black and nothing else happened. The barbarian suffered no damage despite that being a B-class attack. Against these barbarians with over 90% immunity to energy attacks, it was impossible for his attack to be successful. What if I fuse with a new ability? Chen Feng shook his head. A person's strength would indeed increase after breaking through. However, only fusing with a new genetic ability would bring a qualitative change, increasing one's combat power greatly. Now, though, in this situation where his energy attacks were ineffective, the only thing he could rely on was brute force alone. Ka, ka! He clenched his fists. A faint energy started converging within his body. Shortly after, he gained a comprehensive understanding of his body. The power of his body was only at the level of a D-class. As for these barbarians, even the weakest of them was at C-class. Energy equipment? It would be ineffective here. Nethergaze, Chen Feng's eyes started glowing red. With his present B-class power, facing an opponent with even 95% immunity against energy attacks, his Nethergaze might be able to help him insta-kill one of them. However, that was the limit only one enemy killed. Myriad Illusionary Windblade? With no luck value, he would not be able to unleash the type of might he wanted to. What to do? Qin Hai whispered. Chen Feng was helpless as well. No idea. Aren't you good at creating miracles? Qin Hai glanced at him. This guy had even survived the kind of danger they had encountered in the snow tundra back then. Now there were only some barbarians that couldn't even use energy in front of them, and he was helpless against them? Chen Feng coughed. What could he do about it? His luck value had been exhausted when saving Wang Yao previously. He shrugged. I need time. How long? Qin Hai asked. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. 1 hour. 1 point of luck value would recover per hour. Qin Hai, he glanced at the several hundred barbarians surrounding him and felt like Chen Feng was trying to kid him. Chen Feng pondered and corrected himself. Oh, 30 minutes will do as well. 30 minutes had passed since he had killed those genetic union members. 30 more minutes and he would recover 1 point of luck value. It wouldn't allow him to battle these barbarians, but it should be sufficient to provide him an escape route. He would be satisfied with even a single escape route now. His requirement was truly not high. Qin Hai gnashed his teeth. Do you think that I am made of iron? Despite the strength of his flesh, he would still be beaten into a meat patty by these barbarians. Chen Feng whispered. Well, there is indeed a way of solving our predicament. This way will allow us to drag this out for 30 more minutes. After that, we will be able to flee easily. The only thing this requires is your cooperation. Qin Hai nodded. All right, at times like this, he could only cooperate with Chen Feng. At this moment, bang, bang, the barbarians around them were pressing toward them. Their thundering footsteps were truly terrifying. After inhaling deeply, Chen Feng walked out in a serene manner. Qin Hai narrowed his eyes. Do you truly have a way out of this? In their current circumstance, perhaps Chen Feng possessed some unique defensive techniques. It could be clearly seen that the barbarians had noticed Chen Feng walking out as well. Standing in front of them, slowly, he raised his head. He pointed at Qin Hai beside him and gave him a thumbs up. Him, powerful. Next, he pointed at one of the leaders of the barbarians and, full of disdain, gave the leader a thumbs down. You, trash. Finally, he concluded by raising his middle finger. Not satisfied? One-on-one. Shua. Instantly, the entire area sunk into silence. Qin Hai's expression darkened. He opened his mouth yet had no idea what to say. This method was truly E377, Chapter 377, It's Not Easy to Be an Oriole. Chapter 377, It's Not Easy to Be an Oriole Translator, Lemostan Editor, Tenish Howell. The barbarian that Chen Feng had pointed at was furious. He couldn't understand what Chen Feng had said, but the simple gestures of Chen Feng were still something he understood, especially the provocation and the disdain in Chen Feng's eyes. Howl, howl, he howled endlessly. Fiercely, he walked out of the crowd as the barbarians around him erupted into an uproar. Chen Hai was ashen-faced. This was the so-called cooperation mentioned by Chen Feng. In a satisfied manner, Chen Feng returned to Chen Hai and patted his shoulder. Remember, drag this out as best as you can. At this, Chen Hai could only smile bitterly. Howl, howl, the barbarians cheered without stop. The challenge issued by Chen Feng had indeed angered them. However, they had also behaved precisely as Chen Feng had guessed. Instead of getting involved in this, they were giving Chen Hai the chance to have a one-on-one fight. Some of the barbarians retreated, emptying a space with a circumference of 100 meters for the coming fight, quite similar to the legendary wrestling rings. This was evidently something they placed the utmost importance on. Chen Hai inhaled deeply. Come. Since this was the only way, he would not shrink from it. Despite how vicious this barbarian seemed, he had been relying on his flesh when it came to battles ever since he had lost all the energy within his body. Never once had he slacked. This was a fight that belonged to him. This was a fight he would absolutely not concede. Shua. He stepped into the makeshift ring. Truth be told, he was quite curious how his physical body would do when pitted against a barbarian, as they were exceptionally good at using their physical bodies. How strong exactly was the present him? The barbarian howled and, with a pair of bloodshot eyes, charged at him. Come. Chen Hai's gaze was resolute. He was Chen Hai, a dazzling ex-celebrity producer. He had once dreamed of being a magnificent gene producer. All the gene reagents and gene armaments he had learned had simply been his path to becoming the greatest gene producer. However, his dream had been shattered. Along with the fall of the Qin family, his dream had been crushed. He had lost everything and started upon a path none had walked before. Even when everyone believed that he would no longer move forth, he had never stopped treading his path. I am Chen Hai. Bang, his figure charged out. Compared to the tall and sturdy barbarian, he appeared so short and small. With his height of 80 centimeters and the barbarian's height of 360 centimeters, the difference in their sizes was almost threefold. Despite that, the power erupting from Chen Hai's hands was still not something to be despised. Bang, bang, bang! They clashed without stop. Yi? Chen Feng was somewhat amazed as he witnessed this. His initial plan of having Xiao Ying make a move in the dark was halted. Chen Hai was actually evenly matched against this barbarian leader? How was that possible? Chen Feng was astonished. One had to know that this particular barbarian was the sturdiest among the barbarians here. From the attitude the other barbarians had toward this barbarian, it was apparent that he was the strongest among them, and it was such a person that was evenly matched in a battle against Chen Hai. Chen Hai is already this strong? Chen Feng felt somewhat apprehensive. He did not doubt Chen Hai's strength. However, he felt like something somewhere was wrong. Based on his evaluation of Chen Hai, when in peak condition, he could unleash the power of an early tier B class. As for this barbarian Chen Hai was battling, he was at the level of a high tier B class. Currently, they were purely battling with their physical bodies. The gap between Chen Hai and this barbarian was not small. As such, Chen Feng's initial plan had been to let Chen Hai face the barbarian while Xiao Ying assisted him in the dark. Only by doing that would they have been able to drag this out. However, surprising him, the two were evenly matched. Why? Chen Feng frowned endlessly. Had Chen Hai erupted in power purely from willpower, like the characters in comics always did? As he looked at Chen Hai, that seemed likely. However, Chen Feng had an apprehensive feeling. Something doesn't feel right. Noiselessly, he checked the time. 3 minutes had passed. Chen Hai and the barbarian were still evenly matched, neither of them at a disadvantage. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Still evenly matched? Suddenly, Chen Feng commanded, Xiao Ying, go help Chen Hai. Xiao Ying, go help Chen Hai. A red flash streaked out of Chen Feng's feet and traveled forth underground. Without making a noise, it entered the body of that barbarian leader. With that, the attacks of the barbarian leader were somewhat weakened. His combat power was thus reduced by 10%. This sudden reduction in combat power placed him at a disadvantage. Bang, bang, he was forced 2 steps backward by Chen Hai's attacks. Chen Feng shook his head. Was it just my misconception? As he was about to summon Xiao Ying back, he noted that, once again, the barbarian's power had increased and regained the 10% he had lost earlier. Bang, bang, once again, both combatants were evenly matched. Yi? Chen Feng's eyes shone, seemingly realizing something. He ordered Xiao Ying to retreat. Xiao Ying. Along with the disappearance of Xiao Ying's suppression of the barbarian's power increased, and he was able to gain an upper hand over Chen Hai. However, this only persisted for a short few seconds before, once again, the barbarian's power recovered to how it had been. Both of them were once again evenly matched. Chen Feng was alarmed at this discovery. There is indeed a trick somewhere. This barbarian was hiding his strength? However, how would this benefit him? As he looked at the barbarian fighting Qin Hai with bloodshot eyes, Chen Feng rejected the possibility that this was a person with sufficient intelligence to conceal his strength. If so, Xiao Ying, Chen Feng urged inwardly. Shoo, 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 shoo. The dim red flash started streaking around underground. Thanks to the ability to travel between the illusory and real world unique to Xiao Ying, it was almost unequaled in its ability to scout almost everything within 1 kilometer, and it transmitted this information back to him. Vicinity, someone is here. Third party, Chen Feng's heart jolted as he recalled the group that had tried to trick both the mysterious organization and genetic union when they had first arrived. Perhaps, Shu, he ordered Xiao Ying to conceal itself near them and transmit the image back to him. Indeed, it was the same guy. Every single time any sort of energy undulation was created, that person was around. He was able to ensure that, regardless of how Qin Hai and the barbarian fought, they were evenly matched. Eventually, both sides would suffer damage. The mantis stalked the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind them. Evidently, behind them was such an oriole as well. After nearly succeeding several times earlier, this time he had once again arrived noiselessly. The treacherousness of this person was apparent. Doubt surfaced in Chen Feng's eyes. Who is he? Despite the numerous factions in this world, very few of them were considered top-notch powers. A huge majority of the geniuses were under the various powerful organizations. It was almost impossible for a small organization to possess a genius, even if the genius was born within their organization. Either these geniuses would be taken away by the larger organizations, or the smaller organizations would directly be swallowed whole by the larger organization. There was also the possibility of the genius being directly erased. Not a single major organization would allow the minor organizations below them to have any heaven-defying geniuses. From the way this third party had acted, it was rather likely that they were merely a neutral party. However, a neutral party actually knew about training camps. A mere neutral party was so well practiced in scheming against the mysterious organization and genetic union, even Chen Feng had been forced to go undercover and remain within the mysterious organization to obtain more resources. As a neutral party, how had this guy reached such a height? However, regardless of the background of this person, wouldn't Chen Feng obtain more information after testing him out? Chen Feng grinned. Hehehe, shoo. Noiselessly, Xiao Ying hid beside that person. Bang. Condense. A dazzling radiance erupted. In a flash, that person erected his defenses to defend against the sudden attack against him. However, the true goal of Xiao Ying there was not to attack him. When that person raised his head after his eruption and saw the sight of all the barbarians looking straight toward him in unison, his expression changed greatly. 37.8. Chapter 37.8, The Weapon of the Third Party. Chapter 37.8, The Weapon of the Third Party Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenesh. The profitable third party, an ability whose greatest advantage was its hidden nature when used. Only by doing things in the dark could one become the third party who profited over the fight of others. The moment the hidden third party was exposed, this ability lost its advantage. The fuck? That person was dumbstruck. Evidently, he had no idea how he had been discovered. There was also that red flash that was rather thick and long. What on earth was that? Chen Feng raised his eyebrow. It's indeed him. Previously, when the genetic union and the mysterious organization had fought, it was this same guy who had suddenly appeared. Was he using some sort of unique ability? This guy seemed to specialize in reaping profit from the fights of others. Presently, the battle between Qin Hai and the barbarian had stopped as well. They were both eyeing that person fiercely. Immediately, over 10 barbarians started taking large strides toward that person. That person sighed. Everything is so unfavorable today. This was truly weird. No problems whatsoever had ever appeared when he had used this ability in the past. Why were problems cropping out one after another here at this place? Was he trying to scheme against the wrong opponent? Or was it due to the energy immunity the barbarians possessed? But then, that red radiance, he shook his head. Forget it. It's better to run for now. Shua, a misty sphere condensed on his hand and was tossed on the ground. Bang! Instantly, endless mist gushed out. The dense white mist enveloped the entire tribe instantly. Immediately, the visibility level dropped to only 1 meter. Someone would not even be able to see a shadow any further than that. Shua! In a well-practiced manner, that person vanished among the mist. As a neutral party trying to survive among all these huge organizations, how was it possible for him to not have made any preparations? He had indeed been discovered, but so what? He glanced at everyone indifferently before leaving easily. Chen Feng's eyes shone. This is a good opportunity. Go. He was overjoyed. We can't see clearly either, Qin Hai said with a solemn expression. This odd white mist had blocked out all energy. As such, there was no way for them to even perceive the direction. Forget about the barbarians, even they were unable to perceive anything amid this mist. This, coupled with the drop of visibility, bang. The moment Qin Hai turned around, he knocked against the crotch of one of the barbarians. The impact pained him greatly. He smiled bitterly. I can't see clearly. Chen Feng started pulling Qin Hai. Here. You can see? Chen Hai asked in amazement. Nope, Chen Feng said with a smile. However, I have a way to figure out which direction to go. Chen Hai followed Chen Feng. All right, shwa, shwa, shwa. They started traveling through the white mist. Chen Feng, with his pair of bright eyes, was cautiously avoiding all the barbarians along the way. Despite that, he was still heading in the same direction, seemingly sure of his goal. Underground, a red phantom was streaking around rapidly. From the start till the end, Xiao Ying followed that third party. Despite the rather huge energy consumption when doing this, for the present Xiao Ying, who was filled to the brim with an energy it did not even know how to utilize properly, this was the last thing it needed to worry about. One scene after another appeared in Chen Feng's mind. Faithfully, Xiao Ying was transmitting everything it saw to Chen Feng, here. Bringing Chen Hai along, Chen Feng traveled through the mist. Currently, the third party that was fleeing hadn't even had the chance to feel the joy of his successful escape before he saw two familiar figures behind him. Those two had actually caught up to him. His expression changed slightly. The fuck? This white mist was something released by the mist bomb unique to him. It was capable of blocking all sensory abilities, vision, sense of hearing, sense of smell, interference abilities, and so on. How had these two caught up to him? He calculated the distance and noted that he was now not far away from the mist's exit. He clenched his teeth and decided that he could now allow them to follow him out. He inhaled deeply. I need to shake them off. Shua. With a turn, he changed direction. At the same time, the Chen Feng duo that was behind him changed their direction noiselessly as well. They were seemingly capable of sensing what the third party was doing, as Chen Feng had decided to stick even closer to him. 1 round, 2 rounds, the third party had traveled around the tribe 2 times now, yet those two were still following him closely. Moreover, they were closing the distance. Now they could nearly see each other with the naked eye alone. The third party had an unsightly expression. The hell? The white mist was already fading, as the active duration was ending. If this continued, he wasn't sure he would be able to shake them off. However, he was certain that he would fail to escape. DM it. He cursed inwardly, and he started running speedily. As the white mist faded, finally, he left the tribe of barbarians. Next, he turned around and saw that the two were still following after him closely. Now, without the mist, both sides could see each other clearly. As far as the third party was concerned, if he failed to even shake them off in the mist out here, it was a no-brainer that he would fail to escape them. Chen Feng and Chen Hai increased their speed, seemingly about to catch up with him at any time. Chen Feng was all smiles when they caught up as he looked at this guy in front of him. It's indeed you. The one who schemed against us earlier was him as well? Chen Hai asked in amazement. The third party laughed awkwardly. He personally believed that he was a rather powerful person with a huge amount of trump cards. However, these two guys were rather troublesome. Even if he were to ignore the pure physical body strength of Chen Hai, there was also the guy called Wang Feng, the most troublesome of the two, because that guy was B-class. As long as Wang Feng started fighting, the barbarians would be attracted. Wang Feng was simply akin to a lighthouse telling all the enemies where they were. Even sadder was the fact that he couldn't shake this guy off no matter what. He had yet to find out the reason for his failure to shake this guy off either. One more thing he couldn't understand was the reason these two guys had joined hands despite the obvious fact that one was from genetic union and the other was from mysterious organization. Cautiously, he pointed at Chen Hai and Chen Feng. You both? Us? Chen Feng glanced at Chen Hai and said indifferently, Our friendship bloomed in a time of danger. As such, our relationship transformed from that of enemies to friends. The third party, fine, he would accept this reason for now. Chen Feng was about to make a move. Who are you then, bro? The third party stopped him hurriedly, not knowing whether he should laugh or cry. Bro, if there's a problem, we can talk it out. Please don't do anything. It hasn't been easy for us to escape the barbarians. If we get ourselves surrounded once again, it's going to be troublesome. Chen Feng stared at him indifferently. If so, tell me, which organization are you from? He was truly curious. Who exactly was this mysterious third party that could seemingly appear and vanish at any time? What exactly was the reason he was able to remain hidden yet profit from the fights of others all the time? In a somewhat embarrassed manner, the third party scratched his head. Oh. Seemingly realizing what Chen Feng wanted to ask, he said immediately, I am a vagabond with no allegiance. The only reason I was able to tail after you guys is the unique ability I have. It's this ability. He showed them the data of his ability. The profitable third party, Chen Feng and Chen Hai exchanged glances. The hull? Such a treacherous ability existed? No wonder, finally, they understood the reason for the things they had encountered earlier had happened. What could they say when encountering an ability like this? The only thing they could say was, this was indeed a miraculous world where all sorts of abilities existed. This was probably the reason this unique neutral party that was not part of any organization had been able to survive all this while. Suddenly, Chen Feng asked, Oh, yeah, what's your name? Me? That person calmly stated, I am Kong Bai. 3079, Chapter 3079, Land of Legacy. Chapter 3079, Land of Legacy. Translator, Limostan Editor, Tenish. Since we have all escaped the barbarians, let's separate here, Kong Bai said to Chen Feng and Chen Hai. However, as he turned around, his escape route was blocked by them. Kong Bai stopped and said indifferently, "What? Are you guys trying to keep me here? Hee. Greed will lead to death." "Do you truly think that I, Kong Bai, am someone so easily bullied?" Chen Feng was all smiles as he looked at Kong Bai. "Of course we don't think that way. I only want to know your goal, your true goal in coming here to this untamed region." "Naturally, I'm here for the pure energy," Kong Bai replied firmly. Toward his reply, Chen Feng merely laughed. Who was Kong Bai trying to trick? If he was truly here for the pure energy, he definitely would have interrupted Chen Feng when Chen Feng was absorbing it. Moreover, that clump of pure energy had already been fully absorbed by Chen Feng. Then why was this guy still here? What was the reason? To be precise, what was his goal? Chen Feng raised his hand. "I want to hear the truth." He might not necessarily be able to defeat Kong Bai, but with his present B-class strength, he would at least be able to pose some sort of deterrence toward this guy. At worst, he could attract all the barbarians over here. Shua. The B-class power was about to be unleashed from Chen Feng's hand. Kong Bai, Tamani, at least 20 times, he would at least be able to pose some sort of deterrence toward the Strameless. He was obviously not strong. Unfortunately, despite this guy's shamelessness, he had still recently broken through to B-class, and coincidentally, these damnable barbarians were particularly sensitive toward the energy released by a B-class. Any slight carelessness, and they would all be surrounded by the barbarians. Naturally, he did not mind repeating the process of fleeing from the barbarians. However, what if these two were able to once more stick close to him? That was rather likely. It seemed like these two guys were now targeting him. In an indifferent manner, Chen Feng started his countdown. 3, 2, 1. Kong Bai sighed. "I will tell you." Chen Feng prepared to listen. "Oh? The legacy of the barbarians," Kong Bai said helplessly. "The members of this barbarian tribe did not possess such a mysterious ability at birth. In the vicinity of their village, there exist some ruins left over from ancient barbarians. As long as one trains in the ruins, one might be able to obtain the legacy of the barbarians and obtain that unique ability. Shua." The eyes of Chen Feng and Qin Hai shone. Unique ability, such as that energy immunity? Instantly, the two of them were enticed. Only those who had truly encountered it would have an idea of how powerful an ability that energy immunity was. This was an ability that would enable a genius to challenge those even 2 classes above him. If they obtained this ability, even when facing an A-class warrior, they would not have to worry about their lives. This was truly a heaven-defying ability. The legacy of the barbarians, huh? Chen Feng's heart started burning, and he narrowed his eyes. "Do you know the location?" Kong Bai nodded. "Naturally. Let's go together?" Chen Feng suggested indifferently. Kong Bai shrugged. "Do I have a say in this?" Since he had decided to tell them the truth, he had naturally been prepared to take them along. Rather than continue wasting time here with them and deal with the prospect of continuously guarding against them, he might as well work together with them. At the very least, the trip would be safer if they worked together. After all, the Land of Legacy was not a place just anyone could enter. Kong Bai started talking. "Before coming, I checked the information regarding the ruins. However, I failed to find anything. Regardless of which channel I used for my investigations, I couldn't find any information regarding that place. Therefore, this might be a dangerous trip. Even I do not have absolute confidence in surviving it." Chen Feng and Qin Hai nodded their heads. Understood. This was understandable. Even the village of the tribe of barbarians was classified as an unknown region. The Land of Legacy that was located in an even deeper part of this unknown region was most certainly something nobody knew about. As for the dangers there, for people like them, danger was something they faced frequently anyway. A smile appeared on Kong Bai's face as he continued. "Good. This is why I enjoy working together with geniuses." They exchanged information on their strengths and established a temporary squad. Kong Bai, peak C class, combat power at middle tier B class, possesses numerous trump cards. Qin Hai, peak C class, combat power at early tier B class, combat power derived purely from his physical flesh. Chen Feng, early tier B class, combat power at middle tier B class. These were the strengths of the 3 as shown on paper. Both Chen Feng and Kong Bai possessed combat power of middle tier B class. As for Qin Hai, despite his early tier B class combat power, he was the only one among the 3 of them capable of facing the barbarians. As such, neither of the 3 were at an advantage compared to the others. After establishing the squad, they started heading toward the Land of Legacy. Based on what Kong Bai had said, the Land of Legacy was not a place as worthless as the barbarians' village. It was a place that was guarded by a massive military force at all times. Moreover, even the chief of the barbarians might be guarding there. As for the chief's combat power, it could very well be above A class. Only now, when that chief was not around, could their infiltration into the ruins stand a chance. Otherwise, that mysterious super expert could very well insta-kill them with a single glance. Chief. At this, Chen Feng recalled the statue he had seen earlier. Was that the chief? The one who had appeared to rescue Wang Yao from the mysterious expert earlier thanks to his luck aura. He was still doubtful as to why an expert would appear at this place. So that was someone from the Land of Legacy? If so, that might explain it. They traveled along the route drawn by Kong Bai and arrived at the location shortly after. However, just as they reached the entrance of the Land of Legacy, a loud sound echoed from the sky. Distantly, a faint radiance could be seen flashing. That mysterious chief had apparently returned. Not good. Instantly, their expressions changed greatly. They did not fear any of the normal barbarians. The chief was the only one they feared. After all, that was an existence surpassing a class. Perhaps he has yet to notice us, Kong Bai whispered. A cold snort thundered from the sky above them. Abruptly that mysterious person moved. His gaze, filled with killing intent, landed on Chen Feng's group. You are all courting death. They were all ashen-faced. We have been noticed. Escape? They had no way of escaping. The entirety of the 500-kilometer region around them was the unknown region, the territory of these barbarians. They would most definitely be insta-killed after only fleeing for a couple kilometers. Unless Kong Bai looked toward the Land of Legacy. Despite the fact that they were still quite a distance away from the Legacy, inside, they charged toward the Land of Legacy. At the entrance, the guards braced themselves for a battle. However, facing the Chen Feng trio who was unleashing their full power, rather than being a match to them, these guards might even get killed themselves at any moment. Clang, clang. The entrance toward the Land of Legacy was forced open. An indignant roar thundered from the sky above them. You dare? A huge hand appeared from the sky and charged toward them from tens of kilometers away. The terrifying power from that hand caused the very air around them to start constricting. All their bodies chilled at this sight. Faster, 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 they roared inwardly. From the entrance of the Land of Legacy that had been forced open, a white radiance started shining. Bang! A dazzling radiance erupted from within. At the same time, the attack of the chief finally reached them, blasting a huge pit in the ground as it landed. However, the three of them were now nowhere to be seen. In a split second after that, the stone statue arrived and stared toward the Land of Legacy that was radiating with a dim radiance. A long sigh echoed across the land. In the end, they still entered? This Land of Legacy that has not received any visitors for several centuries? Is this something good, or will this bring disaster? 14080, Chapter 380, Mobile Miniball, Chapter 380, Mobile Miniball Translator, Limostin Editor, Tenesh. This was a world filled with sandstorms and brutal gales. Three figures were currently struggling among the dust-filled air. This is the Land of Legacy? Just as Kong Bai finished this sentence, he could feel a bitter feeling in his mouth. With a spit, a mouthful of sand was spat out. Before he could even finish his sentence, Qin Hai's mouth was stuffed full of sand. I think so. Chen Feng was smart enough to ignore these two. Was there a need to even ask such an obvious question? He activated his energy equipment and formed a protective screen in front of them. Condense. With that, the sand was no longer able to go through the screen, and the roaring sound of wind was somewhat silenced. At this moment, the whole world seemed to have become much quieter. You even have this ability? Kong Bai exclaimed in admiration. So the energy equipment could also be used this way? He felt that he had still underestimated this guy called Wang Feng. Since you can change the shape, why not create something even more impressive? Kong Bai asked in excitement. Chen Feng glanced at him. I can't. Due to the limited energy supply, having a protective screen is already as good as it will get. Let me worry about the energy supply. Kong Bai licked his dry lips and continued. I will supply you with an unlimited amount of energy. Please create something better. A faint radiance started flickering. A faint clump of radiance condensed in Kong Bai's hand. The beam flickered without stop. Every time it flickered blue, a huge amount of Chen Feng's energy was replenished. Chen Feng's eyes shone. Oh, clang, clang, clang. Once again, he improved his energy equipment. With the energy supply from Kong Bai, he would not hold back. Thereupon, the energy equipment that had originally been a mere protective screen transformed into an armored dune buggy. Bang! The armored dune buggy charged forth fiercely, akin to an incomparably vicious and ferocious beast. The blue ball of radiance leaped around in an upbeat manner, replenishing the energy consumption. Chen Feng was endlessly shocked. This thing, unlimited energy supply? It was rather difficult to form this armored dune buggy. The greatest trouble was the huge amount of energy required for each of its components. However, every time his energy was exhausted, this blue ball of radiance replenished his energy. Every few seconds, it would flicker once. With this, Chen Feng did not even need to worry about the energy supply. This was truly a terrifying thing. Perhaps this guy called Kong Bai was not so simple after all. This thing, Qin Hai exclaimed in astonishment as he stared at the blue ball jumping around. Is this the legendary mysterious mini-ball that is capable of moving by itself? But then, I heard that those things are always pink in color. Shua, Kong Bai, and Chen Feng looked at him in uniform. Qin Hai was bewildered. What? Chen Feng felt powerless. Good gracious, what had that Xiao Ru been teaching this guy? With a darkened face, Kong Bai gave a rough explanation. This is an extension of my ability. Oh, Kong Bai had merely mentioned this casually and had not noticed what Chen Feng had noticed. That was because it was very rare for someone to know of all genetic abilities in existence. However, different from them, Chen Feng was someone who had swept through the gene bank of the Gene Production Association. Back then, to look for a suitable gene for himself, he had read through all the information in the Gene Production Association's gene bank. Energy, continuous supply, blue ball, only one ability fit these characteristics. F-class genetic ability, energy supply function, the user can activate this ability to release a small energy ball. Effect, the energy ball will flicker once per minute and supply 20% of the energy the user possesses to the target. In total, the ball is able to flicker 5 times. Cooldown, 20 hours. This was a genetic ability obtained after fusing with a certain F-class mutated beast, and it was capable of enhancing one's endurance greatly. However, even when the small ball of energy was fully exhausted of energy, only 100% of energy would be supplied. It was equivalent to the recovery of 1/4 of the user's energy. Moreover, a total of 5 minutes were required for the ball of energy to fully exhaust the energy supply. Next, there would be a cooldown of 20 hours before this ability could be used again. As such, this wasn't a particularly popular ability, as such a unique support ability would usually not have any sort of potential to be fused with other genetic abilities. What was up with this ability of Kong Bai's then? Its ability to provide an unlimited supply of energy was simply akin to a bug. This guy, there had to be a problem somewhere. Despite the fact that he had found something problematic, Chen Feng's expression did not change. Chen Feng gasped in admiration. This ability is not bad. This armored dune buggy has a huge energy consumption. Even if the assembly of this dune buggy is ignored, the energy required to move this dune buggy still poses a great problem when it comes to energy supply. With your ability, the energy supply is sufficient for this dune buggy's consumption. Kong Bai was immensely pleased with himself. That's natural. With a thundering sound, the armored dune buggy entered the dusky land of legacy. None of them had any idea as to the contents of this place. None of them knew where exactly that so-called land of legacy was. The only thing they could do was wander around endlessly. 1 hour, 2 hours, the scenery outside still appeared the same. Only an endless sandstorm could be seen. When the 3 of them were nearly falling asleep, suddenly a sound could be heard from afar. A beast's thundering howl traveled to them. Howl, something. They were overjoyed at this discovery. Finally, something different had appeared. Chin Hai pointed in a certain direction. There. Kong Bai was filled with anticipation as well. Go, go, go. What they feared most was being forced to wander this seemingly endless land forever. Now that something different had appeared, if they killed that thing, after crossing a distance of several hundred meters, finally, they saw the huge roaring beast. This was a beast 10 meters tall, a tall and sturdy beast that was akin to a small mountain. Chen Feng's eyes were sharp. It's here. Shoo! A huge clump of energy condensed within the armored dune buggy. With the energy supply from the small blue ball, a cannon extended out of the armored dune buggy and aimed straight at the huge beast. Bang! With a loud sound, the terrifying energy shot out. A dazzling explosion erupted amid the sandstorm. However, when the radiance dissipated, an indignant howl could be heard. A huge figure charged out of the darkness and instantly appeared before them. Kong Bai's expression changed greatly. The heck? Dodge? Fast! That huge beast charging at them was akin to Mount Tide descending upon them. Shwa! Abruptly, Chen Feng changed their direction and controlled the armored dune buggy as they left speedily. Not even 1 second after they had darted away, their original position was hit by the beast, creating a huge pit there. All 3 of them were perspiring all over. Damn it, this huge beast is immune to energy. In a calm manner, Chin Hai stated, with a height of 10 meters and the unique makeup of its body, its strength is estimated to be at B class. With an energy immunity reaching 99%, it is an extremely dangerous beast. At this, the expressions of Chen Feng and Kong Bai changed slightly. With energy immunity, the attacks of Chen Feng and Kong Bai would be ineffective. If so, they could only shua. Chin Hai waved his hands repeatedly. I don't plan to die this early. What joke was that? The physical flesh of this beast alone was already B class, much higher than Chin Hai. The present Chin Hai would not even be sufficient to be food that could be stuck between the beast's teeth. How was he supposed to fight that beast? Howl. The huge beast attacked violently. Kai Chai. Under Chen Feng's control, the armored dune buggy dodged without stop. Influenced by a game called Crazy Racing Kart Rider he had once played in his previous life, the makeup of this armored dune buggy was rather simple as well. It was purely relying on its energy supply to move. As such, the control of this dune buggy was extremely simple, and it was able to perform all sorts of drifts and stunts. Bang! Another loud attack was launched by the beast, yet in a confident manner, Chen Feng dodged it easily. However, seemingly attracted by the sounds of activity here, far away, other huge beasts started appearing. If they couldn't deal with this beast here soon, they would truly fall into a grave situation. 38.1, Chapter 38.1, Mysterious Demonic Mirror, Chapter 38.1, Mysterious Demonic Mirror. Translator, Lemoston. Editor, Tenish. Without experience, a relevant bloodline, or any related information, they had boldly entered this place. They did not even know how to receive the legacy and were only able to wander around randomly. This was a place originally not meant for outsiders like them. Howl, the distant huge beast, was already faintly discernible. We're finished. Their expressions changed slightly. Chen Feng's nerves were already stretched taut. It would seem like they would have to once again start fleeing for their lives. Shua. Shua. The armored dune buggy was still streaking forth. Chen Feng, Kong Bai suddenly shouted, but he paused as he felt something off, and he corrected himself as if nothing had happened. Wang Feng, Shua. Chen Feng and Qin Hai turned around and looked at him in unison. This guy was truly... So he had already been aware of Chen Feng's identity long ago? A trace of killing intent flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Who was the one who had told him? Or perhaps this was a fact Kong Bai had already been aware of previously? Or had it been someone from Genetic Union, or the mysterious organization? Regardless of which party it was that had told him, instantly, Kong Bai raised his hands in defeat. Bro, this is something I guessed myself. First, the energy equipment you used. Based on the recent data, in this year, the only person capable of utilizing the energy armor ability in such a manner is you, Chen Feng. Naturally, this is only my guess. Secondly, Qin Hai. Kong Bai speedily finished his explanation. The both of you do not behave like friends who just recently got to know each other. From the tone, conduct, and relationship between the both of you, it appears like two people who went through life and death together countless times. Based on the information from the past 2 years after Qin Hai's fall from grace, only one person would still put his life on the line for him and have such a good relationship with him. Chen Feng, something he had considered to be a secret, was actually so obvious? Kong Bai coughed and continued, Naturally, I am a rather sensitive person as well. When I saw your bromance, your amicable relationship, I was able to guess the truth. I suppose others will not be able to notice this. Moreover, as far as the others are concerned, Chen Feng is already dead. Am I right? This land of legacy was too dangerous. He had no intention of butting heads with them in such a place. Furthermore, both Chen Feng and Qin Hai were rather formidable. It would be stupid for him to provoke the both of them by his lonesome self. Silently, Chen Feng listened to his explanations. Only after Kong Bai had finished did Chen Feng decide to let him off. Bang! Another loud bang could be heard. In a well-practiced manner, Chen Feng drifted the dune buggy and dodged the attack. The sense of vigilance he had acquired from the danger-filled environments he had experienced for several decades proved helpful to him at times like this. Even without his luck aura, he had no fear. Do you have any methods of dealing with this? Chen Feng asked. Previously, Kong Bai had been trying to say something at the risk of revealing he had figured out Chen Feng's identity. It was rather probable that he had a way out of this. I have a particular ability, Kong Bai paused and continued. This ability is capable of ignoring all defenses, including energy immunity, and dealing a huge damage against an enemy. However, there are certain conditions for the usage of this ability. What ability? Chen Feng and Qin Hai's interest was piqued. Such a powerful ability capable of ignoring defense was certainly an ability with a rather harsh activation condition. This was something they knew very well. However, in their present situation, they had no other methods anyway. As such, they could only try this out. One word at a time, Kong Bai stated the name of his ability. Demonic, heartfelt, mirror, she. Chen Feng braked abruptly, almost flinging the three of them out of the car. However, none of them were bothered. With an inconceiving expression, both Chen Feng and Qin Hai stared at Kong Bai. Demonic heartfelt mirror? Kong Bai scratched his head. Yes. Chen Feng and Qin Hai started exchanging glances. Demonic heartfelt mirror was a unique legendary ability. Most of the genetic abilities in existence were things that had been discovered by the masses and then been registered at the Genetic Union. Only with that had those discovered abilities obtained names. As such, most of the time, the function of a genetic ability was somewhat related to the name given to it. Of course, those abilities with names like a good name is hard to find and name taken were exceptions. In short, most of the time, the name was somewhat related to the genetic ability. As for the demonic heartfelt mirror, it was a very good example of this. With its name alone, in a tyrannical and straightforward manner, the contents of this ability were narrated. Ability, demonic heartfelt mirror class. E-function, summons a demonic mirror to attack the enemy. Effect, when attacking an enemy uglier than the user, unique damage will be dealt that ignores all defense. When attacking an enemy better looking than the user will suffer backlash for the same amount of damage. That's right, this was an ability only effective against an enemy uglier than the user. When attacking an enemy better looking, the user would be attacked by the demonic mirror instead. This was an ability that was once part of the top 10 most exotic genetic abilities, occupying the 7th place in the ranking. Due to its exotic effect back then, it had skyrocketed in popularity. However, due to this being an E-class ability, its attack wasn't too strong. As such, the restriction when using this ability was rather huge. On top of that, How was the user supposed to know if the enemy was uglier than the user? Nobody knew the demonic mirror's sense of beauty. Ultimately, the masses had lost interest in this ability, and now Kong Bai was saying he possessed this ability? Even if they were to ignore the question of who was the uglier one between him and the huge beast, even after the attack was launched, so what? With his C-class power, even if the ability was capable of ignoring defense, not much damage could be dealt to that huge beast. Kong Bai scratched his head. This version of my ability is rather unique. Oh, let me show you the details directly, Shua. He transmitted his ability to them. As Chen Feng and Chen Hai saw it, they were instantly alarmed. Ability, Demonic Heartfelt Mirror Class, E-Function, summons a demonic mirror to attack the enemy. Effect, when attacking an enemy uglier than the user, a triple amount of unique damage that ignoring all defenses will be dealt. When attacking an enemy better looking than the user will suffer backlash for the same amount of damage. Heartfelt Confession, before using the ability, one may consult the demonic mirror, triple the unique damage. Capable of consulting the demonic mirror before using. The eyes of Chen Feng and Chen Hai widened. This was the perfect form of this ability. With Heartfelt Confession, the disadvantage of using this ability no longer existed. One only needed to select the target properly, and one could absolutely unleash a one-time formidable eruption. Using this ability would be feasible. Chen Feng sunk into a solemn mood. This guy's ability. Suddenly, he noticed something. All the abilities of Kong Bai were mutated versions. All his abilities had unique effects as well, and extremely heaven-defying ones at that. That miniature energy ball had been mutated from 5 times per day into an unlimited energy supply. The heartfelt demonic mirror had been completely transformed in an explosive way as well. This was extremely similar to the mutated abilities Chen Feng produced for himself. No, these abilities of Kong Bai's had in fact undergone an even stronger mutation than Chen Feng's abilities. That was because the scope of mutation undergone by Chen Feng's abilities were still within reason. As for Kong Bai, his abilities had all undergone mutations that transformed the abilities into something like bugs in a code. If Chen Feng's guess was correct, the other abilities of Kong Bai were quite possibility mutated abilities as well. Even among C-class warriors, this guy's true combat power was extremely heaven-defying. This was an extremely dangerous person. Naturally, this was not the time for him to be bothered about this. Silently, he buried this in the depths of his heart and continued controlling his buggy to dodge the huge beast's attacks in a careful manner. As for Chen Hai, he was in charge of observing the trajectory of the huge beast's movement. By the side, Kong Bai was activating his demonic heartfelt mirror. A shiny demonic mirror appeared mid-air and hovered there. With a solemn expression, Kong Bai faced the demonic mirror and asked seriously, "Dear demonic mirror, am I better looking than that huge ugly beast there?" Ka. At his question, the mirror shattered. The 38.2, Chapter 38.2, Is There a Need? Chapter 38.2, Is There a Need? Translator, Lemoston Editor Tenish, Fersen. Shattering is one of the effects? Chen Feng asked in an inconceiving manner. Kong Bai dazedly muttered, "If the answer is no, naturally, there is no need to attack. As such, the demonic mirror will shatter by itself." Chen Feng, Chen Hai, Chen Hai, Chen Hai, Chen Hai, before looking at the huge roaring beast in the distance. Instantly, they were speechless. In short, as far as the demonic mirror was concerned, Kong Bai was uglier than that huge beast. This was a feeling one couldn't describe with words. What should they do now then? Chen Feng and Chen Hai exchanged glances. They could do nothing but smile bitterly. Who could have guessed that the plan to use this super explosive ability would fail before the ability had even been used? This demonic mirror was truly too excessive. In conclusion, if you were an ugly person, this ability was as good as non-existent? Chen Hai started comforting Kong Bai. It is possible that this huge beast is considered handsome among its species. After all, life forms of different species couldn't objectively compare their level of handsomeness with another species. If the comparison was made among the same species, it was a much easier feat. As such, Chen Hai guessed that this might be the reason. Yes, that's possible, Chen Feng agreed. Only at this did Kong Bai's complexion improve. It was still filled with a grudge, though, this damnable demonic mirror. One day, I will teach it a lesson. Chen Feng stared ahead. Let's think of some other methods. If we have the map of the Land of Legacy, we might be able to. Kong Bai interrupted Chen Feng and gnashed his teeth as he said, "Number, just use the demonic mirror." Chen Hai was doubtful. "But hasn't the demonic mirror?" Kong Fai was feeling indignant. "I will summon it again. The demonic mirror is not something only the owner can use anyway. I can let others use it as well. I have never handed it to anyone else, all this while just to keep this a secret." Once again, Kong Bai summoned the demonic mirror. He controlled the demonic mirror and placed it in front of Chen Hai. "Chen Hai, you try." Chen Hai shrugged. "I don't have any energy in my body." Kong Bai explained, "No energy usage is required. The demonic mirror will only use my energy." Chin high, he raised his head and looked at the serious expression of Kong Bai before sighing and saying, "Dear demonic mirror, am I better looking than that huge ugly beast, Shua?" After he asked, nothing happened. Kong Bai was filled with anticipation, but then, even he himself had no idea what exactly it was that he was anticipating. Anticipating Chin Hai's failure? If so, they might very well die here. Without killing that beast, all of them might die here. However, if Chin Hai succeeded, did it not signify that Chin Hai was better looking than him? What should he be anticipating then? He had no idea as well. Suddenly, the demonic mirror started shining. Shoo! A terrifying beam of light shot out, piercing through the huge beast instantly. Bang! The huge beast collapsed loudly. Dead, Chin Hai was overjoyed. Success. It had indeed worked. Treble unique damage. This ability of Kong Bai's was truly terrifyingly powerful. Kong Bai appeared to be at a loss. He looked at Chin Hai's face. He felt that this guy wasn't particularly better looking than him. If even Chin Hai could use the demonic mirror, how had he failed? Oh, right, perhaps he was right below the standard? For example, Chin Hai's attractiveness rating was 91 and the huge beast's attractiveness rating was 90. Kong Bai would have an attractiveness rating of 89. That must be it. Be careful. That distant huge beast is coming over as well, Chen Feng stated with a solemn expression. Chin Hai, prepare yourself. All right. Chen Hai was about to ask the question, but suddenly Kong Bai interrupted. Wait, Chen Feng, you try this time. Chen Feng was bewildered. Me? He was still a person who knew himself. What kind of a person was Chin Hai? He was the favored son of the heavens. Back then, he had been a celebrity producer. Regardless of their body shape, looks, or charm, Chin Hai was far superior to him. How could he hope to compete with such a person? It was still fine for him to compete when he had a huge amount of luck value. He would be able to push it with his luck value to the point that Kong Bai started doubting life itself. However, it had been truly difficult for his luck value to finally recover bit by bit. Hence, he was definitely not willing to waste it on something like this. Chen Feng laughed bitterly. There's no need, right? Kong Bai insisted. Come, try it. Chen Feng rolled his eyes helplessly. Fine. This Kong Bai guy was obviously unhappy that he had been scorned by the demonic mirror. Now he could only calm himself if Chen Feng were to receive the same amount of scorn from the demonic mirror. Since Kong Bai was the controller of the demonic mirror, Chen Feng could only do as he wished. The shiny demonic mirror hovered before Chen Feng. He glanced at it and, in a casual manner, asked, Dear demonic mirror, am I better looking than that huge beast? A radiance flashed out of the demonic mirror. Bang! A beam of light pierced through the newcomer beast. Bang! The huge beast collapsed loudly, dead. Chen Feng, Chin Hai was dumbstruck with his mouth struck agape. This. In short, as far as the demonic mirror is concerned, I am even uglier than Chen Feng. He looked at that ordinary and mediocre face of Chen Feng's, that face that was only slightly above average. How was that face better looking than his handsome and carefree bearing? This was too excessive. Kong Bai was bursting with rage. The hell? This was obviously his own ability. Why did it work better when used by others? Oh right, perhaps this was because these two beasts had different attractiveness ratings? The first beast was obviously an extremely handsome beast. As for this one, it perhaps rated extremely low attractiveness-wise. This was why Chen Feng's usage of the demonic mirror was successful. That had to be the case. Kong Bai comforted himself without stop. He summoned the demonic mirror directly and asked, Dear demonic mirror, am I better looking than Chen Feng? The demonic mirror started shining. The demonic mirror started shining. Kong Bai was overjoyed. Indeed, despite him being somewhat lacking in terms of handsomeness compared to Chin Hai, he was still much better looking than Chen Feng. However, surprising him, a row of words was what appeared on the demonic mirror this time. Shua. Gradually, the words became distinct. Do you not have an idea yourself how you look? Next. Ka. The demonic mirror shattered directly. Chin Hai, Chen Feng, I. Kong Bai was stupefied. This is too excessive. You can't be like this. You are too much of a bully. It's fine to be worse off compared to Chin Hai, but I'm even worse than Chen Feng. I am the main character here. Kong Bai was filled with a grudge. Chen Feng coughed and continued driving the armored buggy ahead. Chin Hai continued helping him observe the surroundings. As for Kong Bai, he was sitting silently in the corner of the car, muttering about something. When Chin Hai accidentally overheard him, he seemed to hear something like, I am ugly, I am ugly, I am ugly, I am ugly. He exchanged glances with Chen Feng and could only mourn Kong Bai inwardly. Was there a need for this? How pitiful. Bang! The armored car streaked forth amidst the darkness. Occasionally, huge beasts would appear. Whenever this happened, Chin Hai would persuade Kong Bai to summon the demonic mirror. As time passed, they seemed to have entered the depths of the Land of Legacy. Far away, among the dusky region, finally, something else could be faintly discerned. First, her 83 chapter, 383, Racing chapter 383, Racing translator, Lemoston editor, Tenesh, we're here. They became spirited. Even Kong Bai's expression recovered somewhat. A tint of color reappeared on that face of his that had been filled with despair. After traveling so far, finally, a trace of hope had appeared. Far away, the vague scene gradually became distinct. A faint milky yellow radiance could be seen, a radiance that gave off an incomparably cozy feeling, akin to the only lighthouse of this land, causing them to subconsciously start going that way. Kong Bai was full of anticipation. Is this the place that contains the legacy? Bang, bang, the armored car approached that place without stop. The distant buildings grew more and more distinct, and the illusory-looking scenery became more and more real as they approached. The initial miniature yellow dot from far away transformed into numerous huge towers that gave off an imposing feeling. The dangers they had feared appearing had not appeared. This was actually the genuine land of legacy. Their journey laden with dangers had finally brought them here to this place. However, just as they neared with a single drift, Chen Feng sped away. Kong Bai was confused. What are you doing? Chen Feng pointed at the center of the land of legacy. Look. As they looked over, they sunk into a solemn mood. Below those towers, some tall and sturdy-looking figures could be seen moving about. There were actually people residing here. Those were living beings. Instantly, Kong Bai understood. Could it be, is this the actual land of adulthood of the barbarians? The so-called land of adulthood referred to the place where the grown barbarians would be baptized and receive the legacy before transforming from an ordinary person into a genuine barbarian. Chen Feng and Qin Hai exchanged glances. As such, the so-called legacy is energy immunity? That's quite possible. Kong Bai's gaze was burning. They were filled with all sorts of anticipation toward the land of legacy. The legacy might be the extraordinary strength the barbarians possessed, or perhaps the extraordinary vitality the barbarians possessed. However, what they wanted the most was energy immunity. If this was the place to obtain the legacy, did this not mean that anyone could receive the legacy? They were tempted. Just imagine the scene where, in the future, when they were combating someone with similar strength, if one of them possessed an enemy immunity of 90%, wouldn't the other guy feel like cursing them with an MMP? 1. If we enter, they exchanged glances and concluded that this might work. This land of legacy was obviously different from the world outside. They had been here for so long, yet this place hadn't had any reaction whatsoever toward them. It was quite possible that they had no way of contacting the outside world. If so, Kong Bai's eyes shone. Let's pretend to be barbarians and enter. Qin Hai laughed bitterly. That's not possible. Even if the barbarians here couldn't contact the outside world, the three of them were still humans, a completely different race than these barbarians. How could they hide this fact? This was also why Chen Feng had shifted the direction of the armored buggy abruptly earlier. If they went nearer, they would definitely be discovered. They could still easily deal with the issue of height. After all, there were a lot of child barbarians here with differing heights. However, the aura and appearance of a barbarian, Qin Hai spoke forthrightly. These barbarians are too ugly. If we refer to the standards of the demonic mirror, it would be fine for you to sneak in as part of these barbarians. However, I don't think it would work for me and Chen Feng. Kong Bai, can you stop mentioning this? Qin Hai shrugged. I'm kidding. Looks are not too big a problem. The main issue is still our aura. Chen Feng shut his eyes. Aura, shua, luck aura activated silently. During the past few hours, he had regenerated several points of luck value. It was still insufficient for battle, but it should be able to solve such a simple issue relatively easily. Then, among the abilities of the myriad illusions, which will be most fitting for this, shua, countless information flipped past Chen Feng's mind. Soon, 1 point of luck value was consumed, and one particular set of information was fixed in his mind. A simple and practical ability had appeared in his mind. Chen Feng's eyes shone. You then. This was a minor ability capable of transforming one's aura. When used together with the energy equipment, an item capable of transforming one's aura might be created. Chen Feng pondered this and decided that it was feasible. At the very least, the recommendations of Luck Aura had never let him down before. Let me handle the transformation of our auras. Chen Feng inhaled and continued. However, I need someone else to drive this car while I'm busy. Chen Feng pointed at the swirling radiance surrounding the land of legacy. If Chen Feng stopped here to use his ability, their foreign aura would be stopping here for too long. It would most certainly attract the attention of the barbarians. As such, despite the rather good protection screen they had around them, they had to be moving continuously to dilute their aura that lingered in the air. Kong Bai curled his lips. This is not a problem. I am very familiar with driving. Back then, at Akina Pass 2, in a well-practiced manner, Kong Bai changed seats with Chen Feng and sat in the driver's seat. Unfortunately for him, before he could even finish bragging, he stared at the steering wheel with a dumbstruck expression. Kong Bai was stupefied. What sort of car is this? Chen Feng shrugged. A dune buggy. A normal car is too troublesome to control. We are, after all, maintaining the activation of this car using an energy supply. As such, a simplified car such as a buggy will do. In any case, we only need something that can sprint forward by exhausting energy. I know that. Kong Bai rubbed his aching head and asked, What are these? Chen Feng sighed. Buttons. He doesn't even know such a simple control system, yet he still dares to brag about being a veteran driver? Where's his face? Chen Feng decided to teach Kong Bai. Look, you should be familiar with this steering wheel's function, right? Yes, you can either turn it left or right to change the direction. It's very simple. As for the shifts button, it's used when you want to drift. He coughed, corrected himself, and continued on as if nothing had happened. You have to step here to brake. That is used for sprinting. Chin Hai, Kong Bai, although anything assembled using the energy equipment would be simplified, this amount of simplification was rather excessive, right? Stepping on it? The speechless Kong Bai glanced at the brake pedal down there. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like an enlarged shift button. Fortunately, despite the fact that this car had been simplified to the extent that it was akin to a go-kart, as an experienced driver, Kong Bai did not need long to grasp the controls. Soon, he started driving them around. Now Chen Feng could finally start using his ability. It would be quite simple for him to produce something to disguise their auras. With the unlimited energy supply here and 1 point of his luck value, the probability of his myriad illusions would be revised such that the correct ability would emerge. Next, he could fuse this minor ability with his energy equipment. Using a small amount of luck value as the base and catalyst, what would be the final result? Chen Feng was filled with anticipation. Light started swirling before his eyes. Energy was endlessly supplied to his ability, and the faint aura flickered without stop. Fortunately, Kong Bai's driving skills were rather dependable. As such, the aura that was leaked when the ability was used was spread all over the air rather than accumulated at a specific spot. As such, the attention of the barbarians wasn't attracted. Soon, after 10 minutes, Chen Feng finished his production. Done. He looked at the clump in front of him with anticipation. As the required energy had been fully supplied, 3 unique disguise energy equipment were created. Instantly, the radiance and aura filling the air disappeared. Shua! Before them, 3 crude black clumps appeared. Chin Hai took one of them curiously. It's this thing? Shua! Instantly, that black clump cracked. As he saw what was contained in it, Chin Hai's expression immediately changed. 38.4, Chapter 38.4, Provoke. Chapter 38.4, Provoke. Translator, Lemaston editor Tenesh Chin Hai was stupefied. The fuck? What reaction is this? Kong Bai glanced over curiously, and his face darkened immediately. The fuck? Chen Feng, silently, he picked up that black clump. Shua. As the black dispersed, Chen Feng had the same reaction as them as well. This, why the hell was this the final result? Chin Hai sighed. Your taste is getting weirder. Kong Bai sighed deeply as well. Your feelings for each other must be rather strong. Chen Feng, how could he have known that this would be the final product of his ability? Chen Feng smiled forcefully and rubbed his head. It's not that bad, right? At the very least, in a lot of situations, this thing can be used as a specialized disguise item. Chen Feng shrugged. Why aren't you thinking of our current situation? At a place like this, can anything good be produced? Chin Hai and Kong Bai exchanged glances and could only nod helplessly. Shua! The car stopped at the outer fringe. Next, the 3 exchanged glances before taking out the 3 unknown black items. At that moment, an expression that couldn't be explained with words appeared on their faces. With a pull, the black item was easily stretched open, giving off an extremely silky smooth feeling. That's right, the unique disguise item Chen Feng produced by his energy equipment was the perfect robber's mask as detailed in the legends, pantyhose. This was a unique pantyhose capable of disguising one's aura, a black lacy pantyhose. Chin Hai clenched his teeth. Let me try it. He stretched the pantyhose, to be precise, he stretched the unique disguise energy equipment, showcasing its extreme flexibility and smoothness. Next, he put it on, covering his whole body with it. Unexpectedly, it actually fit his whole body. Subsequently, an astonishing thing happened. Just as this unique disguise energy equipment touched his skin, noiselessly, his skin transformed into the color of the barbarians. His skin color and aura transformed. The disguise was successful. Even more astonishing was the fact that even the portion covering his head readjusted seamlessly after wearing it. He was still able to breathe normally, and when one looked at him, he was no different than a normal barbarian. As for the pantyhose, to be precise, the unique disguise energy equipment, it was nowhere to be seen now. In a flawless manner, it had fused with Chin Hai's skin. Chen Feng's eyes shone. Success. As long as they could disguise themselves successfully, this small sacrifice of having to wear pantyhose was nothing. He actually has to wear the pantyhose over his entire body. Kong Bai did not know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Chen Feng. Don't you feel like this thing here looks more like a condom? Chen Feng shook his head and stated in a collected manner, no. Which condom would be used to fill a single individual? Normally, a condom will be filled with hundreds of millions of individuals. One, don't you know that? Chin Hai's expression darkened. These 2, you 2, put them on as well, Chin Hai snapped, and he tossed the other 2 black clumps at their faces. Fine. Chen Feng and Kong Bai looked at each other mournfully before clenching their teeth and putting on the unique disguise energy equipment. Next, they transformed successfully, and thus 3 barbarians appeared. Despite their rather low heights, at the very least, they appeared the same as other barbarians. They stayed nearby, observed the land of legacy for an hour, and noticed that there were people coming in and out without stop. Some of them were even wearing hats. As long as they had the correct aura about them, even if one wore a gown, none of the barbarians would be bothered. The majority of the barbarians here were still underage, or those waiting for the adulthood ritual, so the barbarians stationed here might not necessarily know everyone here. Moreover, based on the height of Chen Feng's group of 3, they would be assuming the identity of child barbarians anyway. Even if there were only several hundred inhabitants here, it would still be normal for some of them to not know some of the children here. Let's go. They inhaled deeply and followed behind a certain group of barbarians that were returning home. Noiselessly, they entered the land of legacy. Their bodies stiffened as they braced for a battle at any moment. Shua. Under the watch of several attentive gazes, they entered the land of legacy smoothly. Chen Feng's heart jolted. We have entered. Chen Hai's eyes shone. No signs of alarm. Kong Bai felt relieved. We were not found out. Only now did the three of them breathe out in relief. In a group, they walked toward the side of a building. In truth, none of the barbarians were bothered with these 3 kids that had just returned. Distantly, 3 huge towers could be seen with flickering lights around them. Howl, howl. Nearby, a group of barbarians raised their hands and started waving in excitement. Chen Feng's group went over to take a look and noticed that, in the middle of that group of barbarians, 2 sturdy-looking barbarians were fighting. This was a rather bloody scene. Wrestling? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. It seemed like this was a rather popular combat method between the barbarians. Chen Feng frowned. Let's go. He glanced at Chen Hai and Kong Bai and shook his head slightly, hinting them to leave. They were here to receive the legacy, not watch a show. Chen Hai and Kong Bai signaled each other, but just as they were prepared to leave, beyond their expectations, suddenly, a barbarian in the makeshift ring howled and pointed at Chen Feng before starting to viciously beat his own chest. The barbarian howled without stop. Howl! Howl! Oh, Chen Feng was dumbstruck. What was going on? Oh, Chen Hai glanced at the barbarian and recalled Chen Feng's previous expression. Silently, he transmitted his voice to Chen Feng. I think he's trying to say that since you dare to look down on him, he hereby challenges you to a match. Chen Feng? As he looked at the serious expression on that barbarian's face, he had a what the fuck expression on his face. Wait, in other words, for these barbarians, those rituals of exchanging dialogue like, what are you looking at? And, so what if I'm looking at you? And, try looking at me one more time, before fighting were directly skipped. They would instead directly start a fight. Just because Chen Feng had gazed at him once while shaking his head, this barbarian viewed that as a challenge? What brutal world was this? On top of that, Chen Feng had noticed that the issue of his identity he had been worried about was apparently not a problem at all. These barbarians did not seem like they cared at all. What should he do now then? Chen Feng smiled bitterly. Fighting that barbarian? If using energy was an option, Chen Feng could beat this guy up at any time. Even if these barbarians were immune to energy, he could still use some other methods to trap them and gain the upper hand before slowly dealing with the barbarian. Unfortunately here, he could not use his energy at all. The moment he used it, he would most definitely die. Regardless of how stupid these barbarians were, regardless of how low their sense of vigilance was, the moment they sensed the threat posed by energy, they would figure out that Chen Feng's group were not simply locals. As such, Chen Feng could only use his physical body to fight this barbarian. This won't do. Chen Feng smiled forcefully. It would seem like he would not be able to avoid getting beaten up. In a situation where he was not allowed to use his energy, he had no confidence that he would be a match for a barbarian. As his thoughts reached this point, he walked forward. Suddenly, Chen Hai pulled Chen Feng back. Wait. Next, he pointed at that barbarian and looked at him with a pair of eyes filled with disdain. Challenge. Chen Hai was challenging that barbarian. Howl. The group of barbarians around them started roaring in excitement. However, before Chen Feng could even feel any sort of relief, he saw the barbarian kneel down and kowtow to Chen Hai, admitting his inferiority. That's right, the barbarian had chosen to directly kowtow to Chen Hai, admitting defeat. Evidently, the barbarian had sensed that Chen Hai was unordinary. Jiliwala howl, howl. The barbarian started talking to the other barbarians beside him, saying how he would rather submit than fight Chen Hai. Next, he continued staring at Chen Feng, evidently wanting to battle Chen Feng. Chen Feng, now he had 2 choices remaining, be beaten up or kneel down and submit. He sighed inwardly. I suppose I can't avoid getting beaten up then. Shua. In a serene manner, he walked out. To reach his present height, he had suffered all sorts of injuries. Getting beaten up wouldn't be much for him. He was not willing to waste his luck value for something like this. Surprisingly, though, suddenly, Kong Bai walked out. Kong Bai said some simple words. You, ugly, howl. Beyond everyone's expectations, the barbarian that had been forced to kowtow to Chen Hai was instantly infuriated the moment the word ugly came out of Kong Bai's mouth. Howl, howl. The furious barbarian pointed at Kong Bai. Evidently, he felt extremely insulted when Kong Bai was the one calling him ugly. 38.5. Chapter 38.5. The Past Glory. Chapter 38.5. The Past Glory Translator. Lemostin Editor. Tennis Chen Feng. Feng Kuei 9 Chen Hai. Age Chen Hai. Chen Hai, they had never expected that this calamity, which had befallen Chen Feng in such an absurd manner, would proceed in such an absurd manner as well. This land of legacy was truly, as for Kong Bai, he had a what the fuck expression on his face and was feeling extremely furious. You are angry? I am even angrier, all right. I can forget losing to Chen Feng and Chen Hai in terms of handsomeness, but what do you, a barbarian, think you are? God damn you, you dare to look down on me? Taking wide strides, Kong Bai stepped into the makeshift ring. Oh. Chen Feng paused, then continued. Can he win without using energy? Chen Hai smiled forcefully. I have no idea. Kong Bai was indeed a powerful person, there was no doubt about that, but his strength when not using any energy was unknown. Suddenly, Chen Feng said, since he dares to enter the ring, I suppose there is a reason for his confidence. Chen Hai nodded slightly. Kong Bai was a person with an unknown identity and strength. Every single time he had showcased his ability, he had been able to shock them. Regardless of the unlimited energy supply or his demonic mirror, both were similarly shocking. This was a person with astonishingly scary abilities. Even in their present situation, where the three of them had grouped together, none of them dared to look down on this person. If he had truly survived all this while with an identity as a neutral party, that was an extremely terrifying feat. Would such a person have no trump cards? Their present question was what other abilities this guy had. The demonic mirror, unlimited energy supply, and the profitable third party, all three abilities this guy had displayed so far were bizarre, out of the ordinary abilities. How many other abilities did this guy have? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. His condition seems somewhat off. If Kong Bai killed this barbarian for real, things would be troublesome. He should know when to stop, right? Chen Hai stated uncertainly. Next, he looked at the furious and roaring Kong Bai and could only smile forcefully. If he is really planning to kill, I will stop him forcefully. Chen Feng nodded slightly. They focused on the ring as Chen Hai braced himself for the battle and Kong Bai arrived in the ring. Howl! With an indignant howl, both combatants clashed. Battle begun. Bang. A huge sound erupted. Chen Hai's heart leaped. Something happened. Abruptly, he charged out. However, when he saw clearly what had happened, he momentarily blinked. Bang, bang, bang! The berserk barbarian was attacking without stop, while the Kong Bai that had charged into the ring furiously was being smashed all over the place. Bang, bang, bang! Instantly, Kong Bai was swollen all over. This, Chen Hai was stupefied. Earlier, he had been bracing for battle, as he had feared that Kong Bai would kill the barbarian. Unexpectedly, this guy had entered the ring just to get himself beaten up. After coming to himself, Chen Hai walked into the ring and dragged Kong Bai out. Chen Hai did not know whether to laugh or cry. If you can't beat him, why did you enter? Kong Bai sighed. In a moment of anger, I entered. Godmit, these barbarians are actually so strong. Chen Hai, Chen Feng, they started doubting the evaluation they had made of this guy. With such a level of intelligence, how had this guy survived until now? Chen Feng was stupefied as well. But then, with this spectacle by Kong Bai, Chen Feng could now see clearly that this land of legacy was not as strictly guarded as they had believed. This was reasonable, though. With the existence of that terrifying stone statue, this was probably a place no outsiders had entered before. As such, who would suspect that the Chen Feng trio were actually outsiders? Let's go. As they walked past the huge tower, the scene of the entire land of legacy could be clearly seen. Layers of radiance flickered without stop as a huge stone city entered their sight. Their hearts jolted. A city, here, in the inner region of the land of legacy? Shua. Numerous barbarians could be seen traveling in and out of the city. Howl. A vague howl could be heard. They raised their heads, and, to their astonishment, a huge figure could be seen lingering above the city. That was a huge red dragon. This place, Chen Feng's expression changed slightly. These barbarians had actually created a civilization unique to them. The three of them exchanged glances, shock apparent in their eyes. Here, at this place, within the unknown region, a complete civilization had been born? If that was the case, humanity was truly in deep trouble. On this planet that was not fully explored, humanity had been exploring unknown regions with great effort. Using all sorts of methods, they tried to obtain the resources contained within these unknown regions. The Genetic Union was doing their explorations in the open, whereas the Mysterious Organization was doing their own explorations from the opposite side of the planet. Even with this, not a lot of other races had been discovered so far. This time, a complete civilization was before their eyes. The defensive barrier around the city was flickering without stop. The world within the barrier and the world outside the barrier appeared like two different worlds. Different from the towering buildings, steel, and other signs of technological advancement, this city was instead filled with totems and numerous mysterious life forms. This was a civilization that revolved around mysterious powers. This was a civilization of barbarians. Chen Hai smiled bitterly. In other words, those barbarians we met out there were merely the illiterate peasants, the outcasts of this civilization? Within this city, numerous odd-looking characters could be seen. They could not read these characters, but it was rather obvious that these characters represented the language of these barbarians. Possessing written characters was one of the characteristics of a complete civilization. Kongbai inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Things are going to get very troublesome now. It was common knowledge that the moment a foreign civilization was discovered, a huge war would erupt between two different civilizations. When that time came, a lot of lives would be lost. Even if humanity possessed genes and technology, as they saw the huge dragon circling in the air, they concluded that the final victor of such a war was not a sure fact. What should we do? Chen asked cautiously. Kongbai looked toward the city. Try going in. Since the legacy is located within this city, we might as well go in and obtain some understanding of this civilization. The moment a war begins, it might prove helpful. We are, after all, still humans, Kongbai finished with a solemn expression. Chen agreed. As for Chen Feng, he merely stared at the city silently, looking at the barbarians that were covered in dust entering and exiting, and looking at the defensive barrier around the city opening and closing akin to a ripple. Shua. Suddenly, Chen Feng raised his head and lightly pressed on the defensive barrier. Next, a gush of energy spread out of his hand. Kongbai and Chen were shocked. What are you doing? What was Chen Feng doing? Using his energy at the base of the barbarians? Had he gone crazy? However, before they could even say anything, they saw the defensive barrier before Chen Feng split apart noiselessly, a bizarre radiance lingering around the opening. Shua, without a noise, the barrier opened. Through the opening, the true appearance of the city became distinct. Chen Feng sighed and shut his eyes. Indeed, what? Kongbai and Chen looked over curiously, and their hearts instantly jolted furiously. Through the opening, they saw the true appearance of this city. This was actually the remains of a city. This was indeed a civilization of barbarians. However, this was only a civilization that used to exist. 38.6, Chapter 38.6, A Chance Encounter. Chapter 38.6, A Chance Encounter. Translator, Lemostan Editor, Tenesh. The huge dragon was no longer there. The city was nowhere to be seen. Chen Feng's group started wandering around the ruins. So, this is actually the ruins of the barbarians. As they wandered, numerous barbarians could be seen digging around the ruins. When they found some slabs with characters on them or some other never-before-seen items, they would return to their village happily. Based on their understanding, they might be able to trade these things for some good things from the guards of the ruins. A chilly breeze drifted past. Despite their strength, Chen Feng's group still felt cold from this breeze. This was an extremely cold place. Ka! Nearby, a barbarian was carefully taking out the remains of a huge skeleton from the ground. Next, he swung the skeleton onto his shoulder before walking out of the ruins. From his expression, he had seemingly found something great. In the ground, numerous deep gorges could be seen. A huge battle had apparently happened here in the past. Chen Feng's group exchanged glances with each other as they felt a chill creeping into their bodies. This civilization of the barbarians had already been destroyed. Everything they had deduced previously was different from what they saw here. These barbarians here were merely the descendants of the barbarians back then, and they were all looking for traces of their ancient ancestors. As they figured this out, they noted that the threat these barbarians posed to humanity was neglectable. However, a new problem had cropped up. Who was the one who had destroyed the barbarian civilization? The scene they had seen outside the barrier was still clear in their minds. That huge dragon in the sky and the countless mysterious seals on the ground. Even with a single glance, they could feel how scary those things had been. Now though, clang. Nearby, a barbarian happily pulled out a seal from the ground. As he raised his head and saw Chen Feng's group gazing at him, he was immediately put on alert. He hugged the seal tightly to his chest and, taking quick steps, he left, fearing the prospect of getting robbed by Chen Feng's group. Suddenly, Kongbai pointed somewhere. Look. On a slab so old it was decaying, a vague diagram could be seen. It appeared to be the diagram depicting the battle between some tall and sturdy barbarians and their enemies. However, all the spots of the diagram that were supposed to depict the enemies had been completely shattered. Those people were seemingly capable of erasing any traces of their existence, causing others to not even know where to start looking for them. On the ground, only the remains of the barbarians could be found. No trace of the enemies could be seen. All their traces had been cleaned up. It is apparent that the attacker was not some monster. Rather, it was a life form with intelligence. Chen Feng looked toward a certain destroyed diagram. This height, the diagram was already extremely indistinct, but from the movement and attacking angle of the barbarian depicted on it, it was quite likely that the enemy was shorter than the barbarian. From this, it could be concluded that the enemy was shorter from the barbarian. From this angle, suddenly, Chen Feng asked, "Is it possible that the enemies are humans?" Chen shook his head. "I doubt it. Back then, any human stepping in here would most probably have ended up with their entire army eliminated. As they were humans themselves, they naturally had a deep understanding of humanity. The history of humanity, the strength of humanity throughout the eras, all these had been clearly recorded. The era in which this barbarian city had existed was most certainly not an era where humanity had reigned supreme. As for this location, this was a location still untouched by even the current humanity, let alone ancient humans. Moreover, as humanity had never been truly destroyed, no such unique ruins of humanity similar to this barbarian ruin existed out there. As such, it was unlikely that the enemies of these barbarians had been humans. As such, this signified that among the unknown regions, there still existed some terrifying existences capable of destroying the barbarian civilization. Humanity was developing this planet without stop and were the self-proclaimed supreme rulers of this planet. They had always been complaining that their rate of development was too slow, as they wanted to control all the resources this planet had to offer. However, they had never imagined that these barriers, in the form of unknown regions that had limited humanity's development, were also the very thing that had been protecting humanity. If humanity were to clash with the civilization that had destroyed the barbarians, at this thought, the three of them each inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Suddenly, Chen Feng recalled the fate of the Native Americans in his previous world. That group of people that had been living on that continent had never imagined that there would be a day where other humans would cross the ocean to reach them and destroy them to build a new country on that continent. Their expressions became solemn as they thought of the possibility of there existing a mysterious civilization that had destroyed the barbarians. Chen Feng's mouth curled up, forming a smile. It would seem like we have to do a detailed investigation here, Kong Bai sneered. Naturally. All three of them were naturally people who prioritized their personal benefits. However, when the scope of what they discovered expanded to the point where the fate of humanity was affected, they would have to find out the truth, even if it was for the sake of themselves. Regardless of whether that mysterious race exists or not, we must find out the truth, Qinhai stated with a resolute expression. At this time, several barbarians had already taken notice of their group. They were presently near the entrance of the ruins, a place where the comparatively weaker barbarians wandered about, looking for valuable items to be exchanged with the guards. As Chen Feng's group had been standing here for quite a while, they were starting to attract the attention of others. Go. They left the entrance, stepping into the inner region of this land of legacy. Shah, Shah. The sandy breeze became bitingly cold. Within this wind, whose origin was unknown, an astonishing power lingered. Chen Feng glanced around and noted that even some of the barbarians couldn't bear staying in this wind for long. The deeper they entered, the more astonishing this chilly wind became. Be careful. Qinhai was walking in front, obstructing the chilly wind for them. As for Chen Feng and Kong Bai, they were following behind silently. Since there were still some barbarians around them, they did not dare to use their energy. As such, they could only let Qinhai take the burden of defending them against the wind. 10 meters, 100 meters. Finally, when Qinhai nearly couldn't hold on anymore, their surroundings were already devoid of barbarians. The flesh of Qinhai was as powerful as a middle-tier B-class, and even among the barbarians, his flesh could be considered top-notch. Since even he was having difficulty here, it was natural that barbarians were rarely seen this deep into the ruins. Kong Bai flipped his wrist. Rise, hum, his unlimited energy supply appeared once more. Condense. With a wave, a protective barrier appeared, blocking in front of them. At that, the chilly wind that seemed to be everywhere instantly disappeared around them. Along with the wind, that biting chill vanished as well. I can still persevere for a while, Qinhai said helplessly. There might still be some barbarians here. Kong Bai snorted. What are we afraid of? I don't have the courage to do anything at the entrance, since there are too many barbarians there, but here at this place, regardless of the amount of barbarians that appear, I will be able to eliminate them. Instantly, Qinhai was speechless. It would seem like this guy here had truly been beaten up too badly earlier. Right at this moment, suddenly, a returning figure appeared among the chilly wind in the distance. He was a person with thick furs all over his body, a tall and sturdy figure, and a steady bearing. A barbarian had appeared. Chen Feng became alert. Be careful. Kong Bai curled his lips and he walked out confidently. What are you afraid of? After 2 short seconds, he halted, gulped, and turned around and walked back to them silently. This was because, behind that sturdy barbarian, several tens of barbarians had emerged from the chilly wind as well. Kong Bai's mouth twitched. The hall, it couldn't be a coincidence, right? For them to stumble across a returning squad of barbarians? Those returning barbarians were carrying all sorts of different items obtained from the ruins. As they saw Kong Bai, whose body was enveloped by a barrier of energy, they stopped walking, and their eyes became vicious. This guy is truly a walking disaster. Chen Feng was speechless at how inauspicious the mouth of this Kong Bai was. Looking at how things were developing, they would probably get entangled in a bitter battle now. Shua! The two of them walked forth silently. Several tens of barbarians placed their items on the ground before taking out their weapons with bloodshot eyes. Right at this moment, suddenly, the sky brightened up. E387, Chapter 387, Legacy, Chapter 387, Legacy. Translator, Limostan Editor, Tenish Bang. A seemingly boundless light erupted and, with that, an immense sun surged out from the distant horizon. The blood-red radiance of the sun emitted a sense of bloodlust, and numerous bloody figures appeared from amidst the red light. Howl! Howl! Numerous red monsters appeared. Even the expressions of the group of barbarians changed when they witnessed this scene. Howl. With a howl, the barbarians changed the direction their weapons were pointed. Shaw, shaw! A mournful voice resounded in the air. Each of the red monsters was radiating a light that swirled around their body. In this land of legacy of the barbarians that couldn't use any energy, the monsters that appeared were astonishingly pure energy monsters. These were monsters formed from pure flame energy. Chen Feng had an odd expression on his face. No wonder the barbarians are so sensitive toward energy. In other words, these barbarians that were tempering out here had been treating Chen Feng's group as those NPC-like monsters. Bang, bang, red light flickered without stop. At this moment, the barbarians were already clashing with the energy monsters. Every time those huge weapons of the barbarians landed on the bodies of those red energy monsters, an attack with an explosive might was unleashed. However, the energy monsters were able to reassemble their bodies speedily even after their bodies were blasted apart. Since they were inherently formed of energy, they seemed to possess a certain ability to reconstruct their body by exhausting a certain amount of energy. After the monsters' bodies were reconstructed, the barbarians kept attacking without stop, attacking until the energy monsters exhausted all their energy supply. Bang! One energy monster after another was beaten until they collapsed. As Chen Feng's group witnessed this, they felt a shock in their hearts by the strength demonstrated by these barbarians. At the same time, they were also rendered rather speechless by the barbarians' brutish method of combat. With a single glance, Chen Feng saw through the barbarians. They lack understanding of the structural makeup of energy. As such, they have to exert strenuous effort when battling. With such a brutish combat method, even if the barbarians were to achieve victory in the end, they would still have to pay a disastrous price. Should we help them? Qinhai asked. Shh. Silently, Kongbai grabbed the both of them and retreated. Presently, in the eyes of the barbarians, these low-level NPCs, Chen Feng's group, were evidently of no importance anymore. They were not willing to waste their strength dealing with these low-level NPCs. As such, it was good that these low-level NPCs had chosen to retreat by themselves. What are you planning? Qinhai asked doubtfully. Kongbai merely smiled profoundly. He. Instantly, the color in his pupils vanished. Chen Feng's heart jolted as he recalled that unique ability of Kongbai's. This guy, shua. Suddenly, the tides of battle started changing. The energy monsters that had been taking a beating from the barbarians suddenly became incomparably savage as their combat power surged. As for the barbarians, they seemed to suddenly have their strength repressed by some mysterious power. Balanced. The combat power of both parties was now extremely balanced. Finally, accompanied by a resounding bang, the final barbarian slumped down onto the ground. Now, shoo. A chilly sheen flashed out and numerous wind blades appeared from among the chilly winds. Bang, bang. The energy monsters collapsed and died on the spot. Energy attacks were obviously much more fatal against these energy monsters compared to those barbarians. In a short moment, the several surviving energy monsters were all killed. The collapsing energy transformed into light particles before vanishing. As for that sun on the horizon, it was still shining dazzlingly without stop. Chen Feng could faintly feel that some sort of mysterious power seemed to be transforming his body. An obscure yet mysterious power seemed to be operating on him. Kongbai and Qinhai noticed Chen Feng's different behavior. What's up? Something is odd about these energy monsters. Before Chen Feng could even finish his sentence, shua. Once again, the sky changed. That blood-red sun started descending slowly, and a bright moon suddenly rose. A vague sound of waves could be heard. A bright moon rising from the ocean, all three of them sunk into a solemn mood. With the previous sun and the current moon, what was this scene hinting at exactly? Bang! The blue moonlight intensified, and suddenly, numerous terrifying energy monsters appeared from the darkness. This time, all of them were blue. Here they come again, Kongbai shouted. Qinhai's expression was somewhat unsightly as well. What's going on? Without those barbarians around to deal with those energy monsters, they were simply not the opponent of these monsters. There was nothing they could do, as the amount of the monsters was too high. We seem to have activated something, Chen Feng stated with a deep voice. Red, blue. As Chen Feng recalled the changes in his body earlier, he started wondering if this was the so-called legacy of the barbarians. He decided to give it a try. You two hold back the other energy monsters and let only one of them over. I want to try something out. Chen Feng inhaled. Bang! Instantly, his energy equipment erupted. His peak B-class combat power appeared, insta-killing the lone energy monster. Ka! A single blue-colored energy monster collapsed on the ground. During that instant, a certain power could be felt gushing into his body. His body seemed to be undergoing some sort of transformation, a transformation that enabled his next battle to feel somewhat easier. This thing, bang. Once again, Chen Feng insta killed a lone energy monster. That familiar power gushed into his body. After immersing himself in that sensation shortly, Chen Feng came to himself. These monsters were actually capable of increasing the amount of energy immunity a person possessed. Chen Feng was pleasantly surprised. This is the training method to obtain the legacy of the barbarians. Each energy monster killed will increase the killer's energy immunity. Earlier, after killing 2 energy monsters, my energy immunity seemed to have increased by around 1%. So that's how it is. Kongbai and Qinhai were overjoyed. When their gazes landed once more on these energy monsters, their gazes were already bloodshot. Ha 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 ha. So this is the so-called legacy. No wonder there are such environmental changes occurring even within this land of legacy. Qinhai's mouth curled up, forming a smile. Let's go. Increasing energy immunity, huh? I like it. Shua. The 3 of them started forming some sort of entrapment. The energy monsters were forced into a small radius near a certain ruin where they started killing the monsters. Regardless of the amount of energy monsters, they only needed to focus on a small portion of them first. Under normal circumstances, they were most certainly not a match for these monsters. However, if their energy immunity were to increase without stop, this would transform into a true training session. This situation they were in that seemed so dangerous was in fact a situation that could be solved in a rather safe method that would also enable to them increase their strength. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that the barbarians couldn't use any energy, causing them to only be able to battle these energy monsters in a brutish manner, coupled with Kongbai scheming against them, the barbarians definitely would not have ended up defeated by these monsters. This was a great opportunity for them. A small blue ball was hovering in Kongbai's hand. Shua, shua. The blue monsters died without stop. The 3 of them were going berserk, killing one monster after another without stop. From 1% to 2%, 3%, 5%, 5%, the amount of damage these monsters could deal to them was reducing, and the 3 of them were becoming more and more powerful as the battle progressed. Their strength increased without stop, and, using only a short period of time, all the monsters were killed. Ultimately, their energy immunity reached 10%. Haha, we won. Kongbai laughed heartily and continued, with 10% energy immunity, when I go out in the future, I can afford to be arrogant. Chen Feng and Qinhai were full of smiles as well. However, before long, suddenly, the color of the sky changed. This time, the color was yellow. Their expressions changed slightly. There's more? Shua, shua. Once again, numerous monsters surged out. After great difficulty, they defeated all these monsters and, once again, their energy immunity increased by another 10%. However, before they could even heave a sigh of relief, once again, the sky changed color. Green. By the time they defeated the green monsters, they were already weary and exhausted. Even with energy immunity and an unlimited energy supply, they had still reached their limit. However, once again, the sky started shining. Surprisingly, though, there was no color this time. Chen Feng looked at the sky. Has it ended? Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying beam of light pierced out of the sky. An intense heat started spreading. The 3 of them could only feel a sense of pain in their bodies, and they lost consciousness immediately after. An indistinct, huge figure seemed to be flitting through the sky. That huge figure seemed to be the terrifying giant dragon they had seen from the barrier earlier. 38.8, Chapter 38.8, Awakening, Chapter 38.8. Awakening translator, Lamostan editor, Tenish unknown region, Barbarians tribe. Numerous barbarians were kneeling on the ground and looking at the stone statue with a fanatical gaze filled with fear. They could feel the ancient and formidable power radiating from that stone statue. This was a power that belonged to their ancestors. At this time, that stone statue looked up at the starry sky with his deep gaze and said, "They should be dead by now, right?" Earlier, when those humans had intruded into their land of legacy, he hadn't stopped them, nor had he killed them. Rather, he had watched on with a mocking gaze as those humans had intruded into that land of sure death. The stone statue sighed. Legacy, huh? It has been severed for many years. The land of legacy was a place filled with danger, a place where every single step one took would be full of difficulty. If a human were to enter that place, not only would they need to face the dangers contained within the land of legacy, they would also need to face the attacks of the barbarians within as well. After all, for the barbarians, anyone capable of using energy was considered an enemy. Furthermore, it wasn't a sure fact yet that those humans would be able to reach the inner region of the land of legacy. Even if they were witty and were able to avoid those fatal dangers, they still needed to face the 5-colored tempering after entering the true core region of the land of legacy. On top of that, there was also the final test, the bloodline inspection, an inspection conducted by that mysterious huge dragon that originated from the barbarian's totem. Only a true barbarian would be able to survive this. Everyone else would most certainly die. They had once been a prosperous civilization. As such, how would they fail in something like a bloodline inspection? Without a bloodline inspection, their legacy would have been plundered by their enemies long ago. The stone statue pondered. Seeing how the humans are already reaching this place in their explorations, I will need to make more preparations now. As for the few humans earlier, they were most probably dead by now. Earlier, the power of the dragon had been felt. Based on his understanding, only after one failed the bloodline inspection would this power bloom. That was a power even he himself dared not face. As for humans, it was quite probable that even an A-class human would not be able to resist such a power. Shua. Far away, the primal and chaotic aura started shaking. The stone statue sighed inwardly. He knew that along with the entry of those humans, this initially peaceful region would once again sink into chaos. War was coming. Within the dusk, Chen Feng was slowly waking up. His whole body ached and he felt powerless. This reminded him of how powerful the attack of that dragon earlier had been. Just a random puff from the dragon's mouth had been sufficient to cause all of them to lose consciousness. Not dead? Chen Feng celebrated the fact that he was still alive. Now that he was conscious, it indicated that he was still alive. If so, had his luck aura worked earlier? That dragon's attack had been too fast and ferocious. None of them had been able to react in time. The only thing Chen Feng had been able to do was activate his luck aura before losing consciousness. That was the only thing he had been able to do. Luck aura, Chen Feng tried sensing his luck value. Instantly, his expression changed. With shock, he found that the pitiful amount of luck value he'd had previously had not been reduced. Instead, it had increased by quite a huge amount. What's going on? Chen Feng had an ominous feeling. After shaking away his deep exhaustion, he opened both his eyes. Somewhat surprisingly, he was actually on a clean and neat bed. Some distance away from him were some ancient-looking objects, such as crude wooden washbowls and so on. Doubt flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Hospital? Not possible. The items here did look like something from this era. If so, was this the barbarians' tribe? That did not seem to be the case either. With the intelligence of those barbarians, they would not possess such tools. This was especially true since, on a certain desk, a book could be seen. This proved that the inhabitants of this place were capable of reading. Chen Feng rubbed his head. Damn it. What place is this exactly? Qin Hai and Kong Bai were nowhere to be seen either. Only Chen Feng was here on the bed. With great difficulty, he raised his arm and noted that a thick layer of cloth strips were wrapped around his body. The color of the cloth strips did not look pure enough, evidently not a product of the modern era. If so, was he in ancient times? Chen Feng had an ominous feeling. I haven't transmigrated again, right? Back then, when he had been killed in the library, Luck Aura had displayed its power and brought him to the world of genetics. Now that he had been killed during tempering, Luck Aura had also similarly activated during his moment of death. Chen Feng rubbed his somewhat aching head. The fuck? This can't be right. If he had truly transmigrated, he was truly in deep shit, then. At this time, suddenly, footsteps could be heard. Creak. The door of the room opened. A petite and delicate-looking young lady walked in carrying a pot of medicinal herb in her hands. Instantly, Chen Feng's heart chilled. Why was this a girl instead of a sturdy-looking barbarian? He would rather have a barbarian looking after him than this young lady. After all, getting caught by the barbarians was better than being transmigrated away. The young lady was somewhat surprised. You're awake? Yes. Chen Feng appeared to be at a loss. The young lady was dressed simply, the things she wore having been produced from clothes. This was clearly a different style than what the barbarians wore. Apart from that, her height, body shape, appearance, everything about her appeared like that of a normal human's. The young lady smiled and said, It's good that you are awake. You have been unconscious for over a month. Over a month? Chen Feng blanked. Where is this place? The young lady answered in an odd tone. This is the Zhang Fort. Zhangda found you guys unconscious at the entrance and carried all of you back here. So that's what had happened. Chen Feng's heart chilled. This Zhang Fort was a place he had never heard of. This was indeed not the genetic era. Wait, perhaps this was a somewhat outdated and underdeveloped city? Instinctively, Chen Feng asked, Have you heard of Genetic Union? The young lady shook her head. No. What organization is that? Oh, Chen Feng contemplated and concluded that it would still be acceptable for such an underdeveloped place to not know of the Genetic Union. A trace of hope was still contained in his heart. However, in the next second, that small trace of hope was completely shattered. Presently, the world is divided in three. The Sage, Divine Ancestor, and Devil King are the rulers of this world. Lord Sage dominates all lands under the heavens and is undefeated. A short while ago, he even ripped the sky apart to battle the Divine Ancestor. The scope of their battleground extended for 3,000 miles. Genetic Union is most probably some small organization, the young lady mentioned without a care. Chen Feng's heart chilled. A world divided in three by the Sage, Divine Ancestor, and Devil King. There was also that sky being ripped apart and the battle extending 3,000 miles. No matter how he looked at this did not appear like a mere underdeveloped village. This place, Chen Feng was ashen-faced. He had most probably transmigrated for real. The young lady smiled. Since you are awake, come out and take a walk. You have been unconscious for too long. As such, your brain is still rather dull. You can start thinking after first moving your body around and getting better. As she finished, carefully, she helped Chen Feng up and walked him out of the room. Chen Feng did not resist her. He was busy contemplating, wondering what kind of place had he transmigrated to. However, right as he walked out the door, he saw a sturdy-looking figure that was 3 meters tall. That person was crouched on the ground, shaving his leg with a broadsword. Yo, this guy is awake? The sturdy guy loudly asked. At the same time, he scratched himself with that broadsword. Instantly, a comfortable expression appeared on his face. Hiss. It is indeed comfortable to shave leg hairs using the human's green dragon crescent blade. Ka. Ka! A solid clump of leg hairs dropped down onto the ground. At this sight, the young lady exasperatedly said, Shangda, how many times have I told you? You are not allowed to scrape your leg hairs in front of the house. See, you are scaring our guest. 38.9, Chapter 38.9, The Riddle of Transmigration, Chapter 38.9, The Riddle of Transmigration Translator, Limosed and Editor, Tenish, I'm only shaving some hair, Shangda grumbled before walking far away. You stinky Shangda, the young lady shouted indignantly. That guy is called Shangda, the commander of Zhang Fort. However, he is normally free and has nothing to do all day long, so he always sticks nearby being an eyesore, she explained. Zhang Da, Chen Feng frowned. This Zhang Da guy looked somewhat familiar to him. What are you thinking about? The young lady asked as she noticed Chen Feng's expression. Chen Feng shook his head. Nothing much. The young lady smiled and said, If there's nothing, you can go check on your friends. They were lying unconscious at the entrance like you as well. I don't know if they have awoken yet or not. Chen Feng's eyes shone. Friends? He followed the young lady into the room next door and noticed that it was indeed Kong Bai and Qin Hai. Finally, his nerves that had been stretched taut loosened up somewhat. He had indeed not transmigrated to some different world. That had truly given him a huge shock. If he had truly left this world in such an absurd manner, he truly would have collapsed emotionally. As he reached the room, he noted that both Kong Bai and Qin Hai were already awake. Both of them were silently shaving their leg hairs. Chen Feng was somewhat stupefied. Yo, you're awake? Chen Feng pointed at their legs. You guys, Kong Bai felt helpless as well. You're talking about this? Damn, after we woke up, our legs became this way for reasons unknown. Moreover, this will repeat every day. No matter how cleanly we shave them, all the hairs grow back the next day. As he heard this, Chen Feng pulled up his pants up and noted that both his legs were already covered in hair as well. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. What is going on here? The young lady seemed to notice that they had something they wanted to talk about and smiled before saying, You guys talk. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to call us. Finishing her words, she left, leaving the three behind. Kong Bai shrugged. All right, now we can start rearranging our thoughts. All three of them were extremely intelligent people. Despite their unfamiliarity with this place, from the information they had received and some questions they had asked, after comparing the information each of them obtained, they were able to deduce some things. For example, what kind of place was this? This was a place where barbarians and humans existed. The disguise they'd been wearing had vanished long ago. However, that young lady had still rescued them. Moreover, she seemed like a human, yet she was coexisting peacefully with a barbarian. What was going on? Human? Barbarian? Why had this young lady rescued them? Was this a different undiscovered tribe? This was what they guessed. Qin Hai shrugged. The instant we saw that red flash, we lost consciousness. Kong Bai sighed. Me too. That seems to have been a power far exceeding our current level. However, as they obtained more information and proved their hypotheses, especially after the discussion with Chen Feng, they reached an extremely terrifying verdict. They had indeed transmigrated. That's right. Despite the fact that barbarians existed here, these barbarians were completely unrelated to the barbarians from their world. Despite the fact that humans existed here, these humans were also completely unrelated to the humans of their genetic era. Genes? For the humans here, that was something they had no knowledge of. The humans here seemed to be worshipping the power of the sage. As for the barbarians, they honored the divine ancestor. Apart from that, there was also the Devil King. In short, this was a world divided in three. The so-called genetic era did not exist here. Therefore, their ultimate conclusion was that the dragon's surprise attack had, in an absurd manner, caused them to stumble upon a time crack or space crack that only had an extremely small probability of appearing, at which point they transmigrated to this place. That was all there was to it. As for what place this was, they had no idea. This might be an entirely different dimension altogether. Qin Hai was doubtful. Is transmigration something possible? He found it hard to believe that something like this that only happened in novels would actually happen in real life. It was rumored that the mysterious organization had also been researching this subject and had never succeeded after all these years. Oh. Chen Feng paused. How should he explain? Kong Bai sighed. It's possible. Immediately, the other two looked at him. Oh? Kong Bai coughed and feigned a calm expression as he explained. You both should be clear about our circumstances before we lost consciousness, right? That was truly an extremely dangerous situation. Extremely dangerous. If we had truly been hit, we might have truly died. Hence, I used my space-related ability to defend myself. Perhaps I accidentally caused a spatial collision, causing our transmigration. Qin Hai contemplated. So that's the case. Chen Feng raised his eyebrow. He felt that the words of this Kong Bai guy weren't particularly trustworthy. If this had truly been caused by this guy's space-related ability, suddenly, Chen Feng commanded, Xiao Ying, Shua. A red light flashed in his mind. Did you record everything? Chen Feng asked. Shua. In a proud manner, Xiao Ying flung its tail around. Normally, whenever Chen Feng lost consciousness, Xiao Ying would come out to protect him. Chen Feng had once taught it how to record everything it saw. Red light flickered in his mind. The scenes of everything that had happened since he had lost consciousness started replaying. That terrifying light in the air and that mysterious red dragon both were incredibly scary. At that time, the three of them had sunk into absolute danger. Right at that instant, Kong Bai seemed to have done something. Chen Feng had only been able to activate Luck Aura before losing consciousness. As for that guy, he had thrown himself at Chen Feng and Qin Hai. Transmigrate for me. Bang. A beam of light had erupted and instantly enveloped the three of them. The scenes around them started disintegrating. Chen Feng's heart jolted furiously as he saw this. This Kong Bai guy was capable of transmigrating as he wished? In short, during the final moment, Kong Bai had actually brought the both of them along before transmigrating into this new world to hide from the dragon's attack? This ability, Chen Feng was truly shocked. Transmigration, a subject the mysterious organization had been studying painstakingly, was actually something this guy could do as he wished. He was too much of a freak. However, since this guy was capable of transmigrating, he should be able to take them back after recovering, right? This was what Chen Feng guessed. Just as he was about to ask Kong Bai about transmigration, suddenly, the door of their room opened. The young lady had returned with that sturdy-looking barbarian. "The boss heard that you guys awoke and wants to see you guys," Shengda stated in a simple and honest manner. The three of them nodded. All right. However, now that this sturdy guy had shaved all the hairs on his body, an appearance that Chen Feng was extremely familiar with was revealed. After looking at him attentively, Chen Feng's mind jolted furiously due to the appearance of this guy. Back then, Chen Feng had only caught a glimpse of that guy. However, Chen Feng was able to recognize his face. This guy here looked exactly like that mysterious expert they had seen right before entering the Land of Legacy, the guardian of the tribe of barbarians. This guy was precisely that mysterious stone statue. Why was the stone statue here? Chen Feng was alarmed. Shengda, mysterious stone statue. So, they hadn't actually transmigrated and were instead still at the core region of the ruins of the barbarians? If so, what were all these things he had seen? Was this an illusion or something else? Chen Feng had no answer. However, he could vaguely feel that he had stumbled upon something incredibly unordinary. 3090, Chapter 390, Transmigrate, Transmigrate. Chapter 390, Transmigrate. Transmigrate, translator, Lemostan editor, Tenesh. As they walked on the streets, one tall and lofty figure after another appeared. Each of them was 3 meters tall. Different from the normal barbarians they knew of, these people here were all clean and neat, without all the messy hair on their body. Far away, familiar-looking characters could be seen on the signboard of the shops by the street. Those were the characters Chen Feng's group had previously seen on the barrier outside the ruins. These people, these scenes, the three of them exchanged glances and sunk into a solemn mood. This can't be true, right? Kong Bai muttered. The hall he had only tried to transmigrate. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng rubbed his head. This must be it. They had indeed transmigrated. However, rather than transmigrating to a different world, they had instead transmigrated back countless years, transmigrating into the most glorious era of these barbarians. This was the era of barbarians. Howl. Suddenly, a thundering roar resounded in the air. This roar traveled through layers of air, seemingly capable of shaking one's soul itself. Next, a huge figure streaked past in the sky. A familiar red afterimage was left behind. That was precisely that mysterious dragon they had seen earlier. They had truly traveled back in time. The three of them blanked for a long time at this realization. Chen Feng looked at Kong Bai. Can we still go back? Kong Bai knew that he wouldn't be able to keep this a secret from Chen Feng and could only smile bitterly as he replied, "After accumulating a certain amount of power of time, I will indeed be capable of transmigration. However, the location of the transmigration will depend on fate. This time, we arrived here by accident. As for the next transmigration, I have no idea where we will end up." Kong Bai's head ached as well. When I first obtained this ability, I transmigrated to a different world as well. After that, I spent 20 years transmigrating non-stop for several hundred times before I was able to return back to our world. The next time we can return to our world, I truly have no idea when will it be. Kong Bai announced his ability in a helpless manner. Ability, transmigration effect, transmigrate to a random world containing energy. Consumption, pure energy. This was an extremely simple description. It clearly described that this was a one-way trip. One could only transmigrate endlessly to reach a particular world one wished to reach. Based on Kong Bai's description, every time he transmigrated, he himself would not know the destination. However, after leaving his world, he would work hard to return. Regardless of which world he reached, he would work hard to accumulate pure energy. Only by doing that would he be able to transmigrate any time he encountered a danger. All those years, he had been transmigrating without stop. He had also been saving up his energy supply without stop. 1 time, 2 times, 10 times. After several hundred attempts, after 20 years of transmigrating aimlessly, one day he had returned to his world. On top of that, he was not able to save up his energy in advance before transmigrating, because regardless of the amount of energy he saved, the instant he transmigrated, the energy would be completely exhausted. Depending on the amount of energy he had saved, the destination would change accordingly. Even now, Kongbai had yet to discover exactly how the amount of energy saved affected the destination of his transmigration. Both the destination and time of his transmigration were things he was not able to ascertain. After 20 years transmigrating around endlessly, it was truly out of his expectations that only 3 days had passed in that world when he returned. Transmigration was truly an amazing ability. However, since his return, he no longer dared to utilize this ability of his. He was afraid that, when he once again used this ability, he would be sent to some random location. At least, this time, Chen Feng and Qinhai were disappointed. So that's the case. Transmigration. So this Kongbai guy had such a rich experience? Was this also the reason his abilities had gone through so many mutations? At this moment, the things they had suspected became clear to them. Who would have guessed that this guy had experienced so much at such a young age? 20 years of transmigration, more than 100 different worlds with energy, Chen Feng could imagine the kind of horror he would feel whenever he reached an alien world and encountered danger, and that was the manner in which this guy had lived. Suddenly, Qinhai asked, "As such, you have no friends?" At that, Kongbai's expression turned somewhat unsightly. "I suppose you don't have a lover either," Chen Feng said after pondering. Instantly, Kongbai's expression darkened. "These two guys," Chen Feng patted his shoulder. "It has been hard on you. No matter what, Kongbai had indeed saved both their lives this time." "This is why I am the main character," Kongbai muttered. "I don't even have a family, let alone friends or lovers. Traveling the world by my lonesome self, with the ability to transmigrate at will? With such a character background, if I'm not the main character, what am I?" Chen Feng and Qinhai chuckled. "True," Chen Feng shook his head. "However, there are also many different types of main characters. I know a guy who possesses the characteristics of a main character as well. However, if my guesses are correct, the story in which he is a main character must be a porno story. That guy is a main character with a harem. As for you," Chen Feng pondered seriously before saying, "I'm afraid you are playing the role of a tragic main character with great bitterness and deep hatred." Kongbai, Shen Feng laughed. "Do you know what you lack?" Shen Feng laughed. "Do you know what you lack?" Kongbai blanked. Chen Feng's expression became serious. "You lack the aura of a main character. Therefore, are you interested in having the aura of a main character, in transforming into a true main character? For example, the next time you transmigrate, we can directly return to our world." "How is that possible?" Kongbai cried out in alarm. "Returning in a single attempt? What a joke. How is that possible?" Based on his experience of hundreds of transmigrations and the worlds he had traveled, the probability of him returning to the genetic world was less than 1 in 1,000. Moreover, that was only the probability of returning to that world. The point in time he would arrive at was uncertain as well. To return to the same point of time, only God knew how low the probability was. Back then, he had managed to return purely by fluke. That probability, it would seem like Chen Feng still lacked understanding of his ability. Kongbai smiled bitterly. "Transmigration is not so simple. The probability—" "Ah," Chen Feng interrupted him, and with a faint smile on his face, he whispered by Kongbai's ear, "I forgot to tell you that, in fact, I am a main character as well." Kongbai had a bewildered expression. "Ah? You possess the power of transmigration. As for me," Chen Feng's mouth curled up, forming a smile, "I am able to turn the probability of any occurrence into reality." Suddenly, Kongbai's pupils shrunk. "What?" He stared at Chen Feng with an inconceiving gaze. "Probability into reality, into reality." In other words, no, impossible. How could such a thing? Suddenly, Kongbai stopped his denial. He recalled the legend-like rise of Chen Feng. Although the plot was somewhat different than his own traveling through different worlds, Chen Feng was a genius who had risen to prominence in the genetic world. Kongbai knew about Chen Feng's past very well. This was a guy that seemed to specialize in creating miracles. Some said that these miracles were due to Chen Feng's strong willpower. Some said that he was lucky. Some said that he had formidable accumulation. But now, he finally knew the real reason. Probability into reality? What damnable ability was this? Luck? With this simple explanation, Kongbai could already feel how scary Chen Feng's ability was. Kongbai's lips felt dry. "Such an ability," Chen Feng smiled. "Similar to your ability, the limitations are rather huge. However, I have suddenly thought of an idea. If both our abilities are used together, what interesting things will happen as a result?" 391, Chapter 391, You All Deserve Death. Chapter 391, You All Deserve Death. Translator, Lemoston editor, Tennis joining hands, transmigration and luck joining hands. Kongbai's heart jolted furiously at this thought. He had only thought about it briefly, yet he was already overwhelmed with emotion. Did this not mean that they could transmigrate to any place they wanted to? Regardless of how harsh the requirements were, regardless of how huge the limitations were, as long as they worked together, nobody could stop them. They would become the true main character of this era. When he looked at Chen Feng, his gaze was already burning hot. He knew that the era belonging to them had arrived. Kongbai licked his dry lips. "You mean," Chen Feng smiled calmly, "we will first obtain the legacy. After that, you can prepare the energy supply required for transmigration. As for the location of the transmigration, just let me handle it. All right. Kongbai was overwhelmed with emotion. In the past, he had always been treating the world as a game, as he never knew how long would he be staying in a particular world. He'd had no friends and no families, and whatever he did, he would feel like it was pointless. He had let fate decide everything. Now, after meeting Chen Feng finally, he had his own goal. As long as he followed Chen Feng, he would be able to transmigrate anywhere he wanted to go. They would be able to dominate the whole world in the truest sense. Not only that, they could even dominate countless worlds. This was how a true main character should be. They finished their discussion and gained a true understanding of how to implement this plan, how to leave this place, how to obtain the energy supply, how to unleash the true might of the transmigration ability, and so on. At this moment, the Qinhai by the side was somewhat upset. The other two had not avoided him when they were discussing this. Evidently, they had a sufficient amount of trust in him. However, it was precisely this that had caused him to feel somewhat upset. Once upon a time, he had been cooperating with Chen Feng in this manner as well. Similar to what happened this time, back then, Chen Feng had also rescued him from his plight, killing those that had trapped him. Now, the person Chen Feng was working together with had become Kongbai. Hook Qinhai let out a long breath. This was truly an uncomfortable feeling. He had never imagined that a day would come where he became baggage as well. Chen Feng was improving endlessly, and Kongbai was extremely formidable as well. Was he the only one who was still stuck at the same height? Despite his great efforts these days that had increased his flesh's power to peak C-class, despite how he had been slowly climbing up from being an ordinary D-class to the present him that was capable of combating a B-class, what was the point of all that? Granted, a B-class was already considered an expert, but in this world, were B-classes in low amount? They were practically everywhere. Even in the future, when he reached a class, were a classes low in amount? There were a lot of them as well. Presently, they had reached a height where A classes were everywhere and B classes were lower than dogs. Anyone they faced or encountered was a super expert. This was understandable. As an example, someone in elementary school might feel like elementary school students were everywhere and only middle school students were worth something. When one reached middle school, one might then feel like middle school students were everywhere and only university students were formidable. And finally, when one entered university, one might similarly feel like university students were everywhere. By the time one graduated, one might instead discover that the degree that had been one's dream since childhood was instead something so common. One might discover that university students were in fact lower than dogs. As long as a hierarchy existed, this kind of situation would arise. This applied to the classes of genetic warriors as well. At their present level, was strength alone useful? No. Only people like Chen Feng and Kongbai, who possessed a special ability unique to themselves, would be able to reach a brand new height in the future. Was this possible for him, Qinhai? Qinhai pondered. My future, if he worked hard enough, he might be able to reach a class. However, he had no super ability, nor could he use energy at all, if he encountered an enemy like Chen Feng or Kongbai. He would only ended up getting caught unprepared. His future was bleak. Suddenly, Qinhai found himself at a loss. He had always believed firmly that he was a genius. As long as he had a goal, regardless of how low the probability of success, he would pursue the goal resolutely. Now, though, he had encountered people like Kongbai and Chen Feng, who were even more of a freaking genius than him. This had dealt him an unprecedentedly huge blow. Would he be able to persevere ahead, even with a bleak future? He had no idea. Suddenly, Chen Feng looked at Qinhai and said, if you are willing, in the future, we can work together. Perhaps in a different world there is a solution to the problem with your body. Yes, Kongbai agreed. Suddenly, a trace of warmth surged in Qinhai's heart. Thanks. Since even Chen Feng had not given up on him, why was he giving up on himself? A day will come when I will be of help to you guys, Qinhai stated resolutely. Chen Feng spread his hands and smiled bitterly. You are already capable of helping us presently. In this era of barbarians, your strength is absolutely not weak. Qinhai blinked. Wasn't that true? This was the era of barbarians. Qinhai's eyes became bright as he thought about something unknown. Suddenly, Shangda's voice resounded. Hey, we're here. Shangda had brought them to a huge palace. He looked at them with a somewhat amazed expression. Yi, your body has yet to recover? Chen Feng's group, the hell, were dragged over here immediately after waking up. It hasn't even been half an hour since we woke, right? How the hell were we supposed to have recovered? Still too weak, Shangda lamented. Next, he studied them attentively before saying to Qinhai, you are not bad. Between the three of you, you are the only one who is still at an acceptable level. As for the two of you, he looked at Chen Feng and Kongbai in disdain. You two are somewhat too feminine. Chen Feng and Kongbai were speechless. If compared to you barbarians, which human would not appear feminine? At this time, the heavy-looking entrance of the palace slowly opened. Rows of armored barbarians came out. Each of them appeared tall, sturdy, and majestic. Their bodies alone radiated an incredibly terrifying and oppressive feeling. You guys are the ones Zhang Dai brought? The captain asked coldly. Zhang Dai grinned. Yes, it's them. The captain nodded. Bring them in, Shua. The army of barbarians got out of the way in unison to make way for them. Shangda led them in as the heavy iron door behind them slowly closed. Accompanied by a loud bang from the closing door, they reached the huge public square of the palace. Suddenly, a succession clanging metal could be heard. The army of barbarians had actually pulled out their weapons and aimed straight at Chen Feng's group. Zhang Da's expression changed slightly. "What are you all doing, Zhang Da? This is unrelated to you. Get out of the way. They are members of the ancient race, and they deserve death." The barbarians were radiating a terrifying radiance from their body. Ancient race? Are they referring to humans? Only now did Chen Feng's group think of a question that they had always been neglecting. How would humans exist in this era? Historically, during this era, hadn't humans still been at their primitive stage, living like savages? But that young lady and the attitudes of these barbarians, Shua. The ice-cold weapons were aimed straight at them as killing intent pervaded the air. 39.2, Chapter 39.2, Ancient Race. Chapter 39.2, Ancient Race. Translator, Limostan Editor, Tenish. Why were there humans in this era? None of them knew the answer. However, these barbarians were obviously unhappy with Chen Feng's group. Shua, Kongbai's unlimited energy supply was released, and it hovered around him. That blue mini-ball pulsated without stop, and the energy within their bodies recovered at an inconceivable speed. At the Land of Legacy, they had not dared to do anything, as they had wanted to maintain their disguises. However, this was a place where humans existed. Since the existence of humans was allowed here, what did they have to be afraid of? If these people wanted to battle, then battle. The three braced themselves for a battle. Qin Hai stepped forth and stood in front of them as his battle intent surged. Zhang Da hastily stopped everyone. "What are you doing? Don't get involved in this," the captain bellowed. On the same day the three of them appeared, our army nearby was dealt huge damage by the ancient race. Coincidentally, these three were brought here on that very same day. You still dare to deny that the incident is not related to them? These people here are most definitely spies sent from the ancient race. "They are not," Zhang Da said with certainty. Xuanhuan confirmed this fact. She's also part of the ancient race," the captain roared. "Perhaps she has already. Shut up." Zhang Da was furious. "Have you forgotten how many of us Xiaohong has saved? You can suspect them, but you are not allowed to insult Xiaohong." The barbarian captain was aware that he had said the wrong thing. As such, he no longer said anything. However, he was still eyeing Chen Feng's group viciously. Chen Feng raised his hand and asked meekly, "Can I ask a question?" "Say it," the captain answered with a fierce expression. "What is the ancient race?" Chen Feng asked cautiously. "Shua." Instantly, everyone sunk into silence. Even the angry captain and Zhang Da were staring at Chen Feng with stupefied expressions. Their odd gazes were fixed on him, unable to say anything. Zhang Da was filled with doubt. "You have no idea what the ancient race is?" Chen Feng answered honestly. "Number." Instantly, Zhang Da narrowed his eyes. If one were to mention that Chen Feng's group was not a threat, he would believe that. However, for them to claim that they did not know what the ancient race was, what joke was this? They themselves were part of the ancient race. Even he couldn't believe this, let alone the barbarian captain. Suddenly, Zhang Da recalled something. "Yabi, your squad has a lie detector, right?" "Yes." Yabi did not bother with being courteous, and he immediately shouted for someone to bring that item over. This was an extremely magical mirror, and within the mirror, a power Chen Feng's group was familiar with coursed. This thing seemed to resemble Kongbai's demonic mirror. Yabi looked at Chen Feng coldly. "This is a divine tool of our army. It has no killing power. However, it is able to determine if you are lying or not. Have you killed any of our soldiers?" "No," Chen Feng answered calmly. Everyone looked at the mirror. There was no reaction. He was telling the truth. "Are you one of the ancient race members that ambushed our army?" Yabi continued questioning. "No," Chen Feng answered. There was still no reaction whatsoever from the mirror. He was telling the truth. "You don't know what the ancient race is?" "No, I only heard of it today," Chen Feng answered, still calm. Instinctively, everyone looked at the mirror. Indeed, there was no reaction. At this, Zhang Da was stunned. These three, they are really not aware of what the ancient race is. Suddenly, Yabi asked, "Where are the three of you from?" Zhang Da and the rest listened on with a solemn expression. If these three were truly not part of the ancient race, then where had they originated from? Chen Feng pondered and solemnly answered, "We came from a barbarian tribe. At that place there were similarly seals and a legacy as well. However, due to some reason, all those had fallen, and now everything has already been reduced to ruins. We came for the legacy. At the Land of Legacy, we encountered an enemy. For some reason, we suddenly appeared here. As for that magical mirror, there was still no reaction whatsoever. He was telling the truth. He's actually telling the truth." As they realized this, Zhang Da and the captain were alarmed. From a different barbarian tribe? In short, these three were in fact barbarians whose physical appearance greatly resembled the ancient race members? If so, one of them looked at the mirror with doubt. Is it possible that this thing is spoiled? Despite this mirror being a divine tool of their army, some still doubted it. This was especially true for those barbarians without any unique abilities. The captain merely sneered and glanced at that barbarian before asking, "Little Wang, how long is your penis?" "Shua." In unison, everyone else turned their heads and looked at that barbarian. The barbarian called Little Wang instantly felt awkward and answered, 10 inches. Suddenly, the mirror started shining. The number 10 hovered in midair before it started flickering and ultimately transformed into the number 1, Shua. Instantly, everyone sunk into silence. Their gazes when looking at Little Wang contained a trace of pity now. No wonder this guy does not have a girlfriend. That is understandable now. No, that's not the case, Little Wang explained in a hurry. There's still room for growth. The captain patted his shoulder. Please don't be sad. As for everyone else around him, expressions of sympathy appeared on their faces. At this sight, Little Wang's vision darkened, and he fainted immediately. Why had he stepped forth to question the divine tool for no apparent reason? However, with this, it had been proven that the mirror indeed worked. These three were actually barbarians? The captain ordered the soldiers to retreat. Your bodies, their barbarian civilization, had a countless amount of tribes spread everywhere. It was rather reasonable that Chen Feng's group was truly from a different tribe and had accidentally appeared here. Unfortunately, their appearance truly resembled the ancient race members greatly. Too weak, he concluded. Even the Little Wang by the side agreed. Yes, hee. At this, Kong Bai merely glanced at Little Wang coldly before glancing at his lower body and saying, Bro, do you know how long 10 inches is? Even if I'm not tall in height, a certain part of my body is definitely not lacking in length, unlike a certain someone's. Instantly, Little Wang raged. Hone, Kong Bai was furious. What are you shouting for? Do you dare to take off your pants and compete in length? Little Wang was flustered and exasperated. His right hand that was pointing at Kong Bai, trembled without stop. Everyone else was speechless. Why were both these adults behaving like children? Sorry, the captain said to Chen Feng's group. We are in the wrong here. However, if you are from some new tribe, I suggest that you guys register yourselves. Chen Feng's group of 3 nodded their heads. All right, retreat. The captain waved his hand and the army retreated. As for the vanguard, they continued guarding the 2 sides of the palace. Let's go. Since we are from the same side, you guys can meet the boss now. The captain smiled, revealing his rows of ivory white teeth. Heh, you guys have no idea how many of the ancient race members trying to meet our boss I have killed. Chen Feng's group raised their eyebrows. This barbarian civilization seemed somewhat different than they had imagined. Ancient race, barbarian, legacy, perhaps this so-called boss would be able to dispel their doubts? 39.3. Chapter 39.3. What the heck? Chapter 39.3. What the heck? Translator, Lamostan editor, Tenish Ka. The oppressive sounds of the barbarians' military boots stepping on the ground echoed in the air. These were boots produced purely from the leather of monsters. Apart from the oppressive sound, a bizarre undulation spread with every step they took when wearing these boots. Every single step taken felt incomparably stable. Currently, Chen Feng's group of 3 were silently following behind the captain. Soon after traveling through numerous tunnels, they reached the inner part of the palace. It's here, the captain said. The curtain was lifted, and another sturdy barbarian walked out of the palace. Inspect them, the captain said with a deep voice. If there's no problem, send them in. With a rough voice, the other barbarian replied, All right, it should be normal for an inspection to be conducted on the visitors of the barbarian's leader. However, the barbarian only glanced at Qin Hai's body before looking at Chen Feng, hesitating slightly and ultimately looking at Kong Bai. Kong Bai blinked. Suddenly, the barbarian's hand stretched out and, like a monkey stealing a peach, grabbed Kong Bai's crotch. Instantly, Kong Bai's expression greened. The fuck? Before Kong Bai could even finish his sentence, his face paled. Chen Feng and Qin Hai exchanged glances before inhaling a mouthful of cold air as they saw that barbarian's thick and sturdy palm that was grabbing tightly onto Kong Bai's crotch, seemingly trying to look for something. The fuck? The both of them took a step back in unison. Was this how the barbarians conducted their inspections? Kong Bai was ashen-faced, and his whole body was trembling from anger. Let go! As he felt the hand feeling his crotch up, he felt like killing someone. Just as he was about to erupt in anger without care for the consequences, suddenly, the barbarian retracted his hand silently. Where's your tail? The barbarian asked with a deep voice. The ancient race members all possess tails. Some of their tails might be small or hidden within their clothes, but why do these 3 not have any tails? Are there some problems with them? The barbarian's gaze became somewhat hostile. Right at this moment, the captain by the side coughed before saying, they are not part of the ancient race. Rather, they are only members of a remote barbarian tribe whose bodies haven't grown properly. Suddenly, the other barbarian felt enlightened. Oh, no wonder they have no tails. Go then. The inspection is over. As he finished his words, he stepped aside. Kong Bai, as he looked at the somewhat apologetic captain, he felt like killing someone. Why? Since you knew it, why don't you tell him earlier? You can't bully someone like this. And why am I the one getting inspected, not Chen Feng or Qin Hai? Even if I am the main character, this is not the kind of plot that should be unfolding. Normally, main characters should have their crotch inspected by girls, right? Kong Bai felt powerless to even berate this. Chen Feng and Qin Hai merely exchanged glances as they sunk deep into contemplation. Their identities had obviously been verified by the captain previously. However, he had still insisted on having another round of inspection done. It would seem like this barbarian captain still had some doubts. Fortunately, this doubt of his had ultimately been erased. As for the ancient race, Chen Feng frowned. What ancient race was it that had tails? Tails? If so, that so-called ancient race was not a pure human? As he thought of his verified identity, Chen Feng felt like it wouldn't be problematic if he had any questions now. Moreover, it would be perfectly rational that he had questions. The ancient race has tails? Chen Feng asked with an amazed tone. The barbarian scratched his head as he answered, seemingly feeling apologetic at his previous action of grabbing Kongbai's peach. Not necessarily, he explained. How can the bloodline of the ancient race be as pure as that of us barbarians? Humph, there is a lot of variety to that damnable race. The heads of some of them grow in problematic ways, and there are others whose different body parts grow problematically as well. Due to these differences, they are all separated into numerous minor races. As for an ancient race member with no obvious problem in their appearance, then that person is most definitely someone with a tail. In short, on the bodies of these ancient race members, a lot of difference from our bodies can be seen. Our boss mentioned before that those from the ancient race are either people who can't grow large enough or those that have various deformities despite having a sufficient amount of nutrition while growing. That is the reason their physical appearances are so bizarre. At this, the barbarian felt somewhat awkward and clarified. Naturally, I am not talking about you guys. Chen Feng, was that final sentence required? Therefore, the so-called ancient race was a race possessing unique mutations. It was clear that different barbarians had different education levels. This particular barbarian in front of them had only heard about the ancient race instead of actually meeting one. What exactly was the so-called problems these ancient race members had? None of them had any idea. Oh, right. Suddenly, Chen Feng thought of something, and he looked at Shangda before asking, "That young lady that saved us." Shangda scratched his head and stated awkwardly, "She is a member of the ancient race. She has a tail as well. However, it's a rather small tail. As such, she can hide it." Chen Feng, looking at Shangda's embarrassed expression and the fact that he had not explained how he had seen her tail, Chen Feng finally understood how the life forms of this world were all different from humans. There was no need to mention the differences between the barbarians and humans. There was also the mysterious yet powerful ancient race. He was sure that the ancient race was not something as simple as a race with problems. If he had the opportunity, he wanted to take a look at what the ancient race looked like. At this time, they had finally arrived, and the barbarians escorting them needed to leave. "The boss is rather curious about your identities. You guys only need to answer honestly. Since your appearance is somewhat unique, you guys might be able to disguise yourselves as members of the ancient race and spy for us. After all, we can't find anyone as short as you guys around here," the barbarian captain said sincerely. Chen Feng's group was speechless. By the side, the barbarian that was in charge of inspection gave Kongbai a thumbs up. "Even my entire hand is not sufficient to grab the entirety of it. You, kid, are a true man." Instantly, Kongbai's killing intent surged. Getting groped by a man, no, a barbarian at that, was definitely not something worthy of praise. That was simply too embarrassing. Humph. He snorted coldly before entering the building. Chen Feng and Kongbai followed behind him. This was the inner hall of the palace and the domain of the legendary leader of the barbarians. After gaining a certain level of understanding with regard to the barbarians, Chen Feng's group had mentally prepared to meet this leader. Unexpectedly, they had still underestimated this barbarian leader, Shua. As they entered the inner hall, an astonishing scene entered their vision. An expanse of wilderness could be seen. 2 green mountains were in front of them, and weeds were growing all over the mountains. The peaks of both mountains joined together, a dense bush growing on it. Occasionally, small birds could be seen flying around, giving off an incredibly lively feeling. This was quite a magnificent scene. It would seem like this barbarian leader was someone who knew how to enjoy his life. However, only the green mountains and the pleasant scenery could be seen here. Nobody else was in sight. "Is the leader not here?" Kongbai muttered. "That shouldn't be the case. Earlier, they had obviously—" "Just wait a while," Chen Feng said with a deep voice. Qinhai nodded. Right at this instant, an imposing voice descended upon them from above. "After seeing me, why are you guys not kneeling down to pay your respects?" Bang! The voice was so loud that it was akin to a thunder. "What?" Chen Feng's group raised their heads instinctively, and their expressions changed greatly at what they saw. That so-called mountain range was, in actuality, an over 10-meter tall, immense stone man. Those green mountains were actually the thighs of this stone man. As for that place where the mountains joined, it was actually... Oh, fuck. Wonder 2094. Chapter 39.4, Get Your S's Out Here. Chapter 39.4, Get Your SS Out Here. Translator, Lemostan Editor, Tenish. That thundering voice echoed through the air. "You guys are not part of the ancient race. From your body, the aura of my race can be felt, despite how weak that aura is." Along with the thundering voice, that immense mountain range finally started moving. That perfectly straight mountain range, piercing straight to the clouds, started descending upon them. Next, a 10-meter tall stone statue appeared in front of them. Even if the stone statue had reduced the size of its body, it still appeared very large. Chen Feng felt somewhat apprehensive. "This is the leader of the barbarians?" Based on Chen Feng's guess, the so-called aura on their bodies was quite possibly the 50% energy immunity they had obtained previously at the Land of Legacy. That was the reason some sort of resonance between their bodies and this leader had appeared. Regardless of what this leader said, Chen Feng was able to understand the leader's hidden meaning. If they had not possessed this aura on their bodies, they would most probably have been killed off immediately after arriving in this world. Even the inspections and what the captain had done earlier had probably been authorized by this leader. These barbarians were evidently much smarter than the barbarians of the genetic era. You are the leader? Chen Feng asked. Leader? The huge stone statue chuckled and said, There is no such thing as a leader. If you have no idea what to call me, you can call me the Divine Ancestor. The expressions of Chen Feng's group changed slightly. They had once heard about the Divine Ancestor from that young lady. This was one of the three strongest existents in this world. Apart from this Divine Ancestor, the other two were the Sage and Devil King. This guy here was at least an existence surpassing a class. Chen Feng tried to sound calm. What do you need us to do? Since this Divine Ancestor had gathered them here instead of killing them, he most certainly had something important for them to do. The aura of my race on your bodies is rather weak. As such, I am the only one able to feel it. Those fellows from the ancient race would not be able to feel the aura in your bodies. Hence, I have an extremely important mission for you guys, the Divine Ancestor stated. Please say it, Chen Feng said with a calm expression. The ancient race has a divine tool with extremely formidable killing power. Every single time we battle, a countless amount of people are killed by this tool. That divine tool is located in the core area of the ancient race. I need you guys to sneak into the ancient race's territory and stay there as a part of them. When an opportunity arises, destroy that divine tool. The Divine Ancestor's killing intent could be clearly felt as he said these words. As for Chen Feng's group, their hearts jolted furiously. It was indeed such a mission, a spying mission as part of the ancient race. They exchanged glances and looked at each other in dismay. They had only entered this place to obtain the legacy before gathering sufficient pure energy to return to the genetic era. That was the only thing they wanted to do. If they had to go where the ancient race was, instinctively, Chen Feng asked, how long will this mission require? 10 years, the Divine Ancestor answered with a deep voice. I will give you guys a deadline of 10 years. Their hearts chilled. 10 years? This was too long a time. Did they truly have to stay there for 10 years? But if they refused to go, this was an option they did not see happening. Despite the inquiring tone this Divine Ancestor had used when asking them, it was certain that if they dared to refuse, the consequences would be rather fascinating. They exchanged glances. What to do? It was impossible for them to reject this mission. However, if they were to accept it, suddenly, Chen Feng asked, Can we enter the Land of Legacy? Our strength is too weak. If we can enter the Land of Legacy and improve our strength, Shua. The eyes of Kongbai and Qinhai shone. True, if they could enter the Land of Legacy earlier, they would be able to obtain the legacy and pure energy required. After that, they could directly return to the genetic era. Who would be bothered with whatever happened here next? The ice-cold answer of the Divine Ancestor shattered their hope. No. Why? Chen Feng asked. The aura in the Land of Legacy is too thick. The Divine Ancestor pondered before continuing. With your current strength, the moment you guys obtain the legacy, even if your guys' strength increases greatly, similarly, your bodies will contain a stronger aura of our race. At that time, I'm afraid even those from the ancient race will be able to determine your true identities. It will no longer be possible for you guys to be spies. The Divine Ancestor's reason for refusing their request was something they couldn't argue against. The Divine Ancestor smiled. However, you guys need not worry. When you guys return, I will personally open the Land of Legacy to grant you guys a stronger power, transforming you guys into true experts. Their hearts chilled as they heard this. Ancient race, return, 10 years? Suddenly, the calm tone of the Divine Ancestor became somewhat stern. Or perhaps, you guys are not members of my race after all? At this moment, the normal-looking clouds in the sky suddenly transformed into a huge clump of dense black aura that roiled endlessly. A terrifying power echoed about in the sky. Bang, bang, a thunderous sound could be heard. The voice of the Divine Ancestor echoed without stop. This was a threat. At this moment, the Divine Ancestor's eyes seemed to have turned purple, and dazzling lighting appeared in the sky, seemingly as if an astonishing and terrifyingly powerful attack was going to descend upon them at any moment. We agree, Chen Feng answered hurriedly. Shua, the dark clouds vanished. Chen Feng breathed out in relief and explained, I was only worried that we won't be able to complete this mission. After all, the three of us are too weak. For such an important mission, if we fail, the Divine Ancestor indifferently stated, Don't worry, I will pray for you guys. Shua. The Divine Ancestor pointed midair. A beam of light appeared and landed on the bodies of Chen Feng's group of 3. This was a blessing bestowed by the Divine Ancestor. They felt apprehensive. From the information obtained from the young lady, the blessing of this Divine Ancestor was incredibly formidable. Divine Ancestor's blessing, able to block 3 fatal sources of damage. In other words, any attack capable of killing someone could be blocked 3 times. This was a formidable power of the Divine Ancestor capable of blocking even the power of the Sage. Naturally, the disadvantage of having this blessing was the fact that, moving on, they would be totally under the Divine Ancestor's monitoring. With this, the lives of the three of you are safe, the Divine Ancestor stated indifferently. Many thanks, Lord Divine Ancestor. The three of them laughed bitterly. What more could they say? Regardless of how powerful this Divine Ancestor's blessing was, as far as they were concerned, this was akin to a huge shackle, controlling them firmly. At first, they had believed that the barbarian leader would be an A-class at most. Unexpectedly, that Divine Ancestor was the leader. This time, they truly had no other options. Escape? It was pointless. This was the territory of the barbarians during the era of barbarians. They had no way out. As for resisting, they had no intention of dying this early by resisting this Divine Ancestor. It seems like we will have to make a trip to the ancient race this time, they mumbled inwardly. However, right at this moment, bang, a huge thundering sound appeared in the sky. Numerous terrifying beams of light rushed out, and a cold voice echoed through the sky. Divine Ancestor, get your ass out here. Bang, what a powerful entry. The Divine Ancestor frowned. Sage? He was not afraid of the Sage. However, the timing of the Sage's appearance. 39.5, Chapter 395, Eruption of War. Chapter 395, Eruption of War. Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenesh. The Divine Ancestor was somewhat anxious. Have they noticed something? Shua. He tossed Chen Feng's group somewhere hidden and said, the three of you stay here and wait. Bang! Stepping into the void, the Divine Ancestor soared up. The Divine Ancestor bellowed, Sage, do you not know that your act of coming here is akin to a declaration of war? The Sage sneered. So what if I'm declaring war? The both of us will have a battle sooner or later. Do you think that I have no idea why are you preparing this army of yours? Haha, since you are intending to battle, why not battle right now? Bang! The space midair cracked, revealing the void behind. All the ancient race members, attack. Bang! Instantly, thunderous sounds filled the sky and dazzling radiance appeared without stop. Both these powers had constantly been at conflict, and numerous minor wars had happened. However, they had never imagined that the ancient race would declare an all-out war this early. What would the Devil King do now? There were more than two powers in this world. If they started an all-out war, wouldn't the Devil King be the one who profited from their war? Had the ancient race gone crazy? Bang! The first wave of ancient invaders was defeated. The Divine Ancestor was furious. Sage, if we fight, are you not afraid that the Devil King will profit from this? The Sage's mouth curled up, forming a smile. That person, they, will most probably perish, just like you guys, the Sage toyingly said. The Divine Ancestor's expression sank. What? Only now did he realize that this damnable Sage had actually attacked both the barbarians and the Devil King at the same time. The Sage's gaze was cold. Dirty species like you guys are, after all, not something that belong in this world. Then, let me purify the world of all of you. Bang. With a dazzling radiance, all the ancient race members erupted in power. The numerous radiances were so powerful, they caused one's heart to palpitate. The Divine Ancestor sneered, Since you are courting death, come. They had been fighting the ancient race for several centuries. As such, he was clear on the strength of the ancient race. Let alone attacking two powers simultaneously, even if they were only attacking a single power. Suddenly, from the ancient race's camp, a huge crossbow could be seen being pushed out slowly. That was a huge crossbow that was several tens of meters in size. Every single component or string on the crossbow was shimmering with a gold radiance. It seemed to be a crossbow produced from energy, filled with an alarming power. What's that? The Divine Ancestor's expression changed. The Sage laughed malevolently. This, I have named it the God-killing crossbow, Shua. The Sage waved his hand coldly. Bang! A terrifying pillar of gold appeared, seemingly piercing through heaven and earth. The gold radiance shot out of the crossbow seemingly separated the entire world into two, leaving only that resplendent gold radiance existing in between heaven and earth. Puh! The gold beam pierced through the Divine Ancestor, nailing him firmly to the ground. Howl! The Divine Ancestor started struggling frantically as the earth trembled from his struggles. However, regardless of how strong he was, that terrifying gold radiance was unmoving, and it had him nailed firmly to the ground. At this time, once again, the Sage moved. Although the God-killing crossbow can't kill you, it is able to stop you from moving, the Sage stated coldly. Next, I shall be making my move. Bang! The Sage stepped out. Accompanied by the radiance that filled the sky, he landed on the Divine Ancestor. Here, everything seemed to be changing. It was totally outside of Chen Feng's group's expectations that, right after issuing a mission to them, the Divine Ancestor would suffer a beating at the Sage's hand. From how things were progressing, the Divine Ancestor might very well fail to even escape this. That God-killing crossbow, Chen Feng raised his head and glanced at the crossbow. It was indeed excessively astonishing. Merely the faint energy radiating from the crossbow was sufficient to cause one to tremble with fear. As for that so-called Sage, he truly greatly resembled a normal human, the only difference being the tail behind him. An extremely long tail. Was this what the barbarians had mentioned previously? As for the rest of the ancient race members, at a cursory glance, many seemed to possess horse heads. Some of them had the lower body of a snake, and some had eyes as large as a fish's. These people, no, these life forms are the so-called ancient race. Suddenly, a familiar term appeared in Chen Feng's brain, beastmen. Despite that glamorous name, ancient race, they were essentially beastmen. The only difference from the beastmen he had read about in novels was that the beastmen here were rather huge in variety and had a higher degree of mutation. These people here were what beastman truly looked like. Apart from that sage, most of the ancient race members had a rather high degree of mutation. Is their strength unrelated to the degree of mutation? Chen Feng guessed. However, right after this thought appeared, bang! Accompanied by a loud sound, the sage stepped into the void and transformed into a huge bird with an extremely huge pair of wings and a long tail, signifying that he was in fact the one with the highest degree of mutation among the ancient race members. Bang! The strength of the transformed sage surged rapidly. With this, the divine ancestor that had still been able to persevere with great difficulty under the sage's attack was no longer able to hold on, and was on the verge of dying. After getting nailed firmly to the ground by the crossbow before receiving the attack of the transformed sage, the eventual fate of this divine ancestor was now clear. Chen Feng's group of 3 exchanged glances. Go. With the eruption of this war, the divine ancestor unable to move, the ancient race members and barbarians clashing against each other, the entirety of the palace had sunk into chaos. At this moment, nobody was bothered with nobodies like them. Now was their best opportunity. Shwa, shwa, they started charging frantically toward the land of legacy. Yi? Several ancient race members noticed them. Despite the lack of the ancient race's aura on their body, from their appearance, they were definitely not barbarians. They concluded that several fellows with a low degree of mutation had joined this campaign of theirs. As such, they did not do anything to Chen Feng's group. As for the barbarians, they ignored Chen Feng's group as well. Even the occasional barbarians that noticed them were aware that these 3 were the ones that their divine ancestor had summoned personally earlier and were on the same side as them. Therefore, amidst the chaotic battleground, Chen Feng's group was able to smoothly reach the land of legacy, the core area of the barbarians. Chen Feng blasted the barrier apart and the 3 of them stepped inside. A familiar energy started radiating dazzlingly. Along with the collapse of a portion of the barrier, the pure energy contained within bloomed. Within this land of legacy was actually a huge amount of pure energy. The timing of the ancient race's arrival was simply too nice. After being attacked, the divine ancestor was unable to be bothered with them. This gave them a good opportunity to obtain the pure energy before transmigrating back home. What perfect timing. Understood. Kongbai walked toward the pure energy. However, surprisingly, at the same time, the faraway sage seemingly noticed the activity here as well. He had seemingly noticed the pure energy contained here. The sage pointed coldly. Take it. Hua. A huge amount of ancient race members swarmed toward the pure energy. Howl. The furious barbarians wanted to resist, but with a wave of the sage's hand, they were all stopped. Bang! The air started trembling. Accompanied by a furious roar, a terrifying red dragon appeared. The sage grinned. You have finally appeared, the totem of the barbarians. Bang! Bang! A red radiance started shining dazzlingly. At this instant, the air was seemingly separated by 2 expanses of red and white. On the ground, the formidable ancient race had already intruded into the city of the barbarians. Without their super-powerful divine ancestor, the strength of the barbarians was greatly weakened, and they were in no way a match for the ancient race. Bang! The barbarians were finally defeated. The barrier to the land of legacy shattered, and the ancient race members charged in. A 39.6, Chapter 39.6, War with Ancient Race. Chapter 39.6, War with Ancient Race. Translator, Lemostan editor, Tenesh Chen Feng looked at Kongbai. Where's your profitable third-party ability? At a time like this, when the ancient race and barbarians were battling each other, shouldn't the profitable third party be greatly effective? If it worked nicely, it might possibly cause both sides to suffer damage. Kongbai smiled bitterly. It's ineffective. I tried earlier. The difference in their strength is too huge. Chen Feng was alarmed. Too huge a difference? How was that possible? The ancient race and barbarians had been at odds for so many years, neither of them gaining the upper hand. They should obviously be evenly matched. Otherwise, the barbarians would have been wiped out long ago. Even if the ancient race seemed more powerful, they only had a single sage. As for the barbarians, even if they appear somewhat weaker, they had the divine ancestor and the red dragon at their side. Therefore, they should be evenly matched. Even if the divine ancestor was heavily damaged, he shouldn't be completely helpless against the ancient race, right? With Kongbai's ability of enhancing one party's strength by 20% and reducing one party's strength by 20%, it was not something as simple as a difference of 40%. It was actually a difference of a party with 120% combat power against a party with only 80% combat power. Even with that, the tides of the war couldn't be reversed. Moreover, the requirements for activating Kongbai's ability were rather low. As long as one party didn't possess a combat power 2 or 3 times that of the other party, Kongbai's ability would be effective. How was it failing now? unless Chen Feng stared toward the center of the ancient race's camp. There, the gold god-killing crossbow was shining dazzlingly. Even after the crossbow had been used earlier, it was still emitting a power that caused one's heart to palpitate. Chen Feng's gaze sharpened. Luck aura, activate. I want the details of that thing. Shua. 10 points of luck value were consumed, and the details of God-Killing Crossbow were transmitted to Chen Feng. Name, God-Killing Crossbow ability, shoots out a divine arrow, unleashing the entire soul aura to deal a certain degree of damage depending on the amount of soul aura accumulated. It is also able to bind the target to the same spot. Soul aura. By absorbing the souls of the deceased, soul aura can be formed. The higher the amount of the enemies killed, the more powerful the soul aura will be. After accumulating a certain amount of soul aura, a divine arrow can be formed. Using the method most familiar to himself, Chen Feng obtained the details of that crossbow. However, the result, soul aura. Chen Feng's heart chilled. The scene of that single attack from the crossbow was still vivid in his memory. A magnificent divine ancestor had been directly heavily injured. Such a formidable power. How high was the amount of accumulated soul aura? How many lives had this sage reaped? These lives, were they all enemies? No wars had erupted recently. The barbarians would definitely not have allowed the ancient race members to slaughter their members. As such, it was quite possible that the ancient race had been slaughtering their own. In other words, the sage had killed a huge amount of his own just to heavily damage the divine ancestor and eliminate the barbarians. Only by doing this had the god-killing crossbow been able to unleash such power. What was scary was the fact that, even now, that crossbow was still accumulating its power. What place was this? A battlefield. The elites of the barbarians and the ancient race were dying without stop. As such, the power being absorbed by the god-killing crossbow was increasing at an unprecedented rate. At this speed, it wouldn't be long before the god-killing crossbow was once again ready for use. At that time, its target might very well be that dragon. No wonder Kong Bai's profitable third party had failed. By this point, Chen Feng's group had finally figured out how the barbarians had been eliminated. Ancient race, Chen Feng's group of 3 inhaled deeply. Chen Feng said, the barbarians won't be able to hold on much longer. Kong Bai sighed, I know. From the moment his ability had failed, he had been aware of the result of this battle. Hua. Presently, the ancient race members were already charging into the land of legacy and were heading straight toward the pure energy. They were completely uninterested in the barbarians' legacy and were not bothered with making a move against Chen Feng's group. Their only target was the pure energy. This was a power any life form could utilize. This was the root of life. Kong Bai's expression was unsightly. What should we do? He had initially planned to absorb the energy in secret before transmigrating away. Now, though, it seemed his thoughts had truly been too naive. These ancient race members would definitely not allow Chen Feng's group to take their spoils of war. This pure energy was the largest spoil of this war started by the ancient race. A group of excited ancient race members charged toward the pure energy. Howl. The 3 of them exchanged glances. What to do? Each of them could feel an intense sense of danger. Chen Feng inhaled and said, we don't have much time left. Now, only some regular troops of the ancient race are here. The moment those true experts currently entangled in the battle are able to spare some of their time, or perhaps when that sage is done with whatever he's doing, Kong Bai and Qin Hai understood what he was trying to say. At that time, the 3 of them would be in true despair. As for now, Kong Bai's gaze was sharp. Start killing then. I have transmigrated through countless worlds. I have been to countless worlds even more dangerous than this place. A mere beast man, what's there to be afraid of? Chen Feng looked at Qin Hai. How about you? Qin Hai only replied with one word. Battle. Good. Then let us begin. Chen Feng's blood started boiling. It had been a long time since he'd had such a feeling. Puh. The 3 of them moved at the same time. Instantly, the ancient race members passing by beside them collapsed like grass being mowed. The rest of the ancient race members were alarmed. Instantly, they noticed these 3 people who were somewhat bizarre due to resembling the ancient race yet seeming somewhat different at the same time. So these 3 were enemies? A nearby ancient race member reacted. Kill. Bang. Groups of ancient race members charged at Chen Feng's group. Chen Feng's group had no fear. Come. These regular soldiers were at most C class. As far as Chen Feng's group was concerned, killing these weaklings was as easy as mowing grass. All 3 of them were able to easily defeat all their opponents. They started pushing in while slaughtering all the enemies they encountered along the way toward their goal, the pure energy. Presently, at the battlefield, a large majority of the ancient race members were concentrating on battling the barbarians. However, some of them still noticed what was happening in the land of legacy. A certain ancient race expert glanced at that direction coldly before saying, you guys, go there. He pointed at Chen Feng's group of 3. Kill those 3. Yes. A chilly radiance shimmered amidst the darkness. Just as Chen Feng's group was about to finish killing all the normal soldiers around them, suddenly, a terrifying killing intent descended upon them. The 3 of them were only barely able to evade the incoming attack. Shua. More than 10 dark silhouettes descended from the sky. These newcomers were a unique species among the ancient race members. Each of them had a pair of bat-like wings behind them, and their speed was as fast as lightning, so fast one nearly couldn't catch a glimpse of them when they were moving. This was the lightning squad of the ancient race. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The black silhouettes moved around, leaving afterimages everywhere. Numerous bloody scars appeared on the faces of Chen Feng's group. Chen Feng had a deep gaze. They noticed us? B-class, Kong Bai said as he wiped the bloodstains from his face. Qin Hai's killing intent surged. Just kill them. At this point, they had no other option. Earlier, when they had been killing those ordinary soldiers, they had been able to advance while killing. Now, though, they were facing a unique squad. As such, they first had to kill the newcomers before they could continue advancing. Otherwise, these newcomers would be able to exhaust them to death. Whoosh, whoosh, cold radiances flickered without stop. Chen Feng's group wanted to kill those newcomers as soon as possible so they could continue advancing, but not much time passed before a huge amount of experts started streaming toward them unendingly. It was apparent that the number of ancient race members around them was increasing in amount. After killing one group, a new group would appear to give their lives away? Something so stupid did not seem like a mistake the ancient race would make. In fact, after they had witnessed how Chen Feng's group fought, they had first deployed the Lightning Squad, the group with the fastest speed, to hold them back. Next, they deployed some elite squads over. Instantly, Chen Feng's group sunk into an impasse. They had no way out. The ancient race was much smarter than they had imagined. 397, Chapter 397, Spacetime Isle. Chapter 397, Spacetime Isle. Translator, Lemostan Editor, Tenish Pu. Chen Feng's group of 3 was already covered in bloody scars. The intelligence and strength of these ancient race members had greatly exceeded their expectations. Seeing how the ancient race members couldn't beat Chen Feng's group, they had shifted from outright fighting to trying to exhaust Chen Feng's group here. A brand new scar had just appeared on Chen Feng's body. As Chen Feng raised his head and looked over, a huge amount of reinforcements for the ancient race members had already appeared. Far away, that huge red dragon was being pressed down by the sage and was being used to wipe the ground, seeming to only have a final breath left. As for the barbarian army, they were similarly struggling at death's door from the continuous attacks of the ancient race. The gloomy sky seemed to be covered by a boundless fog, and the shouts of the combatants could be heard from the direction of those light rays that could be discerned from the dusky region. Bang! A dazzling explosion erupted beside Chen Feng. A relatively powerful ancient race warrior at A-class had finally arrived. That warrior's terrifying attack started descending as a choking power enveloped Chen Feng's group of 3. Are we going to die now? Their hearts tightened. Transmigration? Before absorbing the pure energy, Kong Bai was simply incapable of activating this ability. Fight back? What could the 3 that were already tired and exhausted, both physically and mentally, use to fight back? That terrifying power descended from the sky, and the stifling and formidable power landed on their body. Can we not hold on any longer? Sigh. Accompanied by a sigh, Qin Hai walked out. He was planning to use his body to block this incoming attack. However, Chen Feng stopped him. Huh? Kong Bai and Qin Hai turned around to look at Chen Feng. Chen Feng stepped out and blocked in front of both of them. In a serene manner, he stretched his hand out. Their expressions changed slightly. What are you planning to do? There was no reply from Chen Feng. He merely calmly stared at the incoming attack. Since it had reached this point, there was only one method out of this. Luck Aura, activate. A faint radiance started swirling around them. Once again, Chen Feng had activated his Luck Aura during a moment of crisis. As for what would result from this, nobody knew. Bang! That terrifying attack landed, causing a dazzling explosion. 1 point of luck value was reduced. Next, a certain item Chen Feng had on his body started flickering with light. Along with that, a gush of bizarre energy started spreading, and a gentle energy enveloped the 3 of them. Shua! Instantly, Chen Feng's group of 3 vanished from right where they stood. Why I? The ancient race members were greatly alarmed. Escaped? The newly arrived ancient race expert frowned and fixed his gaze at the direction Chen Feng's group had disappeared from. He concentrated his gaze for a short period of time, but he couldn't find any trace of them. Where have the 3 of you escaped to? At this time, Chen Feng's group of 3 merely felt their vision blur before they appeared at an unfamiliar place. Where is this? The 3 of them looked at this environment that was a complete stranger to them. Kong Bai was astonished. Have we escaped? Chen Feng still had this up his sleeve? Space teleportation? Qin Hai was looking at Chen Feng as well. I think so. I have no idea either. Chen Feng took out the item that had worked at the last minute, and with astonishment he found that it was that very figurine of the young lady he had obtained in the past. Earlier, this had been the item that was flickering with light before sending them here. But why? Even with the effect of Luck Aura, this shouldn't have been what happened. Based on his memories, this figurine, this young lady, should possess the power of time. An act of space teleportation like this, Chen Feng shook his head before putting the figurine away. Forget it. Let's hide ourselves somewhere safe before talking any further. The other two nodded their heads, however. Just as they was about to leave, their hearts jolted abruptly. When they looked at the environment around them, something felt off. This place, Shua, a bitingly cold breeze could be felt, and the world was seemingly filled with interwoven fog. On the ground, ruins occasionally appeared. On top of that, traces of erased diagrams depicting the ancient race could be seen as well. This familiar scene, have we returned? Kong Bai dared not believe this. This was obviously the land of legacy. Not the ancient land of legacy, rather, the land of legacy of the present barbarians whose civilization was no longer prosperous. How? Kong Bai was shocked. Apart from him, Chen Feng was also capable of transmigration? No, this did not make sense. Kong Bai was somewhat stupefied. Just like that, they had returned. He looked at Chen Feng. Evidently, Chen Feng was bewildered as well. Returned? Wait, if it was the figurine, that young lady clearly possessed the power of time. As such, if this was the doings of that young lady, it was reasonable that she was capable of returning them back to their original timeline. However, was this a feat even a figurine depicting her could accomplish as well? Chen Feng could not believe this. Qin Hai was curious as well. What on earth happened? In an absurd manner, the three of them had returned. However, they kept having a feeling that something was off. Suddenly, Kong Bai said, "Wait, look, Shua." The other two looked over. On the ground, a huge crater could be seen. From the shape, this seemed to be the crater that was created when that ancient race expert was attacking Chen Feng's group. In other words, this place, Shua. The three of them shifted their gaze in unison. This was exactly the same place they had been at earlier. They had merely transmigrated back to their point in time. However, their location was still the same. The only difference was that only ruins were now left here back in the future. We have only transmigrated through time instead of transmigrating through space. Chen Feng was about to say something when, suddenly, the figurine flashed with a faint radiance. Before the three of them could react to this change, to their astonishment, the scene where a chilly breeze rustled around vanished. The eerily silent surroundings started clamoring once again. It's them. They reappeared. Damn it, kill them. Numerous voices filled with killing intent traveled to their ears. When they got a clear look at what was around them, their expressions changed greatly. Far away, the soldiers of the ancient race noticed them and were charging at them. As for the expert of the ancient race, he was furiously flying straight toward them as a terrifying power emerged midair. Die, bang, a formidable power started descending. At this moment, Chen Feng's group was still somewhat dumbfounded. What exactly was going on? They had returned to this place again? Could it be? Chen Feng looked at the figurine in his hand before looking at the incoming attack. Next, he thought of what had happened earlier. Suddenly, he thought of something, and an understanding surfaced in his brain. If his guesses were correct, with the figurine in his hand, Luck Aura, activate. A radiance flashed past. Once again, that terrifying attack landed on nothing. Chen Feng's group had once again vanished without a trace. Yi, escaped again? The ancient race soldiers stated indignantly. As for the ancient race expert, he fixed his gaze on the spot they had vanished from and said, "You guys continue retrieving the pure energy. Leave this place to me. I want to see how long those three can hide." At this time, Chen Feng's group only felt their vision blur before, once again, they returned to the ruins of the Land of Legacy. On the ground, an additional crater that was the result of the ancient race expert's bombardment had appeared. In Chen Feng's hand, that figurine was still flickering with a bright radiance. Go. He dragged Qin Hai and Kong Bai and left this position speedily, quickly arriving somewhere several hundred meters away from their previous position. Shua. The radiance emitted by the figurine disappeared. Accompanied by a flash, space started transforming, and once again, they reappeared at the Land of Legacy surrounded by ancient race soldiers. This time, they were several hundred meters away from their previous position. Rather than appearing at the exact same spot they had vanished from previously, they had reappeared at the spot they had traveled to. Chen Feng stared at the figurine in his hands. So this is your true power? 39.8, Chapter 39.8, a cheating transmigration ability. Chapter 39.8, a cheating transmigration ability translator. Limostan editor, Tenish at the Land of Legacy. The ancient race expert was filled with doubt as he stared at the distant Chen Feng's group of three. Those three had obviously vanished where he was. However, when they had reappeared, they had already been several hundred meters away. He had no clue how they had moved. Space teleportation? A concealment ability? He was unable to make sense of it. However, no matter what, this would not hinder him killing them. Regardless of the bizarre abilities they had, he only needed to kill them and everything would be clear. Shua. His body streaked out and once again charged at them. This time, he was somewhat far away from them. However, with his current strength, he only needed a single instant to reach them, yet this single instant was sufficient for Chen Feng's group to react to his charge. Go. They managed to barely evade the attack of the expert. Bang! At the place they had stood previously, a dazzling explosion erupted. A countless amount of ancient race members were killed by this ancient race expert. Humph! The expert merely snorted and said, "Kill." Once again, he charged at them. Chen Feng merely smirked coldly. Hehe, Shua. With a nonchalant wave of his hand, when the expert was about to reach them, the three of them vanished once again. Bang! Another attack missed. Damn it, that expert was furious. Get your asses out here! Bang! 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 Countless attacks started landing on the spot Chen Feng's group had vanished from. Numerous clumps of terrifying energy exploded without stop. A crater several tens of meters deep was left in the ground. However, those three had seemingly vanished from the face of Earth. The expert was shocked. How is this possible? He couldn't wrap his head around this. Why were those few weaklings escaping from him? This was obviously something that was not supposed to happen. Red light flashed in his eyes. You all can't escape me. At this time, at the ruins of the Land of Legacy, accompanied by a faint radiance, Chen Feng's group of three appeared. Once again, they returned. Chen Feng's mouth curled up, forming a smile. It indeed works. Earlier, he had only returned there to verify his guess. He had indeed guessed correctly. With the combination of his luck aura and the figurine, he was able to traverse as he wished between the Land of Legacy of the past and the Land of Legacy of the present. Granted, he wouldn't be able to stay here too long. However, this was already sufficient for him. Kongbai and Qinhai were still confused. What's going on? You can transmigrate as well? Qinhai exclaimed in admiration. Kongbai was staring at Chen Feng in shock as well. Qinhai was a person who lacked knowledge about the numerous aspects of transmigration. However, Kongbai was extremely clear on them. What Chen Feng was doing was not as simple as transmigration. Although he could transmigrate as well, the limitations were extremely harsh. Moreover, he might not be able to return from his transmigrations. But Chen Feng's version of transmigration, he could transmigrate as he wished. With a wave of his hand, he transmigrated. With another wave, he fucking returned. Who was the actual main character here? Kongbai felt powerless to even berate this unfairness. This is only traveling between two different points in time, Chen Feng answered calmly. Presently, he did not have much time to explain to them. As such, he chose to simplify his explanation. I am able to return temporarily. The duration being, he checked the timer on his wristband. 1 minute. Instinctively, both Kongbai and Qinhai looked over at Chen Feng's timer as well. On his wrist, the screen hovered midair and the permission was set to public. With that, they were able to easily see the time indicated on the timer. 58, 59, 60, hum. With a faint flash, the three vanished from where they were standing and returned to the ancient Land of Legacy. The expert was still waiting for them there. You have indeed returned. Come and die. Bang. With a loud sound, the expert that had been preparing himself all this while erupted with an incredibly powerful might. Bang. The ground started trembling, and a terrifying power started surrounding Chen Feng's group. Careful, Kongbai cried out in alarm. Chen Feng merely gave the attack a single apathetic glance before nonchalantly waving his hand. Shua! Light swirled around and once again, the three returned to the ruins. Kongbai and Qinhai exchanged glances. What was this? Chen Feng smiled calmly. We have 1 minute. Seems like we can now reach our goal easily, Kongbai exclaimed in admiration. With such a divine ability, wasn't reaching their goal an extremely easy thing to do now? Regardless of how powerful the experts of the ancient race were, could they interrupt what Chen Feng's group did out here? Hee, go. Chen Feng was high-spirited. Amidst the chilly wind, the three vanished amid the ruins at the Land of Legacy. However, this Land of Legacy was, after all, still a place laden with danger. Going through these ruins were not such a simple matter after all. Before even half a minute of traveling forth, they encountered enemies. The enemies were barbarians that were returning from their explorations. Howl. As the group of barbarians saw the energy barrier around Chen Feng's group, they started going crazy. As far as they were concerned, only those elemental life forms possessed energy here in this place. In their eyes, Chen Feng's group had transformed into NPCs. Howl. With a resounding howl, several barbarians charged at them angrily. All the barbarians were B-class. Chen Feng's group would have no fear if it was a one-on-one match, but now that there were more than 10 of them, retreat. They retreated speedily. However, this was the home ground of the barbarians. These barbarians had explored this area innumerable times. As such, they were extremely clear on every nook and corner of this place. As for Chen Feng's group, they were the ones who were unfamiliar with this place. After less than 10 seconds of fleeing, they were surrounded by the barbarians with no way out. The barbarians roared proudly. Howl. The three of them were surrounded by a group of barbarians, and Kongbai was maintaining their energy barrier with great difficulty. Chen Feng glanced at him. Persevere. He lightly stated, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, it's time. Shua. Light swirled around them, and the three vanished instantly. Unfortunately, in the blink of an eye, the three that had just escaped the barbarians were now looking at the ancient race expert that was staring at them viciously. Kongbai's expression darkened. Shit. Chen Feng pulled them and escaped hastily. Go. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, bang. The fatal attack of the ancient race expert descended. Shua. The three vanished yet again. At this time, within the ruins, the barbarians that were still confused due to the vanishing act of Chen Feng's group noticed their reappearance not far away. Howl. With a bellow, the barbarians charged at them. Damn, Kong Bai howled. Why were things like this? Even when they were able to transmigrate as they wished, they were still being chased on both sides. Run, 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 the three fled frantically. Unfortunately for them, even if the barbarians only knew to follow behind them, the ancient race members were not idiots. After being tricked several times by Chen Feng's group, the expert was able to figure out the route Chen Feng's group was taking soon after. Astonishingly, the three were also heading toward the pure energy. In other words, regardless of how many times they vanished and reappeared, they were heading toward the pure energy in a straight line from where they had initially vanished. Their ultimate target was the pure energy as well. The expert sneered. If so, things are much easier to deal with. He stopped moving and concentrated his attention on this straight route, awaiting the reappearance of Chen Feng's group. The expert calculated the time. It's nearly time. He was unsure of the exact time, but he had some rough guesses on the time it would take for Chen Feng's group to reappear. On top of that, he had also managed to roughly guess the spot they would reappear at. All that was left, he felt an undulation somewhere. Now, the expert erupted instantly. Bang! A formidable attack was instantly unleashed. The figures that had reappeared vanished instantly, but in the air, blood splattered around. 39.9, Chapter 39.9, Guarding a Tree Stump, Waiting for Rabbits. Chapter 39.9, Guarding a Tree Stump, Waiting for Rabbits. Translator, Lamostan Editor, Tenesh, the expert sneered. Gotcha. Although the three had not revealed themselves, he could see the blood wafting through the air. His assumptions were indeed correct. The ultimate goal of those three was indeed the pure energy. Truly splendid. The expert slanted his head and said, "How long can you three little fellows survive?" Hehehe, he started laughing nastily. Since he had already discovered the secret of their vanishing act, they no longer had any way out. At this time, at the ruins, after a single flicker, Chen Feng's group vanished before reappearing again a short moment later. This time, though, all three of them were gravely injured. Puh! Chen Feng was spitting blood without stop. None of them had imagined that the moment they appeared there they would encounter such a powerful attack. Damn it! The blood of both Kong Bai and Qin Hai seemed to be boiling, causing them extreme discomfort. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Our luck was seen through. The act of traversing between two different points in time was indeed powerful. However, the moment the route they took was seen through by an enemy who then waited for them at the position they were going to reappear, a fatal blow was able to be dealt to them. This won't do, Chen Feng muttered. What was worse was the fact that, at the same time, footsteps could be heard coming toward them distantly. Those barbarians were currently chasing after them in excitement. Evidently, these barbarians were thinking that Chen Feng's group was some hidden boss NPC for them to defeat. Things are getting troublesome. The three exchanged glances. They found this problem of theirs rather thorny. At the ancient land of legacy, the ancient race expert was waiting for them. Here at the ruins, the barbarians were hunting them as well. This super cheat ability of transmigration was actually being countered so badly by these people. What to do? Chen Feng's head ached. Kong Bai shrugged. I can only last for 10 seconds maximum. The mini blue ball appeared and started leaping around him. In all honesty, if it wasn't for the unlimited energy supply, they would have been dead due to overexertion long ago. However, despite the unlimited energy supply, they wouldn't be able to last long under the attacks of all these barbarians. 10 seconds, Chen Feng checked the time before looking at the barbarians that were charging toward them. Hunting, ancient race expert, his thoughts started racing. They seemed to be in a conundrum presently. To survive the attacks of these barbarians, they could only step into a different point of time. However, at the other point of time, there was another terrifying expert waiting for them. Moreover, that expert, all prepared and waiting for them, was much more terrifying than these clueless barbarians over here. That guy, Chen Feng, started pondering. That guy had already figured out their route and was camping the route to the energy supply. As long as they continued on the same route, they would most certainly be discovered by that expert once they reappeared there. The only solution was to move in a different direction. Suddenly, Chen Feng's heart jolted. Yes, why not change direction? Abruptly, Chen Feng looked right. There, an abandoned tunnel could be seen. After the destruction of this place, that tunnel had transformed into a blockaded hole. Apart from giving one shelter from the wind and rain, it no longer had any other uses. Anyone else would definitely die if they escaped into the tunnel. However, for Chen Feng's group, let's go. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Feng led them into the depths of the tunnel. Howl! The barbarians chased after them. At the sight of them entering the tunnel, the barbarians became excited at the prospect of their prey transforming into a turtle in a jar. Within this hole, there was only one exit. They only needed to block this exit and those preys would most definitely die. Haha. The group of barbarians charged down. However, when they entered the tunnel, they were flabbergasted to find that the tunnel was completely empty. Chen Feng's group of three had once again vanished. At this time, in the ancient land of legacy, the ancient race expert was still waiting on the route heading toward the pure energy. His powerful senses were concentrated on this route, waiting for the reappearance of Chen Feng's group. Somewhat surprisingly, even when the estimated time had arrived, those three were still nowhere to be seen. He continued waiting for a short while, yet nobody appeared. He was somewhat surprised. They can remain separated for a longer duration? He had previously concluded that this ability of theirs was something akin to a separation. Those three would be able to conceal their body and aura, separating themselves from this world and hiding within the void. This was an ability he had seen before. Despite its prowess, the duration of separation was normally fixed. He decided to wait at the same spot. After another 10 seconds had passed, he started to feel like something wasn't right. Suddenly, somewhere far away, chaos erupted. He could clearly see that, 1 kilometer away from him, those had suddenly walked out of a certain tunnel and were charging toward the pure energy. It's them, he frowned. Those bastards had indeed changed their direction. Schwa. The expert charged over speedily. However, those three were truly quite far from him this time. Moreover, those three were charging forth directly rather than traveling in a straight line toward the pure energy. As such, he only managed to reach them after quite a while. Unfortunately, just as he reached them, they vanished suddenly. He was speechless, separated again. Those three had evidently seen through his strategy. As such, they had deliberately changed their direction. Those three were obviously much smarter than those idiotic barbarians. Presently, among the ruins, a joyful expression had appeared on Chen Feng's face. Success! As long as they avoided the area the expert was waiting at, he would have no idea where they would reappear next. Not only that, they had also managed to shake off the barbarians over here as well. If so, let's begin. The three of them started searching for bunkers around them, or places that were rather different from the other side. The numerous abandoned potholes they found became their most optimal options. They might appear to the left side, or they might appear to the right side, or they might also travel in a straight line toward the pure energy. Their route of travel became elusive. As for the expert that was waiting for them, his expression became unsightly. The regular ancient race soldiers couldn't pose any threat toward those three. He was the only one capable of hurting them. But by himself, he was furious, hateful. Bang, bang, bang. One pothole after another was reduced to ruin. Those three were always able to appear from somewhere unexpected. He felt like a monkey that was being played around with by them. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, finally, he stopped moving. Chasing after them in such a manner was now meaningless. He stared at the distant battlefield. Based on how it was progressing, before the ancient race could kill all the barbarians, those three would most definitely reach the pure energy. This was something he would not accept. That pure energy was their spoils of war. He laughed nastily. Do you think that, using such a method, you can force me to give up? Schwa! Taking wide strides, he charged forth, heading directly toward the pure energy. Since he couldn't kill those three, he wouldn't bother with them anymore. Rather than wasting his time pursuing them, he might as well stay at the pure energy and wait for them to come to him. As long as those three were targeting the pure energy, they would most certainly appear there. I shall be waiting. His ice-cold voice was filled with killing intent. Presently, Chen Feng's group were feeling curious as to why was there nobody trying to stop them. Next, they felt a shocking and super-powerful aura appear where the pure energy was. The super-powerful aura seemed to pierce straight into the heavens itself. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Guarding the tree stump to wait for the rabbit, huh? Bang! Far away, a mournful whine resounded. That huge red dragon was now bathed in its own blood. As for the sage, his aura had become increasingly terrifying. The barbarians were being beaten back endlessly. It was apparent that not much time was left for Chen Feng's group to retrieve the pure energy. 400, Chapter 400, Disdainful Expression. Chapter 400, Disdainful Expression. Translator, Lemostin Editor, Tenish. At the Land of Legacy, the clump of pure energy was shimmering, attracting countless gazes. The ancient race expert was standing there, waiting for his prey to appear. Schwa, schwa, he was paying attention to every single flicker in the air. Regardless of which angle it was that those three were planning to retrieve the pure energy from, they would still have to first appear here. Condense. He finished his preparations in advance. Within a circumference of 100 meters, regardless of which side those three came from, they would not be able to escape his notice. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared and started shining. Here they come. He concentrated. This angle? Are they trying to come out from underground? How ridiculous. Bang. A terrifying radiance erupted. The powerful energy hammer that had condensed in his hand was directly smashed into the ground. With a resounding bang, a huge crater was created in the ground. However, nobody could be seen. He sneered. They escaped again? His opponent's separation ability was much more powerful than he had anticipated. However, it did not matter. As long as he stayed and guarded here, they would have no chance of obtaining the pure energy. He stared ahead and noted that the battle was about to end. How much longer could those three small fellows hide? Whoosh! A shadow flashed past. He sneered. Here we go again. Bang! The silhouette that had just appeared was immediately smashed back where it had come from. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, he did not give them any chances. Ultimately, those people stopped trying. Presently, in the ruins of Legacy that were many years in the future, helplessness was plastered all over the faces of Chen Feng's group. Their plan of silently arriving from underground had to be cancelled. This was too difficult. Initially, when they had noticed that the expert was guarding above ground, they had planned to approach from underground. Unexpectedly, the ancient race expert guarding there had even made sufficient preparations against any underground movements as well. That guy seemed to be a person with rich experience. Evidently, he was not someone that could be compared with an ordinary person. Chen Feng's group had appeared there numerous times, yet every single time they had been beaten back. Even with the thick layer of earth separating them from the expert providing a buffer that were enabling them to escape, however, after several tens of attempts, they had still failed to find a point of breakthrough. Regardless of which direction or angle they had chosen, they had failed to get past. Chen Hai sighed. This is annoying. Kong Bai was feeling powerless to even berate this fate of theirs. I feel like I'm a mole getting smashed into the ground. Chen Feng, wasn't this exactly like a game of whack-a-mole? The only difference was that the three of them were the moles this time. The moment a tiny bit of their aura appeared, they would be smacked by that energy hammer. This won't do, Chen Feng frowned. Brute force? This ancient race expert was too terrifyingly powerful. Chen Feng had no idea if they were his match. That was a peak, a class. At the present time, none of them had experienced actual combat against such a person. Kong Bai shrugged. Under normal circumstances, I can only fight against a peak B class at most. Chen Hai nodded. Chen Feng sighed. Me too. Apart from times when they made use of unique conditions or environments, with their strength, they could only face a peak B class. Although Chen Feng had broken through to B class, it was still too recent. As such, the increase in his spiritual energy was still rather low. On top of that, he had yet to fuse with his B class genetic ability. As such, he was still incapable of fighting an A class, let alone a peak A class. Let me think, Chen Feng rubbed his head. Since they couldn't defeat that expert using normal methods, they had to think of some unique methods. Ancient race, peak A class, Chen Feng's brain raced. They couldn't stay here for long. The moment the duration was up, they would return to the ancient land of legacy, where the ancient race expert was ready and waiting for them, regardless of which spot they choose to reappear at. Why not directly appear on the pure energy? Chen Hai proposed. Kong Bai vetoed that suggestion without the slightest hesitation. No. Why? Chen Hai couldn't understand the reason for his rejection. Kong Bai sighed and said, What's the point of appearing there? Are we giving our lives away? Even the act of absorbing the pure energy will take some time. We need to absorb a sufficient amount of pure energy before we can transmigrate. If we were to appear there directly, Kong Bai pondered and then continued, we would definitely be insta-killed. Chen Hai sunk into silence. This won't do either. Then what should we do? Suddenly, Chen Feng said, that might not necessarily fail, huh? The two looked at him in unison. With that expert guarding there, it was impossible for them to have any time to absorb the pure energy. With their strength, they couldn't drag out the time even if they wanted to. 1 second, that was the maximum time they could last before dying. Suddenly, Chen Feng looked at Kong Bai. Let me ask you, how much time will you require to absorb the energy? Me? Kong Bai pondered and then answered, for a single transmigration, with the degree of the stockpile at the Land of Legacy, I will only require 20 seconds. Chen Feng's eyes shone brightly. Very good. Time to use it then. Although we can't last too long facing that ancient race expert who says that we must absolutely stay on that side to absorb the pure energy, Chen Feng said with disdain in his tone. Bang! At the Land of Legacy, the ancient race expert was still waiting for the arrival of those three. Based on his calculations, they should be reappearing soon. With his powerful spiritual sense, every single nook and corner in a circumference of 1 kilometer was enveloped as he waited for their arrival. Right at this moment. His acute spiritual sense picked up the trace of an aura. The position was exactly below that pure energy. This time, they were actually planning to absorb the pure energy from beneath it. How clever, he exclaimed in admiration before sneering shortly after. Unfortunately, I took this factor into consideration as well. Shua. Instantly, his figure appeared underground. Bang! A bright radiance erupted from his hand. A powerful attack converged and was aimed straight at the spot right below the pure energy. However, right as his powerful attack was about to land, those three once again vanished. He frowned. They escaped again? Indeed, those enemies had been beaten back. However, he had an odd feeling like something somewhere was off. Those three had not even stayed more than 1 second here. They should not have been able to do anything yet, right? He calmed himself. Shua. He spread his spiritual sense once again and waited for another chance to capture them. It was indeed as he had guessed. Those three reappeared once again shortly after. However, surprising the ancient race expert, they had still decided to reappear near the pure energy. Bang! With a nonchalant wave of his hand, his attack was launched at them. Once again, they vanished. The ancient race expert frowned. Nothing seemed to be wrong, but he kept having an uncomfortable feeling. This feeling originated from the terrifying intuition he had obtained through countless years of tempering. Those three, Shua, 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. The ancient race expert placed his full attention on those three, looking for what was wrong, trying to figure out what they were planning, trying to figure out what their true goal was. He was also trying to kill them, to deal with this perfectly. Suddenly, after another wave of reappearing and disappearing, he finally figured out what was wrong. The pure energy was reducing. Shua. Abruptly, the ancient race expert soared to the sky. Looking down from high above, he blanked as he noticed that the huge clump of pure energy had almost been emptied, leaving only an empty hull behind littered with holes. It was apparent that every single time those three had reappeared, they had forcefully taken a portion of the pure energy before vanishing. The current appearance of that hull left behind greatly resembled a comical face that was looking sideways at the ancient race expert in disdain.